Chapter 441, The Art of the Soul. Shimura Gendo didn't bother to care about how Konoha and even the 4 major ninja countries were making trouble. After attending the wedding of Uzumaki Kyupen, he never returned to Earth and stayed in outer space to practice. There is no other way. The energy he needs to cultivate now is quite amazing. If he really stays on Earth to absorb the natural energy, it will be a great burden for the entire planet. At the same time, after the sunlight is weakened by the atmosphere, the energy is reduced by half, so if he wants to cultivate, he still has to go to outer space, and the closer to the sun, the better. At this moment, he is on the planet closest to the sun. This planet is very close to the sun, and even the star itself is locked by the sun. Like the moon, it has no ability to rotate and will always face the sun. And part of the side facing the sun is in a magma state, which shows how terrible the temperature is. It's only because they are strong enough, otherwise they can't survive here at all, let alone cultivate. But it's true that the sunlight energy here is really sufficient, tens of thousands of times that of the area on Earth, and the speed of cultivation is greatly improved. The potential in the ninja world is running out. It is impossible to sustain the fusion of enough 4 attribute bloodlines to break the world. Uchiha Madara had a gloomy face. Although the evolution of the ninja world's chakra can quickly improve the immortal power training system, it is always difficult to control the lifeline in the hands of others. It's frustrating. Moreover, the potential of ninjas is limited after all. Even if the essence of chakra is very high, the ninjas themselves can only support the fusion to the level of bloodline elimination at most. Only a very small number of people are qualified to fuse and carry stronger bloodline breaking realms. As for the higher level bloodline super limit, bloodline Dalo, and 7 attribute bloodline net, it is estimated that only the 6-path Madara Senju Hashirama and a few others can cultivate them. It looks good, but you have to know that the more bloodline attributes the Rei's Nanjindan system requires, the more bloodline attributes are needed. The first level of the acupoints needs to be filled with 352 bloodline limit attributes, and the second level of the acupoints needs to be filled with 129,600 bloodline elimination attributes. When it comes to the third level of the acupoints, 46,656,004 attribute bloodline breaking realm attributes need to be filled, let alone the fourth level. The potential of the ninja world is limited, and it is impossible to provide enough bloodline super limit attributes. For this, I have developed a soul technique that can evolve the soul into a stronger form with extremely strong computing power. It will be much easier to develop our brains to the extreme and use the soul combined with the infant to assist in the development of new attributes. You are responsible for developing the new attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang, and leave the time and space to me. As if he knew that Uchiha Madara would mention this, Shimura Gentoi passed on the soul technique developed specifically for this purpose. He had long seen that the potential of ninjas in the ninja world was limited, far from enough to bring out the potential of chakra, even the descendants of the 6-path sage brothers, unless they were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. But they needed a huge amount of bloodline attributes, and the new attributes developed by individuals alone would be useless. The previous bloodline elimination was almost the limit, and only a very few people were able to fuse the 4 attribute bloodline realm, but compared to their needs, it was nothing. Moreover, according to their estimation, the chakra accumulated by the 6-path sage for thousands of years should be almost consumed, and it is difficult for the ninjas in the ninja world to make any major improvements. So they must find another way out, and fuse a new bloodline attribute based on their immortal energy. Although it is a bit difficult, as long as they persist, they will definitely succeed. We alone are far from enough, and we have to let the Empire make efforts. After reading the Yuan Shen secret technique passed down by his son, Shimura Denzo set his sights on the 10,000 Stars Empire. Although it is indeed much more difficult to fuse new attributes with immortal energy than chakra, they have a large population base. As long as there is a sufficient population base, they can quickly develop the new bloodline attributes they need. You can arrange that, but grasp the degree and don't force it. Also, pay more attention to the ninja world and see where the 6-path sage is hiding. Agreeing with his father's suggestion, Shimura Gentoi was also wondering where the 6-path sage brothers had gone. After his strength was restored, he led the team to the sealed space of Kagaya, but it was empty. Although there were some traces in it that proved that the 6-path sage brothers had been there, they had left long ago. Now even he didn't know where the 2 old silver coins were hiding, but they were definitely hidden in the earth, most likely in the area of the ninja realm. No matter how deep he hides, he will eventually have to take back the chakra of the ninja realm, and then he will die without a burial place. Uchiha Madara spoke hatefully, and he wanted to kill the Six-Path Sage brothers the most. He always remembered the grudge of playing with the original body back then. Also, pay attention to who is carrying the wedge of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, that is also a clue. Thinking of Kagaya's reminder, Shimura Gentoi guessed that Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two should become a big trump card of the Six-Path Sage brothers, and will eventually be swallowed up. The 2 old silver coins were used to plan the power of devouring Kagaya for thousands of years. How could they miss the opportunity when Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2 took the initiative to deliver it to the door? This was sent 2 years ago. You were in seclusion at that time, so I didn't disturb you. The Uchiha Shisui you asked to pay attention to really awakened the Mangekaya. The pupil technique is quite interesting. It's a pity that his brain is as bad as his grandfather's. He was plotted against by Sarutobi Asuma and died miserably. As if remembering something, Shimura Danzo threw a glass bottle over. 2 eyes were sealed inside. They were Uchiha Shisui's Mangekaya. Sharingan. Send it back and have someone merge it with Uchiha Kagami's eyes and install it in the infinite Tsukuyomi virtual world to subtly improve the loyalty of the citizens of the 10,000 Stars Empire. After copying the pair of Mangekaya, Shimura Gendo threw it back to his old father. His idea at that time was to fuse the eyes of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui, and to use Shisui's pupil technique as the main method to maximize the ability of Kota Amatsukami, and turn some enemies into new people with 4 qualities that conform to modern thinking. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Before Uchiha Shisui was born, he basically unified the earth, and those who did not cooperate were also cleared out. However, Kota Amatsukami is still very useful. It is integrated into the virtual world of infinite Tsukuyomi, which subtly influences the loyalty of the people to the 10,000 Stars Empire, so as to avoid the emergence of any traitors. At the same time, he secretly lamented that Uchiha Shisui was stupid. In the original work, he was killed by his own father, and in this period, he was killed by Sarutobi Shinichuk. Sarutobi Shinichuk is also the leader of the root organization. What a bad fate! Is Sarutobi Hiruzen going to attack Uchiha? Recalling the information about the 5 major ninja countries, Shimura Gentoi felt that he needed to go back to Earth. What's with your expressions? Suddenly, I noticed that the old father of the pot shadow had a strange expression on his face, and Uchiha Madara's face his color is as black as the bottom of a pot. Is there something he doesn't know? 443. Chapter 442, Itaki, the exterminator of the clan. Uchiha Fugaku sent his eldest son, Uchiha Itaki, to Konoha Castle to show his sincerity, and let him become an Anbu ninja to investigate the various defense lines and hidden forces of Konoha Castle and prepare for rebellion. But it seems that the Uchiha young master has a problem with his brain. He betrayed the Uchiha family and told Sarutobi Hiruzen about the coup plotted by the Uchiha and Senju clans. His expression became more and more weird, and Shimura Danzo really couldn't understand this weird brain circuit. Uchiha Madara next to him had a dark face. Although he had long since stopped recognizing that family, he was still called Uchiha after all. Now that such an idiot appeared in the family, he felt embarrassed. Although Uchiha often had mental illnesses, it was rare to be so mentally ill. In addition to Uchiha Itaki, there is also Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Kagami, the grandfather of Uchiha Shisui. They are all brain-dead naive fools. What a shame. Well, it's really Uchiha. I hope I can catch up with this big show. Shrugging, Shimura Gentoi stood up and walked towards the teleportation array in the distance, ready to go back to Earth to see the legendary Night of Genocide and the movie star Uchiha Itaki. In Konoha Ninja Country, the coup plotted by Uchiha Fugaku and Senju Orange Water has also reached the final stage. Everything is ready, just waiting to enter Konoha City. With a look of wisdom in hand, even Senju Orange Water couldn't help but get excited. As long as they can enter Konoha City and destroy the people of the Hokage line, they can become the real masters of Konoha Ninja Country and take back the position of Hokage that belongs to them, Senju. Our real enemies are the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire. Don't do anything stupid before you solve those 2 powerful enemies. Uchiha Fugaku warned him grimly. He naturally didn't trust an old silver coin like Senju Orange Water. The 2 sides were just a cooperation. You don't need to remind us. We will both benefit if we work together, and we will both lose if we separate. After we solve the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire, we will decide the winner and end the fate of our 2 families that has lasted for thousands of years. Senju Orange Water stood with his hands behind his back, with absolute confidence in himself. He has improved a lot in these years and has reached that level. In particular, his application and development of space ninjutsu has surpassed that of Minato Namikaze back then. It's good that you know. After taking a deep look at Senju Orange Water, Uchiha Fugaku released the shadow clone and transmitted the memory information back to the main body. For the sake of confidentiality, he never used the main body to meet Senju Orange Water. He used the shadow clone and sealed the shadow clone in the sealing scroll and brought it out. Even within the family, not many people knew about the coup, and they were all his confidants, enough to catch Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. As long as he got the upper hand, the next battle would be much easier. Uchiha Fugaku, who was far away in the Uchiha clan, received the memory information sent back by the shadow clone, and he couldn't help but be excited. After waiting for so many years, it's finally over. Itaki, find a way to clear out the Anbu ninjas in the target area in 3 days. We will attack Konoha city from there and fight quickly. Coming to his son who was training, Uchiha Fugaku gave a cold order and turned to the basement to make final preparations. 3 days. He paused, and then threw several shurikens in his hand at the target opposite. Father, Hokage is not achieved like you. Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Itaka gradually became more determined. For the glory of the family, for the stability of Konoha, and for the lovely Oyudodo, he must make a choice. Having made up his mind, Uchiha Itaka no longer hesitated and headed for Konoha city. Konoha ninja country itself is not big, and the Uchiha clan is only more than 500 kilometers away from Konoha city. At his current speed, he can arrive on the same day. Third generation sir, I'm sorry, the coup d'etat copyright tat of the Uchiha and Senju can no longer be stopped. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Itaka knelt on one knee and reported the time of the coup. Itaki, if I leave this matter to you, what will you do? Smoking a cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, and suddenly spoke up, saying a proposal that surprised Udaten Koharu and others. I will clean up all Uchiha, and leave Konoha with all the sins, hunt down Orochimaru, and investigate the truth of the Nine Tails Rebellion. But please, third generation sir, preserve the honor of the Uchiha inheritance for thousands of years, and don't convict me of treason. Recalling the words of his friend Uchiha Shisui before his death, Uchiha Itaka became more determined. He couldn't save the Uchiha family, but he could save the reputation of the Uchiha family that had been passed down for thousands of years. Including your parents? Sarutobi Shinnishuk asked coldly. He was naturally distrustful of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Shisui was like this back then, and Uchiha Itaka was also untrustworthy now. Including my parents? Without any hesitation, Uchiha Itaka made the decision decisively. Including your brother? He continued to ask, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen as soon as he finished speaking. Shinosuke. Glazing at his son who didn't know the seriousness of the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to look at Uchiha Itaka who was kneeling on one knee. Sasuke knows nothing. Let him come to the Ninja Academy after the incident is over. Here he will find a new bond and continue to be a real Uchiha. I guarantee it in the name of Hokage. In order to make Uchiha Itaka worry-free, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fought hard, and this would also be a handle for Uchiha Itaka. Some things just can't stand up to scrutiny, and once future Uchiha Itaka knows the truth, they'll be in trouble. Moreover, Orochimaru is also a difficult person, and he might turn Uchiha Itaka against him. They need to grasp Uchiha Itaka's weakness and hold him firmly in their hands. Thank you, third generation. Uchiha Itaka thanked him indifferently, and he was relieved. As long as his brother is safe, he can rest assured. What Uchiha Itaka didn't know was that his lovely Oyudodo was crying hard, and his cry was quite full of energy. Dad, Sasuke is in pain, it hurts so much. You are my son, don't cry. While performing the actions in his hands, Uchiha Fugaku scolded sternly. He saw a large jar being sealed into his son's belly bit by bit. That was the ninja tool he used to seal the Yin Nine Tails. At the beginning, he used the power of the Samsara Eye to sneak into the hidden Cloud City, took away all the Six Paths ninja tools, and merged all the other ninja tools except the banana fan into the amber bottle with Yin Yang escape. Then, at any cost, he cloned hundreds of millions of Uzumaki androids with the Uzumaki bloodline, sacrificed them all in the amber bottle, and forged a sealing tool that could carry the Yin Nine Tails. Of course, sealing such a large thing in the body would be very painful, especially since he had to create a sealing technique that could absorb and transform the Nine Tails chakra, and continuously refine the Nine Tails power into his second son's body. By then, his son would be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the Yin Nine Tails would be more conducive to the evolution of the Sharingan. Maybe his son would be able to awaken the Samsara Eye in the future. By then, the two of them, father and son, would join forces, and with the eldest son who was extremely talented, they would be able to defeat the Senju clan and become the true rulers of Konoha ninja country. That's right, he had never thought of dividing Konoha with the Senju clan, and I believe Senju Orange Water would definitely think so. But it doesn't matter, he has absolute confidence in the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Miki's heart ached as if it was bleeding, but she had no power to oppose the decision made by her husband. She could only hold her son's head in her arms and comfort him gently. 444. Chapter 443 Limited Tsukuyomi. Stop! At the entrance of a secret base of Uchiha, several Uchiha ninjas jumped out and stopped Uchiha Itachi, who was moving forward. Itachi, this is not the place for you. Uchiha Yashiro stared at the Uchiha young master in front of him, his eyes bloodshot, and activated the Mangekyo. Sharingan. It is not difficult to awaken the Mangekyo. Nowadays, as a person whose status and strength in the Uchiha family are second only to the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yashiro naturally also has the Mangekyo. Sharingan. Even Hashirama's face on the chest has two Mangekyo, which he awakened on his own. As long as the two pairs of Mangekyo reach their peak, they can be merged into the eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. Tell me, why are you here? Uchiha Inahiro flashed behind Uchiha Itachi, with his ninja sword unsheathed, staring at him with obvious hostility. He had long disliked this young master, and there were many suspicious things about him. He even suspected that he had betrayed Uchiha. At the same time, Shisui's death seemed to be related to this young master. Must be guarded. I'm here to take your lives. Tsukuyomi. Ignoring the threat behind him, Uchiha Itachi spoke coldly, declaring the end of several people's death, and his eyes also changed into complex patterns. Before several people could react, the surrounding space instantly turned black and white, and several people were fixed on a huge cross. You really betrayed Uchiha, why? After struggling for a while, seeing that it was difficult to break free, Uchiha Yashiro realized that he had lost the opportunity. His Mangekyo was a ninjutsu type, which did not increase the power of illusions. It was difficult to forcibly break this type of illusion type Mangekyo. Pupil technique. The most important thing was that Uchiha Itachi's eyes were very unusual, and it seemed that they were not ordinary Mangekyo. But compared to these, he did not understand why Uchiha Itachi betrayed his family, which was the family that gave birth to him and raised him. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi, who had decided to become an executioner, was too lazy to explain. With a thought, he summoned his own Susanoo. Ten-fisted sword. Soon Susanoo turned into a complete form of 100 meters high, and a flaming sword blade extended from the gourd in his hand, sweeping Uchiha Yashiro and others one by one, and their spirits were collected into the gourd spiritual weapon in his hand. This spiritual weapon was the ten-fisted sword in mythology and legend, which had the ability to seal everything. Combined with his own Tsukuyomi pupil technique, it can directly absorb and seal the spirits of others, which is invincible. There's still a long way to go. Looking up at the bloody full moon in the Tsukuyomi space, Uchiha Itachi needed more power to stop the family coup. With a thought, the spirit left the Tsukuyomi space, and the Uchiha 8th generations in front of him all fell to the ground. Although they were still breathing and heart-beating, they were already dead, like vegetative people. Without wasting time, he summoned the ten-fisted sword again, absorbing and refining the bodies of several people along with their Sharingan and souls. After dealing with the Uchiha 8th generations, he continued to move forward and entered the underground base here. This is where the Uchiha family stationed their troops. Not only are there a large number of elites in the family, but those androids with good qualifications have also been transferred here to be vigorously cultivated. He needs the power of these people to help him stop the coup. It's still the same old routine, killing and devouring at the same time. The combination of Tsukuyomi and the ten-fisted sword is an unsolvable existence. Before, when it was just a Mangekyo, I didn't dare to do this, but with the fusion of the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, the power of the pupil technique, Susanoo, and the matching spiritual weapon have been greatly improved. Especially the combination of the ten-fist sword and the Tsukuyomi space, it is even more powerful. Tsukuyomi was originally just an illusion that could cause severe pain to the enemy, but it could not kill the opponent. But after being absorbed and sealed by the Ten-Fist Sword, one is really dead. At the same time, Tsukuyomi can make up for the Ten-Fist Sword's slow launch and difficulty in hitting the target. Absolutely no solution. What's more terrifying is that the Ten-Fist Sword can refine the sealed existence. The bodies, souls, and Sharingan of those Uchiha clan members have all become his nourishment, strengthening the Tsukuyomi space and also improving his pupil power. In just a few hours, the Uchiha ninjas and androids in this base were wiped out, regardless of gender, age, or young, all of them were devoured. It should be okay. In the Tsukuyomi space, Uchiha Itachi looked up at the blood moon in the sky. Unlike the previous blood moon, the blood moon at this moment has 3 more Megatama, just like the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the power of Tsukuyomi is greatly enhanced. You have evolved too. Consciousness exited the Tsukuyomi space, and Uchiha Itachi noticed something wrong with his heart, covering his heart and muttering to himself. The way to improve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan created by his father is very simple, that is, to use the Sharingan cultivated by cloning technology to replace the Sharingan of his blood relatives. After both pairs of Sharingan are improved to the extreme, extract the pupil power of one pair of Mangekyo and integrate it into the other pair, and add the pupil power of his father's Eternal Eye as a guide, and finally evolve a stronger Eternal Eye. He evolved in this way, and the pair of Mangekyo on the face of the heart-mouthed Hashirama had long been scrapped due to the exhaustion of pupil power. Although it has been nurtured with the power of Hashirama's cells, it is difficult to recover. But he didn't expect that with the surge in his own pupil power, he actually restored these eyes and upgraded them to the level of Eternal Eye. It seems that God wants him to stop the family's coup. After adapting a little, Uchiha Itachi continued his journey and returned to the family. Earth Escape Chakra Mode. Standing at the gate of the clan for a long time, Uchiha Itachi finally used the Earth Escape Chakra Mode, and his figure quickly rose into the air under the effect of anti-gravity, and soon the entire Uchiha clan land came into view. The clansmen in the Uchiha clan naturally discovered the existence and abnormal behavior of Uchiha Itachi, and they all looked up in confusion, not understanding what the young master was going to do. Limited Tsukuyomi. The powerful pupil power surged out, and the blood-colored light enveloped the entire Uchiha clan land. The consciousness and spirit bodies of all the clan members were taken into the Tsukuyomi space and then swallowed by the Ten-Fist Sword. Father, you really have hidden a lot of strength. Seeing that the consciousness and spirit bodies sucked into the Tsukuyomi space did not belong to his father, mother, and younger brother, Uchiha Itachi's heart sank, and he knew that the root of the problem must be that father. That father was the second one to awaken the Eternal Eye after the 6 Paths Madara, and he had practiced for many years, so it was reasonable that he was stronger. It is even possible that the Eternal Eye has been further developed, and there will be a hard battle next. Shadow Clone Technique. Instead of going home immediately, Uchiha Itachi used the huge chakra in his body to create tens of thousands of clones to go to various parts of the family, dragging all the unconscious spirits of the clan members over, devouring them with the Ten-Fist Sword, and turning them into his own power. After doing all this, he set out on the journey home. You really chose that side. In the alley in front of the house, Uchiha Fugaku looked at his eldest son with disappointment. He had long noticed that something was wrong with his eldest son, but he never expected that his son would do that. How could he, Uchiha Fugaku, give birth to such a son? Father, for Konoha, please die. Standing still, he looked at Uchiha Itachi and his father. The blood-colored Eternal Mangekyo slowly rotated, ready for battle. For Konoha? Ha ha ha. For Konoha. As if he had heard a big joke, Uchiha Fugaku laughed, and tears of laughter came out. I didn't expect that Uchiha would cultivate a fool like the first generation. I feel ashamed of my ancestors. He understood his son's will, but this will was what he least wanted to see. You have a good overall view. Today you can kill Uchiha for the peace of Konoha, so in the future, do you dare to kill Konoha for the sake of the ninja world? After calming down a little, he sneered and Uchiha Fugaku was completely disappointed with his son. If it was a lack of strength, it could be solved, but there was no solution to the problem of brain damage. 445. Chapter 444, Itachi, the Movie Emperor. Facing his father's questioning, Uchiha Itachi had no words, and didn't know how to respond, let alone respond. The future was too far away, and he was just Uchiha Itachi of Konoha now. Idiot. Feeling even more disappointed, Uchiha Fugaku turned and walked into the house, took out a bottle of wine and drank it. He was defeated, completely defeated. He originally wanted to send his son to Konoha as an undercover agent, but he was brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and destroyed the family himself. It's not that he didn't think about resisting, but the difficulty of sealing the 9 tails was much greater than he imagined. He just consumed 90% of his pupil power on the seal of his second son, and now his strength is only 1/10 of it. Resisting is useless, as for escaping. The entire ninja world is surrounded by the 10,000 Stars Empire and the Shimura family, where can he escape to? A coup and then taking power in Konoha is his only way out, and it is also the only possible opportunity to revenge on that man. Now everything is over. It is better to die and retain a little dignity than to be trampled under the feet of that man again. Come in, there is no trap. Uchiha, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Uchiha Itachi, who came to the door, was silent for a while, and finally opened the door and walked in. How are you going to arrange for Suzuki? Unlike her husband who was drinking alone, Uchiha, who was always gentle and obedient, seemed to be much more assertive at this moment. Suzuki will become the hero of Konoha and create the Uchiha belonging to Konoha, and continue the glory of the family. After a silence, Uchiha Itachi told his plan. Are you two brothers going to kill each other? Feeling painful, Uchiha I heard the meaning of her son's words, and also foresaw the scene of the two sons killing each other in the future. That's not what she wants to see. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, and even the palm holding the ninja sword trembled. He didn't know how to face the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. But he had no choice. Just then, he was embraced by a mother's arms. Mom knows that you are the most painful, Mom doesn't blame you, take good care of Suzuki. While stroking her eldest son's head, Uchiha infused her immortal energy that she had cultivated for many years into her son's body. That's right, Uchiha did not cultivate chakra, but immortal energy, and cultivated it to an extremely terrifying level. The pure and vast immortal energy shocked Uchiha Itachi, and he also realized that his mother, who had always been ignored by him, also had great power. Even now he did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat his mother. Mother. Mom was a good sister with your Aunt Mikoto, and she also attended Mikoto's wedding. At that time, she got this immortal energy cultivation method and has been practicing silently. Half of it was given to Suzuki before, and the remaining half is yours. Although it cannot allow you to obtain immortal energy, it can cleanse your body. In the future, you must take good care of yourself, and never squeeze and practice at all costs. Gently stroking her son's head, Uchiha controlled the immortal energy to cleanse her son's body, repair the hidden injuries caused by overload training, and improve his physical fitness. Immortal energy is incompatible with chakra. Unless her son's chakra bloodline is destroyed, there is no way to make him have immortal energy. Her immortal energy can only cleanse his body and give him a better and stronger future. Take good care of Suzuki. After exhausting the immortal energy in her body, Uchiha turned her head and looked at her husband who was still drinking there. Without any hesitation, she took out a kunai and stabbed it into her heart. She was very disappointed with her husband. Let's not talk about the past. Just now, the light of the limited moon reading shone into the basement. Her husband protected Suzuki at the first time, but turned a blind eye to her who was close at hand. If it weren't for the mysterious immortal energy, he would have been killed long ago. What is she in that man's heart? A reproductive tool? This kind of life is pretty bad. Take good care of Suzuki, he is the future of Uchiha. Without letting Uchiha Itachi wait for long, Uchiha Fugaku left a word and took out a kunai and stabbed it into his heart. He also saw the pain in his son's heart. Although he was disappointed with his son, he was his son after all. He couldn't let him suffer any more, otherwise he would go crazy. Father, Mother, I'm sorry. At this moment, 2 lines of tears could no longer be shed, and Uchiha Itachi was in great pain. Mom, Dad, what happened to you? Why are you bleeding so much? Suddenly, Suzuki on the tatami next to him woke up, turned his head and found his mother and father lying in a pool of blood, and hurriedly crawled over in fear, trying to wake up his parents. Brother, save Mom and Dad, they are bleeding a lot. At this time, Uchiha Suzuki just noticed that his brother was also in the room, and hurriedly asked for help. He didn't want his parents to be in trouble. I killed them, why should I save them? Speaking indifferently, Uchiha Itachi entered the movie Emperor mode. If you want to make the stupid Oudao follow the script you have written, you must have an extraordinary acting skill to fool Oudao. Brother killed? Why? Why? Suzuki was stunned. He really couldn't understand, let alone believe his brother's words. Tsukuyomi. He didn't explain, because Uchiha Itachi had a better way to explain. The Tsukuyomi Eye technique was applied to his younger brother, transmitting the memory of the previous slaughter of the tribe members, and even added a wave of drama on his own, designing the death of his parents to be controlled by his eye technique. Ah! No! Brother, don't show me these, don't! Suzuki was almost tortured crazy, and collapsed to the ground exhausted after a while. Before, he consumed a lot of energy to carry the 9 tails and the amber purifier bottle. Now he was tortured so much that he didn't faint. Why? Why do you do this? Lost on the ground and asked, Uchiha Suzuki never believed that his brother would kill his parents, but his parents did fall in front of him. In this world, the strong are respected. Only the strong can decide everything and enjoy everything. Fortunately, my eyes can devour the power of my clansmen and make me stronger, so they all become my nourishment for becoming stronger. In the future, you will also become a part of me. Showing an evil and greedy smile, Uchiha Itachi's movie Emperor level strength was fully displayed. Your part. My eyes are still missing the last piece of the puzzle, and that piece of puzzle is you. Suzuki, if you want revenge, hate me. When you have eyes like mine, come to me, either kill me or become a part of me and make me stronger. Now, let you see with your own eyes how I devour my clansmen. With a colder and more evil look, Uchiha Itachi summoned a part of Susanoo, and a bone claw grabbed a large gourd, extending a flaming blade, and put the bodies of his father and mother into it. The bodies of his mother and father must be destroyed, otherwise they will probably be placed on the experimental table. He didn't want the bodies of his father and mother to be contaminated. I will definitely kill you. After muttering the last words, Uchiha Suzuki could not hold on and fell into a coma. He was too tired. He had spent a lot of energy to carry the 9 tails before, and was exhausted. Then he was hit by a Tsukuyomi illusion. He was completely gritting his teeth to hold on until now. Suzuki, I'm sorry. Looking back at his unconscious brother, Uchiha Itachi was full of pain and stepped out of this former home. However, what Uchiha Itachi didn't know was that not long after he left, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the room, staring at Uchiha Suzuki, who fell unconscious. 446. Chapter 445 Resurrection of Mii. Look, look, you were lucky to have followed me back then. If you still followed Fugaku, Mii's fate would be yours. Shimura Gentoi started to show off as if he was seeking credit. Fortunately, he married Uchiha Mikoto. If he had left her to Uchiha Fugaku, it would have been a tragedy. Is it appropriate for you to say this in this situation? Uchiha Mikoto, who was full of sadness and anger, glared at him unhappily. This pervert was too tactless. Although she had long since left the Uchiha family, this was the family that gave birth to her. How could she feel good when so many relatives and friends died? This was the path they chose back then. Who can blame them? Shimura Gentoi shrugged, but he didn't feel sad. Anyway, those people had nothing to do with him, and it didn't matter if they all died. Have you been eyeing Mii for a long time? Suddenly, her eyes fell on her man's raised hands. The Immortal Force version of the Sharingan could see a soul there, a soul of Uchiha Mi. Just now, they had been hiding in the dark, waiting for Uchiha Mi to commit suicide, and then secretly took away her soul, waiting for the subsequent resurrection. It's just that this guy is very abnormal this time. He hasn't returned to the earth for several years, but he suddenly came back this time. If he said that he had no other goals, she would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. It just so happened that Mi was a great beauty who was not inferior to herself, and that guy had some perverted hobbies, and it was very likely that he had set his sights on me. Only in this way can the guy make a personal trip. Who do you think I am? Am I, your husband, so mean? Denied decisively, Shimura Gentoi knew very well that he must not admit that he was a die-hard fan of Cao Amon at this time. Kushina had been tossed for a long time last time, and she was almost psychologically traumatized. You know how perverted you are. Giving a look of contempt, Uchiha Mikoto no longer cared about it, and her eyes fell on Uchiha Suzuki, who fell unconscious. Is that Indra's soul? Her current strength is no longer what it used to be. She has reached the 3rd level in the universe, which is the 6 paths level in the ninja world. Naturally, she can see the soul hidden in Uchiha Sasuke's body. Although the other party hid it very well, she still found it. And Sasuke's own soul had been eroded for a long time, and even his consciousness and spirit body were suppressed. If it goes on like this, it won't take long for his own soul to be completely eroded and replaced. There's nothing to see here, let's go back and revive Mii. Pulling out the real Uchiha Sasuke's soul, Shimura Gendo teleported away and shaped a body for Uchiha Mii. Ninja, ninja clan, ninja village, ninja world, it's really hopeless. With a sigh, Uchiha Mikoto felt her body and mind relaxed, and the family bond also dissipated. It's better to end like this, so as not to be swallowed and killed by the 6 path sage in the future. He didn't stay for long, and teleported away. On the other side, Shimura Gendo returned and used the blood left by Uchiha Mii as the foundation to shape a new body, starting from the embryo to grow bit by bit, and slowly nourishing it with his own immortal energy, while integrating Mii's soul into it. He is very familiar with this operation and will never make mistakes. Not long after, Uchiha Mii woke up. Pure Land. Opening her eyes and staring at the snow-white ceiling, Uchiha Mii thought she had entered the legendary Pure Land. Awake! A familiar voice came from the side, and Uchiha Mii turned her head and looked, her eyes wide open. Mikoto? Are you dead too? She was sure she was dead, but what about Mikoto? How did she meet Mikoto? What are you talking about? You are not dead, we saved you. Pinching her best friend Ayuro trademark's smooth cheek, Uchiha Mikoto explained, indicating that you are not dead. Saved? After being stunned, Uchiha Mii fell silent. What Ayuro trademark's the point of being alive? But suddenly she realized something was wrong with her body. Ah! She screamed instinctively, and Uchiha Mii quickly raised her hands to cover her vital parts, and her fair face was also covered with blush. There is nothing wrong with being frank, but the problem is that there is a man next to her, and he is her best friend Ayuro trademark's husband. Don't Ayuro trademark T move, be careful not to break the umbilical cord. Quickly fixing the beauty in front of him, Shimura Gendo was shocked. Now Uchiha Mii has just recovered to the age of 14, and she still needs to grow a little bit, and the umbilical cord is the channel for providing nutrients and supplying body growth. If it is broken, although I can perfectly connect it, it is still a trouble. You get out. Even more embarrassed, Uchiha Mii is not used to it. What is there to be shy about? The pervert has already seen everything on your body that should be seen and shouldn't be seen, and you will be seen by the pervert often in the future, so there is no need to cover it. Uchiha Mikoto next to her had a face full of resentment, but she still cooperated to persuade her bestie. She also figured it out. Since the perverted bastard wants to find 49 women before he gives up, then why not? Sexual benefits should not be taken away from outsiders, so she took the initiative to find it. A good girlfriend is a good choice, and she even feels guilty about Mii. In her opinion, Mii suffered the tragic fate instead of herself, and she must be compensated so that she can have a better future. At least it's not bad to follow that perverted guy. What are you talking about? Uchiha Mii was shocked. She really didn't expect her good girlfriend to say such words. Although she also knew that Shimura Xianding had many women, she didn't care. When the daimyo mansion was still there, those powerful people would have several wives and concubines. Those who were more exaggerated would even have dozens, or even more. But I really didn't expect that my good girlfriend would drag me in. Who do you think I am? I remind you that your real little Sasuke is now only a remnant soul, and his consciousness has fallen into a deep sleep. Whether he can survive depends on that pervert. Chun Chun said inducingly. As a mother, she knew very well what her best friend's weakness was now. Sure enough, after hearing about Sasuke, Uchiha Mii panicked. What's wrong with Sasuke? Didn't Ataka say that he would arrange for Sasuke? Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others keep their promises? Sitting up and holding her best friend's hand tightly, Uchiha Mii was almost crying in anxiety. The eldest son Uchiha Ataka was completely hopeless, but little Sasuke must not be in trouble. It's a long story. It all started with the 6 path sage. Patting her best friend's shoulder to comfort her, Uchiha Mikoto told the secret of Indra's reincarnation. I think you must have felt something abnormal about little Sasuke. He has now been eroded and possessed by Otsutsuki Indra. We only got a remnant of his soul before. But don't worry, with that pervert's help, the real little Suzuki will be conceived from your belly. Hearing that her son was still alive and there was hope for resurrection, Uchihami breathed a sigh of relief, and then she was filled with anger. She did not doubt that her best friend was lying, because she did vaguely sense the abnormality in Sasuke's body, and thought it was an illusion at the time. Now it seems that it was not an illusion, but Suzuki really had a problem and was possessed by someone. How can I revive Suzuki? Forcing herself to calm down, Uchihami decided to go all out. No matter what method was used, she must revive her real child. 447. Chapter 446 Cutting the Grass and Eradicating the Roots. Soon her best friend Uchihami Kato told her the method to revive Suzuki, but after hearing that method, Uchihami was dumbfounded. The principle is very simple, that is, to make yourself pregnant again, and then use some means to split the embryo into twins after pregnancy, one of which is used to accommodate Sasuke's residual soul and reconceive. For a married woman, it is not a big problem to get pregnant again, but the key is that her husband Uchiha Fugaku is dead. I have told you the method, you decide whether to do it or not. Patting the back of her bestie's hand, and finally glaring at someone fiercely, Uchiha Mikoto left the room and left the space for the two. Although the progress is a bit fast, who let the pervert have his eyes on me for a long time, it's a matter of time. At the same time, starting a new relationship and marriage can also help me get out of the sad memories faster. My sister, don't listen to Mikoto's nonsense, we can take it slowly, watch a movie first, cultivate some feelings or something. Shimura Gento, who just came back to his senses, twisted for no reason, but he was dragged to the experimental table as soon as he finished speaking. Don't be like this, it's too direct. Shimura Gento underestimated the decisiveness and ruthlessness of a mother, and was helplessly defied. Just this once. After an unknown amount of time, Uchihami, who was sore all over, emphasized. Although she was very sad about Uchiha Fugaku's disregard before, this kind of thing was a bit too much after all. For Suzuki, she could endure it once, but only once. Okay, just once. Shimura Gento naturally agreed. Anyway, the most difficult first step has been taken, how can a woman decide what will happen next? Didn't you agree to just once? Uchihami, who had just closed her eyes and was about to rest, was shocked when she noticed something unusual, and glared angrily. She knew that men were all big pigs who didn't keep their promises. This kind of thing is about probability, not 100% success. Doing it a few more times can effectively increase the probability. Shimura Gento replied seriously, and ignited the war again. Not to mention that Shimura Gento was working hard to revive the real Suzuki, Uchiha Itachi on the other side did not leave the clan, quietly waiting for the arrival of the third Hokage and others. Itachi, I'm sorry, it's because I'm incompetent and can't suppress the ambition of the Uchiha that they have come to this point. Looking at the dead silence of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of guilt, and at the same time he was secretly shocked. The strength of the Uchiha family is not weak. Even if they are against each other, they can only get a miserable victory at most. This is when Uchiha Fugaku has no trump card, otherwise the chance of winning will not be too much. But Uchiha Itachi used strange means to kill the entire Uchiha clan. It seems that they have underestimated this young Uchiha before. I will go to Orochimaru, please take care of Suzuki, third Hokage. Still kneeling on one knee, Uchiha Itachi said expressionlessly. Uchiha Itachi had already died when he raised his butcher knife to his clan members. He was now just a ghost, waiting for someone to come and take his life. I guarantee with my life that Suzuki will grow up smoothly. With a solemn promise, Sarutobi Hiruzen really intended to vigorously train Uchiha Suzuki so that he could have a true master in his hands. At the same time, Uchiha Suzuki is also a chess piece to clamp down on Uchiha Itachi, and he must not lose it. Thank you, third generation. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi jumped away. His younger brother has made arrangements, so he can go to find Orochimaru with confidence and find out the truth about the Nine Tails Rebellion. But before that, he has to go to the Senju family and eliminate them as well, so as not to cause damage to Konoha. Everyone disappeared, there was not even a trace of fighting, nothing was left. Sarutobi Shinashuk appeared behind his father, with a gloomy and angry face. He originally wanted to get some Uchiha family Sharingan, especially those Mangekyo. Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan, but who would have thought that there was not a single hair left? Fortunately, there is still the foundation accumulated by Uchiha, especially those research materials and experimental bases, which can make them stronger. Itaki Uchiha's pupil power has increased many times. He should have swallowed the entire Uchiha family. It may be his special pupil technique. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen was basically sure that the Uchiha family was destroyed. He had been sending people to monitor the surroundings before, and saw Itaki Uchiha fly high in the sky and release a large illusion, and then all the Uchiha family members were lying. In the end, he even used a gourd to swallow all the Uchiha people. Combined with Itaki Uchiha's sudden surge in pupil power, it can be basically confirmed that the Uchiha has been removed from the ninja world. Father, keeping that kid is always a hidden danger. Why not? Gestured on his neck, Sarutobi Shinoshoku still preferred to cut the grass and root it out. Don't mention this again in the future. I promised Itaka to protect his brother. How can I break my promise? Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively refused, while thinking about his disciple Orochimaru. Jiraiya did investigate some things after being away for a few years, and guessed that Orochimaru might have participated in the Nine Tails Rebellion. It's just that Orochimaru is too strong now, and too slippery, and he can't be caught at all. At least it's difficult to catch him with Jiraiya's means. Now we can only rely on Uchiha Itaki. I know what you mean, father, but now our biggest enemies are the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire. It's not far from the 30-year agreement back then. It's useless to think too far ahead. Sarutobi Shinoshoku still insisted on his own opinion. He didn't want to leave hidden dangers for the family. His son Konohamaru was born only a few years ago, and it was too dangerous to leave a hidden danger. Not to mention that the kid has the same name as his grandfather. How can he tolerate this? Shimura family. Speaking of the Shimura family, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and regretted it. If he had known that things would develop to this situation, he shouldn't have joined hands with his wife to do that thing. Otherwise, with his relationship with Denzo, he would be able to get along well, not to mention that Keiko is the legal wife of Shimura Gentashi. Now look at how good it is for the Uzumaki clan to follow the Shimura family. He saw so many Uzumaki clan members who came to Minato Namikaze's wedding. With the fertility of the Uzumaki clan, it is estimated that the population must be at least 200,000 or 300,000. At the same time, the next generation is about to grow up. The population of the Uzumaki clan will only increase in the future. It may not be long before it breaks through the million mark and will continue to grow. And the real clan members of their Sarutobi clan are only over 30,000 so far, which is not comparable at all. As for those artificial humans, don't mention them. Their IQ and physical potential are always much worse. They can be used to train as cannon fodder, but don't think about other things. Unfortunately, the big mistake has been made. There is no way to join the Shimura family. Otherwise, once the Shimura Denzo and his son know the secret of the year, their entire Sarutobi family will be destroyed, and no one will be left. Regret. The Shimura family is not our enemy, nor should we treat them as our enemy. First, we should protect what we have already obtained, slowly develop the family's strength, and wait for the opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long breath and reminded his son. The Shimura family is too strong, so strong that it makes people despair. At least he can't see the hope of being able to compete with them. They shouldn't target the Shimura family. Let the Shimura family fight to the death with the unknown enemy from outer space, and then let Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara go up. They just need to wait for the final result. It's best to die together, and it's also okay to lose both sides. As for the Shimura family winning the final victory, they can only think of themselves as unlucky. This is fate. 448. Chapter 447 Kumigakure Sanhua. Shimura Xianding doesn't bother to care about what's going on in Konoha. Anyway, there are only so many things worth worrying about. However, there was a problem that made him very confused. Originally, those wives were very resistant to his desire to gather 49 young lady sponsors, but suddenly they took the initiative to find them for him, and they all set their sights on the ninja world. There are only 3 of them in Kumigakure who I like. Here are their information. Pointing to the 3 women tied up in tortoise shells, Yu Rain indicated that they were your new fiancé copyright ES. Hurry up and gather your dream of 49, and let us feel at ease. Yamujin, Samui, Mabi, it's them as expected. After reading the information handed over by his wife, Shimura Gento secretly said, as expected. The 3 girls looked very familiar, and their appearance and dress were very similar to those in the original book, and they all had their own characteristics. Yamujin's big braid, Samui's big chest, Mabi's wheat-colored skin. Perhaps because she left the special environment of the Land of Thunder, Mabi was not as dark as in the original book. She had a healthy wheat-colored skin color, showing a wild beauty. With her delicate features, tall figure, and special white hair, she is indeed very attractive. Of course, this is only secondary. Yi Lingyan doesn't just look at the appearance when judging people, even that thing is only secondary. What matters more is the aptitude, understanding, and character. The three women are very good in this aspect. They are the same age and only in their early 20s this year, but they have all fused at least one blood inheritance elimination. Among them, Yu Mu Ren is worthy of being the two-tailed Jinchuriki in the original work. He has the best aptitude and has fused two related blood inheritance eliminations. In terms of aptitude alone, it is not worse than those young lady sponsors in his family. They are all very high-quality sponsors. The most important thing is that the three women are all plot characters who appeared in the original work, which is what he values a euro most. After his research, he found that the young lady sponsors who have a role in the original work seem to have a higher aptitude, which should involve some metaphysical issues. Although the increase is not large, it is a good advantage if it accumulates little by little. Because of this, he did not rashly look for young lady sponsors before, and was ready to wait for those girls in the original work to grow up. But he did not expect that before he started, the wives took the lead, and the method was so direct and rough. Ahem, don't get excited. You will be my fiancé copyright ES from now on. When we develop feelings, we will get married. With a dry cough, he untied the ropes on the three girls and set them free. He was not in a hurry for these three sponsors. There was plenty of time. After all, you can't eat stinky tofu if you are impatient. Senior Yingyan. After being freed, the three girls glared at Yu Yingyan who had kidnapped them. They had read the information of this senior and knew that he was from Kumagakur, but who would have thought that he would help the evil today? He had abolished their chakra before, and now he found a man for them. What did he think of them? Ouch! Facing three unlovable juniors, Yu Yingyan immediately knocked 3 punches down, causing a big bump on the forehead of the three girls, and they were in pain and tears. Call me sister from now on. Glazing over, Yu Yirain signaled the traitor beside her to get out, and then patiently explained the nature and crisis of the ninja world to the three girls. She abducted the three girls not only to fulfill the traitor's 49-year-old dream, but also to leave more fire for Kumagakur. After all, she was born in Kumagakur and was cultivated by her teacher, so she naturally had to find a way to repay him. Accepting Yayu Ai and others before was just one of the attempts, and taking away the three girls of Samui this time was the second attempt. As for whether there will be another chance in the future, it is hard to say. The three girls of Yamuren were not convinced at first, but after listening to Yu Yirain's explanation, they were all terrified. They really didn't expect that the water in the ninja world was so deep, and there was even a person like the Six-Path Sage hiding in the dark for thousands of years. With a little thought from the ninja's thinking, it can be understood that the old monster must have bad intentions, otherwise he couldn't have been hiding in the dark for thousands of years. There must be a shocking plot, and the future of the ninja world is worrying. But you don't have to marry that guy. It took a long time for Ma Bai to come back to her senses. She didn't like the decision made by her senior. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to have a longer life? Or even immortality and eternal youth? Seeing that the three women were all resisting, Yu Yilingyan took out her trump card. No woman could refuse these. And she really didn't fool people. Practicing dual cultivation with that traitor would speed up the cultivation speed several times. For example, she has now reached the peak of the 3rd level in the universe and is trying to break through to the 4th level. This progress has left the others far behind. Mifune and others who were originally on par with her are still hovering at the peak of the 2nd level. Don't wait until I am still as young as a girl in the future, but you have become old women. Finally, there was another wave of stimulation, which made the three women hesitate. Apart from other things, the senior Yu Yilingyan looks really young now, like a young girl. When they stand together, the three of them look more like sisters. In the long run, maybe it will really become what the senior said. When she thought that she would be old in the future, but Yu Yilingyan was still as young as a girl, she felt uncomfortable. Let's try it. After hesitating for a while, the three girls finally decided to live with that guy first to see what kind of person he is. If he is not bad, they will marry him. Anyway, as women, they will get married in the future. Since they are all going to get married, they might as well find the strongest one. At the same time, Zhikan Xianding, who had just left, was stopped by his elder brother Huangtu. If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to say, fart quickly. Looking at Huangtu's shy look, Zhikan Xianding felt sick. It was too disgusting. Boss Ding, this is a photo of my daughter, what do you think? Seeing the boss's impatience, Huangtu quickly handed over a photo, which was a family photo of him, his wife and his daughter. Looking at the family photo in front of him, Zhikan Xianding couldn't help twitching his eyes. The style of this family photo is extremely weird. Huangtu is extremely burly, and it is impossible for him to take a photo with others under normal circumstances. So in the photo, the younger brother and his sister-in-law are holding their daughter and standing on Huangtu's shoulders. The combination is as weird as it can be. Fortunately, Huangtu's body was only enlarged at the beginning, and the pendant remained the same, otherwise no one would be able to bear this size. But then again, the eldest brother is worthy of being the son of the Tsuchikage. The wife he found is really beautiful, no worse than Bai Tu. But which boy of mine do you like? Looking at the little loli in the photo, Zhikan Xianding is more in favor. Although she is still young, she is a beauty. I just don't know which boy this elder brother has taken a fancy to. Over the years, he has worked hard with his wives and sisters to have many children, both boys and girls. In addition, he attaches great importance to quality education. It's okay if you like her, boss. I've already made an agreement with Uncle Danzo to send Kuratsuka here as a child bride first, and then get married when she comes of age. Without answering the elder brother's question, Huangtu avoided the main point and said that the marriage was settled. He was afraid that if he said it, the elder brother would beat him to death, so he decided to wait until Kuratsuka came of age. It would be best if the girl could do better and take down the elder brother, so that they could rest assured. After all, they joined too late, and they were always uneasy. If they could have a marriage, it would be the best. Even this time, he used the relationship of Bai Tu to meet Senior Danzo Shimura, and then negotiated the marriage. 449. Chapter 448 Avengers Alliance. The extermination of the two great clans of Uchiha and Senju had a great impact on the ninja world, but after hearing that it was the eldest son of the Uchiha family who did it, everyone felt that they could understand it. After all, the Uchiha family produces psychopaths in large quantities, so it is not surprising that there are weird and ruthless people like Uchiha Itachi. However, many ninja forces in Konoha ninja country were horrified and noticed something wrong. The Uchiha and Senju families were indeed destroyed, but the legacy was received by the people of the Hokage family, and it was received perfectly. If you say that this incident has nothing to do with the people of the Hokage family, they will not believe it even if they are beaten to death. The major ninja clans are more afraid of the Hokage family, and even have closer connections with each other, and there is a tendency to form an alliance against the Hokage family. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others naturally saw the small moves of the major ninja clans, but they had no time to take care of them. On the one hand, they had to digest the gains from the two major clans of Senju and Uchiha, and on the other hand, they had to guard against the people in the underground base of Senju Hashirama. There are the ancestors of the two great families who have been resurrected. Maybe Hashirama Senju and Madara Six Paths have severed their relations with Senju and Uchiha, but the ancestors of the two families may not be. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. It is not known whether the ancestors really did not care or were stopped by Hashirama Senju. In short, no one came to make trouble. The ninja world has entered a stable development stage again. The major ninja villages and major ninja clans are actively preparing for war, and the goal is exactly the 30-year agreement of that year. At the same time, the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire are also developing at full speed. The Shimura family has started the Jotien Planetary Formation Plan. Use the space transmission array to transmit the planets of the surrounding star system, and create 360 A-Euro lunar satellites for them, connect them with the original Earth, and use the Sun as the core foundation to create a stronger Jotien formation. After so many years of development, many third-level masters have appeared in the Wangxing Empire. The original national swordsmen, such as Shimura Suinding's grandfather, Yanren Jianhao, have reached the third level, which is enough to survive in outer space. Even those second-level masters can control Gundam puppets to work in outer space. The Wangxing Empire has fully entered the space age and is about to enter the interstellar age. With many people joining, the Jotien planet formation is proceeding in an orderly manner, using solar energy as an energy source to build space gates and transmit planets one after another. Dozens or hundreds of planets can be shaped in a year, and at the same time, those lifeless planets can be transformed with wood escape to make them suitable for survival. The creation of new life planets has greatly stimulated population growth. Especially after a bored couple of scientists developed a technology that allows people to give birth to multiple babies at a time, the population of the Wangxing Empire has been growing explosively every year, doubling in a year, and growing like a snowball. But even so, the population growth still cannot keep up with the shaping and development of life planets, allowing the Wangxing Empire to quickly enter the interstellar age. At the same time, the development of the ninja world was much slower, and even the population could not recover to the level before the Third World War. The main reason was that the 5 major ninja villages found that there were fatal flaws in the technology of artificial humans. The artificial humans they cultivated had limited potential and abnormal emotions. At most, they could only cultivate some cannon fodder. In desperation, the 5 major ninja villages could only terminate the plan to cultivate artificial humans in large quantities. On the top floor of a residential building in Konoha City, a young man was practicing a set of physical skills, while his body was constantly vibrating to temper his muscles, bones and internal organs. The boy was practicing the Shimura body strengthening secret technique. Although Konoha had vigorously studied the Shimura body strengthening secret technique and wanted to improve it, it ended up in vain. Because the Shimura body strengthening secret technique was already extremely perfect, it was impossible to improve it further. "Suzuki, look what I brought you." At this time, a blonde boy climbed up to the roof from the outside of the building and shook the form in his hand to show off. Quasi Cage Test. With the help of powerful dynamic vision, Suzuki saw the form clearly. That was a registration form for the Quasi Cage exam. It is said that the current Quasi Cage exam evolved from the Chunin exam a long time ago, but not everyone can participate, especially a rookie like him who has just graduated from the ninja school for less than a year. "Lunch is downstairs, eat as much as you want." Taking the form from his teammate, Uchiha Suzuki greeted as he walked down. "Then I'm not polite, it's a pity that Sakura didn't come." Uzumaki Naruto was overjoyed and hurried to catch up. Unlike Uchiha Suzuki, a rich second generation, he was a real pauper. He had to be frugal when eating before, and it was only after graduation that he became a ninja that things improved a little. Uchiha Suzuki, on the other hand, got a part of the Uchiha family's inheritance and bought such a luxurious villa in Konoha City. Uzumaki Naruto inherited the gluttonous attribute of the Uzumaki clan. Most of the prepared meals were eaten by him, and finally he carried the house like a pregnant woman for 10 months' big belly left. "Suzuki, don't hold me back during the exam." Before leaving, Uzumaki Naruto arrogantly warned. This time, Naruto must pass the Quasi Cage exam and become a cage-level strongman. At that time, everyone and Sakura will definitely look at him with new eyes. I should say this. After saying this coldly, Uchiha Suzuki was also looking forward to the next Quasi Cage exam, but what he was looking forward to was not the Quasi Cage exam itself, but the plan between him and teacher Kakashi. After making sure that his teammates had left the building and there was no one around to monitor, Uchiha Suzuki picked up the form and his eyes fell on a black dot on the form. It seemed to be just an insignificant black dot, but with the powerful vision of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could see that it was a seal. Recalling the hand seal that teacher Kakashi secretly taught him, he unsealed the seal on the black dot, and a mist dissipated, revealing a pocket version of Kakashi. "It's quite sumptuous. I came here in person early, and I can even get a free meal." Looking at the messy table, Kakashi's shadow clone couldn't help but complain. "When will Orochimaru and the others come?" Not paying attention to Kakashi's complaints, Uchiha Suzuki held a cup of tea and thought about the next plan. "You will see him when the Quasi Cage exam reaches the second stage." Kakashi replied, having long been accustomed to the indifference of his disciples. "You are not the protagonist of this Konoha collapse plan. Don't be impulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are not as simple as you think." Kakashi kindly warned his disciples not to be too impulsive and be killed. "I want Sarutobi Konohamaru's life." Uchiha Suzuki was still indifferent, and he was very calm. He knew very well that his current strength was equivalent to the Super Shadow level, and he was far from being a match for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Patience was necessary. But before leaving Konoha, he had to send a big gift to the old dog. "Suzuki, Konohamaru is still a child." Kakashi's shadow clone frowned. He didn't care about Konohamaru's life or death, but he was worried that this disciple would go to extremes and become completely perverted and degenerate. That was not what he wanted to see. After all, they were a master and a disciple, and he was still very satisfied with this disciple. Although everyone is working hard for revenge now, they can't take revenge as their entire life. Sasuke is still young and has a longer future. He can't be ruined by some garbage. 450. Chapter 449 Princess Orokai. I am very calm. I killed Konohamaru because he deserved to die. His eyes are a pair of Mangekyo. Sharingan. The power of Uchiha cannot be tainted by outsiders. His expression was still indifferent. Uchiha Sasuke did not target Sarutobi Konohamaru for revenge. The real reason for killing the other party was that he had a pair of Mangekyo. Sharingan, and that kind of eyes must come from their Uchiha family. Although the current technology can cultivate pupil eyes, it stops at the level of 3 Megatama, and the Mangekyo can only be opened by the Uchiha family ninjas. Yes, he has learned the truth about the extermination of the clan from teacher Kakashi, at least part of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are the culprits who killed their Uchiha, and his brother is just a tool being used. Aren't you going to leave Konoha? Suddenly asked, Uchiha Sasuke really hopes that the teacher can leave Konoha with him. He has had enough of this dirty place. The Konoha collapse plan is just a test. Leaving a word, the pocket version of Kakashi's shadow clone seal was released. His and Uchiha Sasuke's identities are very sensitive and have been under surveillance. In order to avoid suspicion from the old dog Sarutobi Hiruzen, they have never met in private. Either communicate with illusions or use this shadow clone method to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Old dog Sarutobi, it's time to pay back your debt. The scarlet pattern spun in his eyes, and Uchiha Sasuke hated Sarutobi Hiruzen to the extreme. His parents were killed and his clan was exterminated, but what he couldn't stand was that his brother was deceived and threatened. Maybe others thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was a good person, but a careful consideration would show that it was pure nonsense. Apart from anything else, Naruto's experience alone was unacceptable. A few years ago, rumors of the demon fox spread throughout Konoha City. Naruto, who had just grown up, was rejected by everyone and even chased and beaten by some children. He was hungry and cold. You have to know that he was the son of the fourth Hokage. He could see that Sarutobi Hiruzen was just raising a dog. When Naruto was most desperate, he hypocritically sent a piece of warmth to make Naruto the most loyal dog under his command. But Naruto was stubborn. Many people with clear eyes could see the problem, but he couldn't see through it. He really treated the third Hokage as his closest relative. He even wants to become Hokage. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's lust for power, unless the old guy dies, it is impossible for an outsider to become Hokage. When the cage was reinstated, it was agreed that it was only a temporary position, but he has been a temporary position for 13 years, and he still has no intention of giving up the throne. Not to mention that his son Sarutobi Shinoshoke is secretly eyeing him. Now that I think about it, Uzumaki Naruto seems to be more pitiful than me. I hope to find a way to become stronger from Orochimaru, and a way to use the 9 tails. Gently stroking his lower abdomen, Uchiha Sasuke recalled the intelligence information about Orochimaru, who would be his future boss, or partner. Back then, he didn't learn much cultivation knowledge in his family. He was able to cultivate to the super cage level mainly because of the eternal Mangekyo and the teachings of Kakashi. But this step is already the limit. Although Kakashi's strength is far beyond the super cage level, but his training method is not suitable for him. He needs a new teacher, and Orochimaru is the best choice. In addition, he has to find a way to use the Yin 9 tails. This is an invincible force. As long as it is used, it can definitely destroy Konoha. Fortunately, his father's seal was perfect that year, and it was not noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and even the Byakugan could not see through it, otherwise he would not have been alive until now. The Quasi-Cage exam was carried out as scheduled. After passing the first round of written exams, the young ninjas from Konoha and Sand Village who came to participate entered a forest. A vast forest covering an area of a hundreds of miles. The power of wood release is really magical. Sakura Haruno couldn't help but exclaimed as she squatted down and gently stroked the sand below. She had collected a lot of information before, including this forest. Originally this was a bare sandy land, and then the forest was shaped by wood release, forcibly changing the geological terrain. Separate and meet at the end. Ignoring the two teammates, after leaving a word, Uchiha Sasuke rushed into the depths of the forest. He needed to meet Orochimaru, so it was not appropriate to bring two teammates with him. And Orochimaru was a dangerous person, and he didn't want his two teammates to follow him into danger. Damn it, what is Sasuke doing? Uzumaki Naruto, who had just come to his senses, was very upset. They were a team, how could Sasuke leave the team? Harano Sakura on the side was thoughtful, guessing that Sasuke might have something he didn't want them to see. But as a smart woman, Harano Sakura was very tactful and didn't say it. Not to mention how Harano Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto acted here, Uchiha Sasuke on the other side stopped after running more than 10 kilometers and stared at the two women on the side. Although they were two women, they were integrated into the surrounding environment, and even if they had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they almost didn't see it. You are worthy of being Itake's brother. The white-haired woman in the lead praised him and licked her lips. She was very satisfied with Uchiha Sasuke's keen insight. It is really rare to grow up to this level in a place like Konoha. Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke was puzzled. He had read the information about Orochimaru, part of which was provided by teacher Kakashi. He knew that licking his lips was a habit of Orochimaru, and his tongue was very long. But the information said that Orochimaru was obviously a man, so how could he be a woman now? He believed in his eyes very much. The Orochimaru in front of him was definitely not a man dressed as a woman, but a real woman. The real ancestor of the ninja world is a woman, and all the blood limit also comes from her. I collected the blood of her direct descendants and fused and restored the purest blood, so that I had this perfect body. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's doubts, Orochimaru did not hide his own situation. He was determined to pursue the truth of the ninja world, and Kagayahime was the real source of the ninja world. If he wanted to pursue the truth, he had to start from that woman. Unfortunately, that woman was mixed up with Shimura Gentoi, so he had no choice but to start from her bloodline. Finally, the bloodlines of the Feathered Blood Pawn Senju Uchiha Uzumaki Hyuga Kagaya and the Moon Otsutsuki clan were fused to create this perfect body. You also have Sharingan. His face turned cold, and Uchiha Sasuke was very unhappy. Don't mind, I didn't use your Uchiha's Sharingan, I just borrowed some of your genetic bloodline, and this I was awakened by myself. Orochimaru smiled and opened the three Magatama Samsara Sharingan between his eyebrows. She also learned about Uchiha Sasuke's information, and naturally understood that the night of genocide was the boy's taboo, and she hated others taking the eyes of the Uchiha family the most. However, he only got some Uchiha blood and fused it with the most original Otsutsuki blood. He did not take away the Uchiha family's Sharingan. The eye between his eyebrows was awakened by himself. Your eye. Orochimaru's explanation made Uchiha Sasuke feel better. After all, he just borrowed some blood. However, the eye between Orochimaru's eyebrows was very unusual. It actually gave him a sense of oppression, and even his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had a tendency to close. 451. Chapter 450 Uchiha Izumi. There are many eye techniques circulating in the ninja world, but the only ones that can form a system are the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Samsara Eye. Among them, the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye can be integrated with each other. If you have the abilities of both at the same time, the power will be stronger. My Samsara Sharingan has 3 Megatama. Your brother Itachi also has a Samsara Eye, which is also 3 Megatama, but his is a pure Samsara Eye, which has not been integrated with the Sharingan. Patiently explaining to Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru is very optimistic about this young man. Not to mention that he can become a powerful helper, at least he can help him entangle Uchiha Itachi to prevent him from ruining his own good deeds. What do you want from me? What can I get from you? Asking the doubts in his heart, Uchiha Sasuke knew that Orochimaru must have some plan. You must know that this time he is not looking for cooperation with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru has invited him through Kakashi. Itachi wants to get rid of me for Konoha, I need a helper to hold him back, in return, I can help you become stronger. No secret, Orochimaru has no desire for Uchiha Sasuke now, after all, he already has a better one, even in terms of physical potential alone, far beyond the two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. As long as he continues to improve, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses the two brothers. Including becoming that kind of body? With a thought in his mind, Uchiha Sasuke thought of a way to defeat his brother and destroy Konoha. He knew how powerful his brother was. Uchiha Itachi, who had devoured all the Uchiha clan members and the Senju clan members, was very strong, especially since he had devoured his father's samsara eye and became even stronger. Relying on orthodox training, he would never be able to defeat his brother, let alone destroy Konoha. He needed stronger power and a body with more potential. Orochimaru's body that combined all the powerful bloodlines was very good. "You want my body?" His expression gradually became weird. Orochimaru really didn't expect Uchiha Sasuke to be interested in this. "You don't want to give it?" "That's not the case. It's just that the bloodline of this body is too strong. So far, I can only cultivate a female body. If you insist on needing it, you can only become a woman like me." Licking his lips, Orochimaru was very curious about how determined Uchiha Sasuke could be. "When will it start?" When will you start replacing this body for me?" Uchiha Sasuke answered decisively, without any hesitation. "I will adjust a new body for Sasuke-kun tonight, and it should be almost ready after the Konoha collapse plan is over." More satisfied, Orochimaru did not trademark mind adjusting a perfect body for Uchiha Sasuke. Anyway, he also needed more data to develop this perfect body, so it was just right to replace one for Uchiha Sasuke. "Who is she? Why does she have our Uchiha Sharingan?" After completing the transaction with Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke looked at another woman. Although the other party did not show the Sharingan, he would never sense that kind of pupil power wrongly. The other party must have a pair of Sharingan, and the level is not low. "Little Sasuke, after not seeing you for a few years, you can't trademark even recognize your sister?" Take off the mask, and a cold smile appeared on Uchiha Izumi trademark's face. "Sister Izumi?" The familiar face made Uchiha Sasuke stunned, especially the beauty mole at the corner of the other's eye. That was Uchiha Izumi, who was close to his brother Itachi, and was accepted as a disciple by his mother Uchihami. "Sister Izumi, you are not dead." After being stunned, Uchiha Sasuke jumped over excitedly, his eyes red. God has mercy on him, he thought that all the tribe members were killed, but he didn't expect that Sister Izumi was still alive. It was really great. "I happened to be out on a mission that year and escaped." Smiling and touching the boy's head, Uchiha Izumi recalled the experience of that year, and his heart became colder. "Not only did you escape, after the night of the extermination of the clan, your brother hunted down the remaining Uchiha and Senju tribesmen everywhere, and Izumi was one of them. If I hadn't happened to meet you, you would really become the only Uchiha." He said this with a smile, but Uchiha Sasuke's body stiffened, his fists clenched tighter, and he gritted his teeth. Konoha. In his opinion, all this was Konoha's fault. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen and his people who forced his brother to make such a decision. You should know that Sister Izumi was his girlfriend back then, and his mother even planned to wait for the two to come of age to arrange a wedding for them. She was his sister-in-law. But because of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his people, his brother not only slaughtered the family, but also hunted down the clan members outside, even including his former girlfriend. He didn't know how his brother felt when he hunted down Sister Izumi, but it must have been painful. It's all Konoha's fault. Your mother didn't practice chakra back then, but the immortal energy from the Shimura family, and there were many secret techniques. Your mother passed those secret techniques to Izumi, and Izumi even used the immortal energy to sneak into the 10,000 Stars Empire in recent years and obtained many powerful secret techniques. If you want to become stronger, you have to curry favor with your sister Izumi. He made a suggestion. Orochimaru was looking forward to how Uchiha Sasuke would grow in the future. Really? His eyes lit up. Uchiha Sasuke was eager for powerful strength. If Sister Izumi really had a powerful secret technique, he would naturally find a way to get it and practice it. It's not easy to get my secret technique. You have to exchange it with something. First, I will issue you a task. Bring me the life of Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson, and I will teach you a secret technique that can be practiced with chakra. He coldly stated a commissioned task. Uchiha Izumi followed Orochimaru back this time for revenge. Revenge Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and even revenge Konoha. I accept this task. He took the task very readily. Uchiha Sasuke had long wanted to kill Sarutobi Konohamaru. No matter who transplanted the Sharingan, since it appeared on the other party, it was a way to die. No one can taint their Uchiha Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, put some of your flesh and blood in it, so that I can cultivate the most suitable and perfect body for you. Throwing a glass bottle to Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru turned his head and looked to the left. There are many people participating in the quasi-shadow exam this time, and there are also many juniors with strong perception. He doesn't take ordinary perception methods seriously, but the Byakugan of the Hyuga family is very troublesome. It happens that a Byakugan girl is approaching quickly. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Uchiha Sasuke was also unambiguous. He used a kunao to cut off a small piece of flesh and blood from his arm and put it in the bottle, throwing it to Orochimaru, while treating the wound on his arm. Sasuke-kun, see you another day. After taking the bottle, Orochimaru sank into the ground with a smile, and Uchiha Izumi also used space skills to leave, leaving Uchiha Sasuke alone standing there. Without staying for long, he jumped into the depths of the forest, but soon stopped again, because there was a person blocking the way, a boy with white eyes. It seems that you already know the truth about the Uchiha clan extermination. Are you interested in cooperating with me once? The boy with white eyes looked at the boy with Sharingan opposite him and was very interested in him. But the words he said made Uchiha Sasuke's heart sink. He looked around and searched for other enemies hidden in the dark. The Konoha collapse plan is an absolute secret. Once it is leaked, it will inevitably be surrounded and killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. With his current strength, it will be difficult for him to even escape. 452. Chapter 451 Konoha, which is full of disasters. No need to look. There are only you and me within a radius of 3 kilometers. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's alertness, Hyuga Niji introduced himself. Hyuga Niji, a bird that wants to break free from the birdcage, please give me more advice. Hyuga. Thinking, Uchiha Sasuke remembered Hyuga Niji's information. Hyuga Niji is a famous person in the Ninja Academy. He was the first in the previous class, and he is the first in this class. Although they have never met and have no intersection, they have been friends for a long time. And I heard that his father Hyuga Hayashi died 2 years ago. It is not clear how he died, but given the cruel nature of the Hyuga family, there must be something inside. Uchiha Sasuke, an avenger, please give me more advice. After understanding Hyuga Niji's identity, Uchiha Sasuke put down his guard and also showed a sincere smile. He wanted revenge, and Hyuga Niji wanted to break free from the birdcage and gain freedom, or there was also a component of revenge. The two of them had almost the same goals and could indeed cooperate. Not to mention the pie transaction between the two teenagers, because of the quasi-shadow exam, many people sneaked into Konoha, including Shimura Gentoi. How could he miss such a famous scene as the quasi-shadow exam? Uncle, why bother? In the courtyard of the head of the Hyuga branch family, Shimura Gento sighed, took out a special version of Shimura Urquiatu, and soaked his uncle's tablet in it. He really didn't expect that this uncle would die. It's just a child, so what? People like this think too much and make themselves unhappy. Husband, I want to take Niji back. Hinata Suzuan, who had just cried, said. She didn't expect that her brother would die young, leaving only a child in the Hyuga family, and was put on the caged bird curse, and his life and death were controlled by others. Of course it's no problem. It just so happens that I think Niji is a good boy. Take him back to be a child husband for our daughter. Shimura Gento agreed very much, and at the same time he was full of resentment. The daughter born with Suzuan was really naughty. She didn't let people live in peace at all. She destroyed the world of two people with Hyuga Suzuan countless times. She has to get married quickly. Is there a father like you? She glared at him coquettishly, but Hyuga Suzuan didn't object, as her daughter was indeed old enough to get married. Talk to your uncle, soak his tablet for a while, he loved drinking when he was alive. After telling his wife, Shimura Gentoi walked out, and Uchiha Poison Wine was already waiting there. What's the matter? Boss, we found out that Hyuga Niji has a connection with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. With excitement in his eyes, Uchiha Poison Wine smelled something going on. Oh, Konoha is really a troubled place. Chuckling, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but feel more pity for Konoha. The target of the Moon Otsutsuki clan must be the giant reincarnation eye of the Hyuga clan. It just so happens that Hyuga Hayashi will leave the clan for his daughter and come to Konoha City to watch the last round of the quasi-shadow assessment. That is the best time for the Moon Otsutsuki clan to take action. In this case, they will definitely take action in Konoha City. In addition, with the Konoha collapse plan planned by Orochimaru and Kakashi, it is unknown whether Konoha can still exist after this battle. That kid is ruthless enough. Not only did he contact the Moon Otsutsuki clan, he also secretly contacted the 4 major ninja countries. We found out that the 4 major ninja countries secretly sent elites to sneak into the territory of Konoha ninja country and slowly approached Konoha city. Even some ninja forces in Konoha are still covering for it. Konoha city will definitely be very lively next time. By the way, that kid seems to have some contact with sister-in-law Suzuan. Laughing even happier, Uchiha Doju also admired Hyuga Niji's ruthlessness. This is to destroy Konoha and the Hyuga family. Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and at the same time, he was more satisfied with his son-in-law, Hyuga Niji. This mind, this ability to stir up trouble, is quite like his style in the past. Haven't you found the hiding place of the Six-Path Sage yet? Thinking of another thing, Shimura Gentoi was very puzzled about where the 2 old silver coins were hiding. There has been no news for so many years, and there is no clue at all. We didn't find any clues either. The old guy is too good at hiding. But it's only a matter of a few years. When the 30-year agreement between you and the first generation of Hokage is up, the old guy will definitely not be able to help but take action. Uchiha Doju was also very puzzled, but he was not worried. Anyway, it was only a few years. You all should be careful, don't let that old sly guy trick you, but don't worry, even if I really die, I will take good care of Sister Lee. Patting his brother's shoulder, Shimura Gento couldn't help but think of the beautiful Uchiha Lee, that little sister was also his relative. That's right, Uchiha Obito didn't get together with Nohara Rin, but hooked up with one of his daughters, the kind who gave her his first kiss. As for Nohara Rin, she became Tsunade's disciple, his junior sister, part-time wife. Back then, the wives found many girls and Tsunade teacher accepted 3 disciples, all of whom were girls in the original book. Kato Shizuan, Yakushi Nono and Nohara Rin, it must be said that the 3 of them are indeed very talented in medical skills, and now they have become Tsunade's right-hand men in medical development and research. No need, I will take good care of Xiao Li. His face immediately darkened, and Uchiha Doju wanted to kick his size 42 shoes in the face of this black pot boss. He knew that this big brother had a perverted hobby and had a good impression of our wives. Although he would not hook up with married women whose husbands were still alive, he had no scruples about those widowed girls at home. If he really died, this guy would definitely take good care of Xiao Li for him. He is really his good boss. Although he also knew that this was the elder brother reminding him to be careful, after all, once the Six-Path Sage jumped out of the dark, he would definitely be ready for a decisive battle, and he would act without scruples. He might really attack him, so he must be careful, but your way of reminding him is too tricky. By the way, boss, when are you going to rescue Jupin? Not wanting to continue on that disgusting topic, Uchiha Poison Wine changed the subject, wondering why this elder brother clearly had intentions towards Uzumaki Jupin, but he didn't do it yet. Last time the Uchiha clan was exterminated, they took away Uchiha Miai, so there was no reason for him to give up Uzumaki Jupin. It's not time yet. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gento had already set up a script for the sister-in-law, and it was about to end. Of course, although the script was set, he would not intervene in the matter, let alone do anything, and he only needed to wait quietly. You have to know that Uzumaki Kyuubi and Namikaze Minato are in true love. If you want to bring that sister-in-law over as a sponsor, you must cut off the feelings between the other party and Namikaze Minato. It is very difficult to achieve this step. You have to do it step by step. Don't rush. Go and warn Uncle Hiruzen. Do it secretly, don't let the old guy notice your existence. Thinking about the current situation of Konoha and the hidden forces, Shimura Gentoi decided to help Uncle Hiruzen. If you want to play Konoha, you have to rely on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey! With a confused face, Uchiha Doju really couldn't understand the weird operation of the big brother. You have to know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the enemy of the Shimura family. He has cheated the Shimura family many times before. Why is he helping the other party now? 453. Chapter 452 The Poor Kazekage. When Shimura Gentoi watched Naruto in his previous life, he heard the wise words of a silly netizen. If you are from Konoha, then kill the Konoha F4 as soon as possible. If you are not from Konoha, then let the Konoha F4 live a long life. The Sarutobi Hiruzen quartet is a real pitfall. Even with Konoha's profound foundation, they were almost ruined. So the best way to harm Konoha is to let the Sarutobi Hiruzen quartet live a few more years. In the original work, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not died and Tsunade had not become the 5th Hokage, Konoha would definitely still be dead and would not have survived the 4th Ninja World War. It might not even survive the plot of Pain's destruction of the village, so he needs Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue to live and live to the end. The power of the Hokage line cannot collapse, otherwise how can they destroy Konoha and even the entire ninja world without spending a single soldier? What? Uchiha Sasuke's real body sneaked out to kill the 4th Kazekage? Did you see it right? Just as Shimura Gento was enjoying his wife's backstepping service, Uzumaki Zetsu's head popped out from the floor and reported a rather shocking news. Sinister Black Pot, please don't question my professionalism. Uzumaki Zetsu adjusted his non-existent tie, very dissatisfied with Shimura Gento's suspicion. In terms of peeping, Uzumaki Zetsu considered himself the second in the ninja world, and no one dared to claim to be the first. Can he kill him? After drinking a sip of milk to calm down, Shimura Gentosu really didn't expect Uchiha Sasuke to be so brave that he killed someone else's kage before he even reached adulthood. He should have succeeded. Uzumaki Zetsu had some understanding of Uchiha Sasuke's strength, not to mention that there were Orochimaru and others beside him to support him. Well, you are worthy of being the floor tile among the 5 kage. He couldn't help but complain. Shimura Gento really didn't know how to evaluate the kage who borrowed from the Sand Village. The 3rd Kazekage was killed by the little scorpion who was not yet an adult, and the 4th Kazekage was killed by Uchiha Sasuke who was only 13 years old. It really discredited the 5 kage. Also, Sister Carula called before and asked you to take care of Temari and her 3 siblings, especially Temari, who is your future wife, Black Pot. Thinking of Carula's previous call, Uzumaki Zetsu hurriedly spoke to pass on the message. In fact, Temari herself was his main target of peeping. He had been peeping at her since she was a child. She was one of the few beauties in the Sand Village. Although she hasn't really grown up yet, she is already a beauty embryo, and she has good qualifications and great potential. That girl is not yet an adult. With a speechless complaint, Shimura Gento felt that most of his girls had problems with their eyes. They often brought him some big Lolita girls. The most outrageous one was Bai Tu. At first, he thought Huang Tu wanted to be his in-law, but who would have thought that the guy wanted to be his father-in-law? The next day, he beat the older brother so hard that he couldn't take care of himself, and then happily got a little Lolita. There was no way, that guy came up with a trick of killing first and asking for permission later, and directly prepared the marriage certificate. How could he refuse it? But he didn't expect that Jiaoyuo would also learn bad things. Husband, I'm not yet an adult, don't have any crooked thoughts. While doing Hinata Suzuan, who was doing a back massage, smiled and said that although she knew her husband was a pervert, she hoped that he would have some bottom line and not harm the little girl, at least until he was an adult. Am I that kind of person? Replied helplessly, Shimura Gento felt that his wife had a deep misunderstanding of him. He thought that as a gentleman, how could Shimura Gento do such a dirty thing? Unfortunately, he didn't see that Hinata Suzuan on his back rolled her eyes. She had experienced it herself. When she was in the Hidden Rock Village, this guy made her do so many shameful things. Even Mikoto said that as early as when they were in the daimyo mansion, they were secretly taken advantage of by that guy. At the same time, on the other side, the 4th Kazekage Raza, who had just arrived at the border of Konoha ninja country, was indeed killed by Uchiha Sasuke. Although Raza had reached the extreme shadow level after years of hard training, his strength was 1 level higher than the super shadow level. But unfortunately, this is not a desert environment, so his strength is greatly reduced, and he was not prepared, so he was killed. The most tragic thing is that he was used by Orochimaru after he died. Luo Sha, try your new body to see if it fits you. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me and I will adjust it for you. Orochimaru asked Luo Sha with a smile after completing his body transformation. He had studied the technique of impure world reincarnation in depth and improved it a lot. Although he could not be completely resurrected, it was not a problem to resurrect for a period of time. Luo Sha is now impure world reincarnation inside and his own body outside, which is equivalent to a living dead. Although he lost the immortal body of impure world reincarnation, he retained the characteristics of endless chakra. In theory, his combat power is much greater than that before he died, and he should be able to reach the level of Kage. Even in the favorable environment of the desert, he can reach the level of God Kage, which is second only to the 6 paths level. After all, no matter what, Luo Sha is also a great man who has pushed the magnetic escape to the level of the 4 attribute bloodline. Should I thank you? With a gloomy face, Luo Sha wanted to stab the guy in front of him to death. Originally, Orochimaru worked with him to plan the collapse of Konoha, but who would have thought that this guy would suddenly lead people to kill before entering Konoha? Don't be angry. Luo Shijin also knows what kind of person you are. Keeping you is always an unstable factor, but don't worry, I don't want to harm the Sand Village, I will let them get away with the next Konoha collapse plan. He said to comfort, but Luo Sha, who was comforted, was not happy at all. After all, he is dead. Although he did have other plans, you did it too cruelly. Next, act according to the plan. Luo Shijin is a smart man, so you don't need me to command, right? While speaking, Orochimaru raised his hand to seal and slightly activated the talisman in Luo Sha's body. Konoha's power is no longer what it used to be. Disguise is impossible. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's side has been able to clone the Byakugan. Although they are just ordinary Byakugan, they can still see through almost all disguises at close range. In terms of insight, even the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot compare to the Byakugan. Not to mention that Hyuga Hayashi and others have stronger samsara eyes, he is not sure he can hide it. As for going directly to the impure world reincarnation, it is not realistic. The current state of the living dead is just right. I want to strengthen Gaara and make him the 5th Kazekage. Quickly accepting the reality, Luo Sha stated his own requirements. Since he is already dead, he might as well maximize the benefits. Now that he has almost unlimited chakra, many forbidden techniques that only exist in imagination can be performed, just right to strengthen a wave of young sons. I thought that Luoshikun only used that child as a weapon in war. Orochimaru was very surprised by Luosha's request. He knew Gaara's information very well. It seemed that the Sand Village had saved a lot of one-tail chakra to try to create an artificial tailed beast, and finally succeeded in creating a new one-tail. Although the new one-tail was very small, it was undoubtedly one-tail. Then Gaara became the one-tail Jinchuriki and had a miserable childhood. Do you mind if I do some experiments on Gaara? Don't worry, I will definitely not harm him, and there will even be considerable benefits. He became interested. In Orochimaru's view, Gaara was a very high-quality material that could verify many of the previous unrealized conjectures. To be honest, Luosha wanted to kill people, very much. 454. Chapter 453 The Inside Story of the Competition. For Luosha's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally went to the city gate to greet him. He had previously sent invitations to the 4 major ninja nations to participate in the quasi-shadow examination held by Konoha, but only the Sand Village responded. This was a good start, and he even sincerely planned to cooperate with the Sand Village. Although he also wanted to unify the ninja world, he knew that it was unrealistic and meaningless. Even if the 5 major ninja nations were really unified, the biggest beneficiaries would only be those middle and high-level ninja forces. After all, there were limited talents, and he simply could not control so many territories. At that time, he could only further divide the ninja forces. With larger territories and more resources, those ninja forces would inevitably develop and grow further, and even evolve into the situation of the Warring States period. That was not what he wanted to see, so it was necessary to cooperate with the other 4 major ninja villages, and it could also be used to suppress those ninja forces in the ninja kingdom. However, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's enthusiasm, Luo Sha sneered in his heart, and at the same time he was quite sympathetic. I don't know if this old guy can still laugh after the Konoha collapse plan begins. The next round of the final the match started smoothly, with the elites in the first 2 rounds showing themselves one-on-one. Please welcome Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata to the stage. In the audience, Shimura Gento listened to the selection of the next match and sneered. I bet a dime that there must be something shady in this pairing. Although Konoha's official statement was that the opponents were randomly matched, that was just to fool fools. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there must be some shady operations. For example, the pair of Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata is very intriguing. You must know that Hyuga Niji is a branch family ninja, while Hyuga Hinata is a main family ninja. The two are naturally hostile. In addition, the death of Hyuga Niji's father Hyuga Hayashi was also related to the main family. Arranging these 2 people to fight is simply exacerbating the conflict between the main family and the branch family. He saw Hyuga Hayashi in the opposite audience turning his head to look at the main stand, and obviously saw the sinister intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata, don't fight him, just admit defeat. The usually taciturn Aberme Shino suddenly spoke up to remind her that she didn't want her teammate Hinata Hyuga to fight this battle. Hyuga Niji is too strong, and can be called the number one of the younger generation. The most important thing is that the conflict between the Hyuga main family and the branch family is not a secret among the top ninja clans. As the eldest son of the Aberme clan, Aberme Shino naturally knows something. And it seems that the death of Hyuga Niji's father is also related to the Hyuga main family. He must be resentful and may kill Hinata. This battle is too dangerous. Hinata, don't think too much. Niji is your brother. It's not shameful to admit defeat to him. Inyazuka Kaiba also persuaded, and he did not agree with Hinata fighting Hyuga Niji. Yui Kurane said nothing, but she was also extremely worried. I know. After a long silence, Hyuga Hinata, with her head down, responded and walked into the competition venue silently. Both sides are in position, the match officially begins. The referee, the Konoha ninja, announced the start of the match and stepped back. Only Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata were left standing opposite each other. Miss Hinata, admit defeat. Fighting is not your specialty, but protection is. Your destiny is not here. Hyuga Niji also persuaded Hyuga Hinata to admit defeat. The gap between the two sides was too big, so there was no need to fight. Moreover, he had no ill feelings towards Hyuga Hinata, so there was no need to fight. Hyuga Hinata remained silent and hesitated. You are introverted and cowardly, and your strength is the worst in the team. It is natural for you to admit defeat. No one will look down on you. Now I am asking you to admit defeat as your brother. Continuing to persuade coldly, Hyuga Niji really didn't want to fight with Hyuga Hinata, and this made Hyuga Hinata more hesitant, especially the last sentence as a brother. But this annoyed a person who was watching the game outside. Asshole, what right do you have to make decisions for others? Hinata, kill him, I believe you can do it. Roaring with clenched fists, Uzumaki Naruto hated this kind of asshole who made decisions for others without considering others' feelings. He hated others looking down on the weak even more, because he was the last one in the team and the weakest one in the team when he graduated. Even Sakura was better than him, especially in cultural subjects. His philosophy is that as long as you work hard, you can achieve all your ideals. How similar is Hyuga Hinata now to him? Hinata, at least say a few words, I can't stand it anymore. Seeing that Hyuga Hinata still didn't say anything, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little disappointed. Everyone is the last one in the team, and must not be looked down upon by those self-righteous geniuses. Idiot. Looking at the blonde boy on the stand, Hyuga Niji gave an idiotic evaluation. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke next to him also gave his teammate an idiotic evaluation, and he really couldn't believe that this guy was the son of the fourth Hokage. Did the old dog Sarutobi viciously feed him with inferior milk powder, making him brain dead? Asshole Sasuke, who are you calling an idiot? Uzumaki Naruto has good hearing and immediately turned around and glared at his teammates. Although he and Sasuke have a deep bond, he can't tolerate the other's contemptuous eyes the most, which hurts his self-esteem. Idiot who knows nothing. He commented again and said it in more detail. In the eyes of ordinary people, Hyuga Niji seems to be really despising and insulting Hyuga Hinata, but he knows Niji and the Hyuga family very well that Hyuga Niji is protecting Hinata, a different kind of protection. Persuading Hyuga Hinata to surrender voluntarily is the best result. It was about to succeed, but it was ruined by Uzumaki Naruto. He had already sensed Hinata Hyuga's rising fighting spirit and determination, and a fight between brother and sister was inevitable. Brother Ninkai, I know I am weak, but I want to try to change myself, please teach me. Hyuga Hinata said firmly, posing the starting posture of the soft fist. She didn't want to disappoint Naruto-kun. I know you like that boy, but he is not suitable for you, whether in terms of IQ, body, or identity. He is not cheering for you, maybe what I said touched his self-esteem, and he felt the same way. You don't need to prove yourself to him, you are excellent, I know this very well. Hyuga Ninkai opened his mouth to persuade again, and he really wanted to kill that idiot at this moment. It was beyond his expectation to confront Hinata, and now that idiot messed up the situation, it made things complicated all of a sudden, and the most fatal thing was that it might affect his own plan. After her secret was exposed, Hyuga Hinata blushed, but she still said firmly, please give me some advice, brother Niji. You have to think clearly. Losing to a branch family of mine is something the main family will never allow. You should understand the consequences of failure. Don't expect me to let you down or even admit defeat. For my father, I can't lose. Hyuga Niji tried to persuade her again, but Hinata was still determined. I can't do anything about you. Seeing his sister's determination, Hyuga Niji sighed, stood with his hands behind his back, and waited for Hinata to attack. Sakura, don't listen to his nonsense. You are the only one in my heart. Uzumaki Naruto in the stands was anxious. He hurriedly explained to the girl beside him, and even sweated on his face. He really didn't have any feelings for Hinata, and they had no relationship. They had never even said a few words before. How could he be involved? Will Sakura misunderstand him because of this? 455. Chapter 454 Brother-Sister Showdown. Bang! The thin veins on her forehead were throbbing, and Sakura Haruno, unable to bear it any longer, punched her. I'll tell you again, I don't like you, and I will never like you, so just give up on that idea. The girl was almost mad to death. Why did she get stuck with such a dogskin plaster? Sakura, I really like you. Naruto Uzumaki, who had a big bump on his forehead, felt aggrieved. He didn't understand why Sakura didn't accept him, and even hated him. He knew he was very bad before, but he was changing, and he also had good strength to protect Sakura. What do you like about me? Can't I change? The girl was about to cry. What sin had she committed in her previous life to have met such a thing? She could naturally see that Uzumaki Naruto really liked her, and that Naruto had made great progress in recent times, but the problem was that this guy's identity was too sensitive. If they really got together with that guy, their whole family would be monitored, and even worse situations might happen. In addition, teacher Kakashi also said that this guy was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and ordinary people could not bear the Nine Tails. If this guy had an accident in the future, his offspring would have to take over and become the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's miserable childhood, you can understand the attitude of the village leaders towards the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. She didn't want her future children to have such a miserable fate. Compared to that, Sasuke is much better and is her best choice. Sakura, I know you have misunderstood me, but I won't give up. You will definitely accept me in the future. After the loss, Uzumaki Naruto quickly recovered his spirit and declared his determination with full energy. I want to be quiet, don't ask me who is quiet. The boy's determination gave Haruno Sakura a headache, and she squatted aside to draw circles. At the same time, the battle below officially began. Hyuga Hinata knew that her strength was far inferior to her cousin, so she chose to take the initiative to attack. But she couldn't get close to Hyuga Niji at all, and just kept waving and dodging in the air, and sometimes even had to retreat, as if responding to invisible attacks. This weird scene made most of the audience confused, but some older ninjas stood up in shock, with an incredible look on their faces, and at the same time they were more frightened. How is it possible? How could he practice that? Hyuga Hayashi was horrified and couldn't help but recall the golden armored boy back then. How could Niji know that person's tricks? Did he research it himself? Or did someone else teach him? Teacher Kakashi, what's wrong? Sensing the abnormality of the people around him, Uchiha Sasuke asked in confusion. Uzumaki Naruto and Sakura also looked at Kakashi, and even Lee and others on the side looked at their teacher, wondering what method Hyuga Niji used to make so many people shocked. I don't know much, it seems that someone was also very good at using chakra threads to fight in the past. With a simple explanation, Hitaki Kakashi looked at the white-eyed boy below, and felt deeply. He knew that he had underestimated the boy before. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he imagined. If it weren't for the restrictions of the bird in the cage, he would never be worse than Sasuke. Sasuke. Without getting a satisfactory answer from Kakashi, Sakura looked at her teammates. Uchiha Sasuke also revealed his Sharingan, but only revealed the 3 Megatama level. He has 361 chakra threads around his body, and he used those threads to fight against Hinata Hyuga, but... Uchiha Sasuke frowned, puzzled. But what? More curious, Sakura guessed that her teammates must have seen something. His chakra threads are very condensed, unprecedentedly condensed, more condensed than Kakashi's chakra. His brows frowned even tighter, and Uchiha Sasuke really couldn't understand how Hyuga Niji could cultivate chakra to that level, at least his own chakra concentration was far less than that. Isn't the Hyuga family famous in the ninja world for its strong chakra control? It's normal for chakra to be more condensed. She was even more puzzled. She had read about the major ninja clans in the ninja world, including the Hyuga clan. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan were proficient in the physical technique of soft fist. In order to inject chakra into the enemy's acupuncture points, the chakra concentration must be strong enough. As a genius of the younger generation of Hyuga, it is normal for Hyuga Niji to be better. Not strong in the general sense. After a simple explanation, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Kakashi, hoping to get an answer. That kind of concentration is achieved through acquired efforts. The process is very painful and dangerous, and even life-threatening. Kakashi thought about it and explained briefly after noticing the gaze of his disciple. He had also read his father's information about the man and knew how to cultivate chakra to that level, but that method is too difficult and dangerous. I have tried it before, but I almost died and had to give up helplessly. I didn't expect that someone could actually cultivate it, and he was still a 14-year-old boy. Shikamaru, do you know something? Yamanaka Ino on the stand not far away said suspiciously. Nara Shikamaru's expression just changed, and he obviously knew something. She just asked her teacher Sarutobi Asuma, but unfortunately the teacher was very shy about it and didn't say anything. That's a taboo. It's not good for you to know too much. Nara Shikamaru didn't explain, and he was also very shy about it. He did know something, but it was precisely because he knew that he was more odd. Things at that level were not something they were qualified to touch. Teacher Kai. Xiao Li on the other side was also very confused. It was also the first time he saw Niji use such a strange method, and he didn't understand why so many people were shocked by it, including his own teacher Might Guy. Li, you have to work hard. Nisi may work harder than you, even desperately. After a long silence, Might Guy solemnly patted little Li on the shoulder, and realized that he had underestimated that disciple before. Although that disciple did not inherit his 8 gates ninjutsu, he found another way and also gained powerful strength. I am afraid he is really the first of the younger generation. Teacher Kai, I will practice harder. Although he didn't know what was going on, little Li was still excited. He always regarded Hyuga Nisi as the final opponent, and he was naturally very happy that Nisi could become stronger. This is the opponent he wanted. While talking, the battle below had already been decided. Hyuga Nisi used 361 chakra threads to accurately pierce the acupoints in Hyuga Hinata's body, blocking and destroying it. Cough cough. The acupoints were destroyed, causing Hyuga Hinata to suffer severe injuries. Blood kept coughing out, and even the body could hardly stand. Hinata, stand up. Don't lose to that arrogant guy. Believe in yourself and stand up quickly. Seeing that Hinata Hyuga, whom he had high hopes for, actually fell to his knees, Uzumaki Naruto immediately shouted to cheer her up. He believed that Hinata Hyuga would definitely defeat that arrogant guy. Naruto-kun. Hearing this, Hinata, whose consciousness was blurred due to the intense pain, finally gritted her teeth and stood up, and once again assumed the starting position of the Hyuga soft fist. Brother Niji, please teach me. Is it worth it? Looking at his sister in front of him, Niji Hyuga felt that it was not worth it. He had also heard what Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura had said before, and he knew very well that the girl didn't like his cousin Hinata, but she was still foolishly proving herself to that guy. Too stupid. Please teach me. The girl was still determined, she would not let Naruto-kun down. 456. Chapter 455 Kakashi's Guilt. I will not hold back next, and you may even die. His face turned cold, and Hyuga Niji, who had not moved, also took the starting position of Hyuga soft fist, and even opened his Byakugan. Without further nonsense, his figure appeared in front of Hyuga Hinata as if teleporting, and his palm slapped the vital points of the chest and abdomen, and the chakra threads shot out, further damaging the acupoints and meridians in her body. Puff! A mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out, and the girl's delicate body fell backwards. Hinata. Before the girl fell to the ground, Yui Kurane, who had been prepared, performed the instant body technique to enter the field and caught the disciple, and laid her flat on the ground. After checking the injuries in her body, her face changed drastically. Medical team. The medical ninja in charge of this place quickly stepped forward to check Hyuga Hinata's injuries, and his face became very heavy. All her internal organs, meridians, and acupoints are damaged. It is unlikely that she will recover. She can no longer be a ninja. The medical ninja said that they were powerless after explaining Hinata Hyuga's injuries. At most, they could save Hinata Hyaga's life, but they could not do anything about the damage to her meridians and acupoints. That was beyond their ability. Damn it, how could you hurt Hinata like this? Uzumaki Naruto, who also jumped down, was dumbfounded and turned to glare at Hyaga Niji. Oh? Didn't you make us brothers and sisters kill each other? With a playful look on his face, Hyaga Niji hated the guy on the opposite side. He didn't know anything but talked nonsense and made a mess of things. This is just a competition, and she is your sister. Even more angry, after roaring, even Uzumaki Naruto rushed forward and punched. He wanted to seek justice for Hinata. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Hyaga Niji only put his palms together and pushed them to the ground, and the huge force shook the whole venue. Uzumaki Naruto also spit out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were still unyielding, and even a bit fierce. Kakashi, I feel ashamed for having such an idiotic disciple. Ignoring Uzumaki Naruto's fierce eyes, Hyaga Niji squinted at Hatake Kakashi, who appeared beside him to prevent him from taking further action. Without saying anything more, he turned around and left the venue. Damn it! Climbing up, Uzumaki Naruto became even more angry, but before he could stand up straight, a slap came hard. Pa! Teacher Kakashi! Covering his painful cheek, Uzumaki Naruto looked at his teacher in disbelief, not understanding why he slapped him in the face, and in public. Naruto, you disappoint me. I thought you had made great progress, but you are still so impulsive and stupid. Shaking his head in disappointment, Hatake Kakashi also turned away, feeling quite guilty. Namikaze Minato was his teacher, and he respected him very much. He also wanted to make the old Manto train a teacher's child, not to mention becoming a teacher, at least he must be able to protect himself. It's a pity that this kid has strength, but his brain is a far cry from it. The most important thing in the ninja industry is the brain. Without enough brains, you don't know when you will die outside. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki, who was standing there, was even more puzzled and heartbroken. Compared with the teacher's disappointed look at the end, the pain on his cheek was nothing. But he didn't understand why the teacher wanted to slap him, and why. I didn't expect that kid to have a sister control attribute. In the stands, Shimura Gento, who hid his body in another space, was full of praise and was more satisfied with Hyaga Niji's son-in-law. Maybe in the eyes of others, Hyaga Niji was ruthless to Hyaga Hinata, but he knew his general plan and understood that the kid was protecting Hinata. That's right, he was protecting. You are still too young and don't know the evil of society. Do you think that you can get rid of your sister's fate of being a caged bird by crippling her? Uchiha Obito on the side also admired Hyaga Niji's sister-con attribute, but he was too young and inexperienced, and didn't understand the limit of the evil of human heart. Hinata's vision is not good enough. Hinata Suzune felt pity and took her husband's arm beside her, saying, Husband, accept Hinata, don't let Ashura ruin her. She knew very well that Uzumaki Naruto was Ashura's reincarnation, and he was the kind who took over another body. The Six Paths Sage's family was their mortal enemy, and the ending was already determined. There was no future for following that kid. Not to mention that the kid had someone else he liked, she felt sorry for Hinata. What? Black Pot Boss, you like that girl? She's only 13 years old, isn't she too beastly? Uchiha Toju was stunned. He really didn't expect his boss to be so perverted. After this incident, I will personally guide you to practice. After activating the Death Stare skill, Shimura Xianding has been unhappy with this kid for a long time. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he becomes my relative? Boss, I was wrong. Just treat me like a fart. Uchiha Toju knelt decisively. If he was really guided once, he would die. That was definitely not an exaggerated rhetoric, but he would really die, and then be resurrected by the boss. I just don't know how many times he will be played to death. 10,000 times? Or 100,000 times? It's too late to beg for mercy now. Haha sneered. Shimura Xianding has already decided on the training program. If he doesn't kill him a million times, he won't be called Shimura. The ninja world has changed a lot. Keiko Shimura, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the time when their generation only participated in the Chunin exam, they were only at the Genin level when they graduated from the ninja school. Even some talented people, at the age of 12 or 13, were only at the Chunin level, or at most at the Jonin level. But now the overall strength of the ninja world has been upgraded by 2 levels. The minimum standard for graduating from the ninja school is to be at the Chunin level, and the more talented ones are Jonin. In this way, the previous Chunin exam is not enough, and it has been upgraded to the Quasi-Kage exam. But that's it. The ninja world is improving, and they are also improving, and they are improving faster, and have long left the ninja world far behind. I want to go out for a walk. Suddenly, Ken Inyazuka spoke up, wanting to go out for a walk to see how many of his former relatives are left and how the family is doing. Whatever you want, but be careful not to reveal your identity. We have to hide well before the big show starts, so as not to scare the children. He didn't refuse. Shimura Gentoi also knew what the little brother wanted to do. After leaving the family for so many years, he really had to go back to take a look. The most important thing is that there will be a big show next, which will be very cruel, and there will definitely be casualties. We have to prepare in advance. Nodding, Inyazuka-ken walked out of the alien space and went straight to the hospital to visit the eldest nephew. I didn't expect that you, Jian-jun, have such a heavy taste. You actually like big shotas. A head popped out from the wall, and Uzumaki-ju looked contemptuous. This guy stood outside the window and looked at the kid from the Inyazuka family for a long time, and it was dark. SHH. With an expressionless face, he put his fingers together like a knife and cut off Uzumaki-ju's head. Inyazuka-ken has been ninja-ing that guy for a long time. He doesn't have that kind of special hobby. The reason he came to visit Inyazuka-ken was mainly because that was her cousin's child. My cousin is the only relative in the Inyazuka family who has some blood relationship with me. The others have all died long ago. Who are you? What is your intention here? Perhaps because of the noise caused by the falling head of Uzumaki Zetsu, a Konoha ninja flashed over and stared at Inyazuka-ken vigilantly, even pulling out the long sword behind him. 457. Chapter 456 The Hate of Xi Yan. Wow, you dare to draw your sword in front of the sword master, you are so brave. After growing a new head, Uzumaki Zetsu praised the Konoha ninja. In their side, Inyazuka-ken's swordsmanship skills can be ranked first, even surpassing Mifune and others, and not many people are qualified to draw swords in front of him. What are you? Seeing that the humanoid creature whose head was cut off actually regenerated a head, Yueguang Jiifeng was shocked and became more vigilant. Unfortunately, before he could respond or call for help, a sword light flashed, and his whole body was cut in half, and even his soul consciousness was cut off. The one who attacked was naturally Ken Inyazuka, whose swordsmanship was now capable of destroying souls. Without further delay, Ken Inyazuka pushed open the window and walked into the ward, ready to take his nephew away. His cousin's family was his only remaining family, and he could not let them stay in the ninja world and wait for death. But before he could get close, Kaiba Inyazuka, who was lying on the bed, suddenly jumped up. He attacked with his fingers like claws, and his attack was quite brutal. It turned out that Inyazuka Kaiba had already woken up, and realized the strength of the newcomer, so he continued to pretend and waited for the best time to attack. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Before Inyazuka Kaiba could see clearly, he was slapped on the head and his consciousness fell into darkness. Also knocked unconscious was his beloved dog Akamaru. The gap between the two sides was too big, and there was no comparison at all. Moreover, with Inyazuka-ken's strength, how could he not see that Inyazuka Kaiba had already woken up? Take them with you. After giving an order, Inyazuka-ken turned and left. You are really good at commanding people. After complaining, Uzumaki Zetsu stepped forward to wrap Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru in his arms and left the hospital. Since Inyazuka-ken wanted to save this kid, he naturally had to do things well, otherwise that guy would really cut people. As for the body of Moonlight Gale that was cut in half, it was left there. It was not that Uzumaki Zetsu forgot to clean up the place, but it happened to be the case that Moonlight Gale's body was used to convey some information to Konoha and complete the task assigned by Xianding Jun. The next morning, with a scream from the nurse, Moonlight Gale's miserable body was finally found. The Anbu ninja rushed over, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a shadow clone. It was not that he had nothing to do, but that this time period was too sensitive. Hokage, Moonlight Gale's brain cells were completely destroyed, and his soul seemed to be destroyed or sealed, so he could not get any effective memory fragments. However, judging from the wound, it seemed to be a bit of the style of Sand Village. The Anbu ninja who completed the autopsy reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and realized that the matter was serious. It was very likely that the Sand Village had ulterior motives and came with bad intentions. This matter will be kept secret for the time being. No one should act rashly before the investigation is clear. After hearing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was not very good, but he finally endured it and ordered to keep silent. Whether Gekao Gale was really killed by Sand Village or framed by others, there must be no mistakes at this critical point. After giving the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen just released the shadow clone and sent the memory information back to the main body for him to decide. Yujao, condolences. The captain of the Anbu looked at a subordinate with long purple hair. He knew that Gekao Gale was the lover of this subordinate and even planned to get married in a month. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen, which was really a tragedy? Uzuki Yujao said nothing, but she clenched the scabbard in her hand tightly, and the slender blue veins floated on the back of her hand. It was obvious that she felt very uncomfortable and extremely angry at the murderer who killed her fiancé copyright. The death of Gekao Gale did not cause any reaction in Konoha, and not many people even knew about it. The last round of individual competitions in the Quasi Cage exam continued. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or a human factor, but Hyuga Niji actually faced off against Uzumaki Naruto. It's really fair. After hearing the referee ninja read out his and Uzumaki Naruto's names, Hyuga Niji looked at the main stand and glanced at the third-generation Hokage. Needless to say, there must be some shady manipulation in this round. There was something fishy when he played against his sister Hyuga Hinata before, and the same was true when he played against Uzumaki Naruto today. He didn't mind the shady dealings, but it was disgusting that the old guy pretended to be fair and just. This kind of behavior of doing that and setting up a chastity archway was disgusting. Master Clan Leader, are you too impatient to plant the caged bird curse seal on Hinata overnight? Looking back at his cousin sitting next to him, Hyuga Niji turned his gaze to Hyuga Hayashi, with clear dissatisfaction in his words. He thought that if Hinata was crippled, she would be able to avoid the fate of being a bird in a cage, but he underestimated the cruelty of the main family, and even so, they did not let Hinata go. You are not qualified to manage the main family's affairs. Don't forget your identity, and that is Hinata's fate. Opening his eyes, Hyuga Hayashi said indifferently, also showing his dissatisfaction. He is the elder, Hyuga Niji is the younger, and it is a taboo to distinguish between the superior and the inferior. He even felt that it was a wrong decision to get Hyuga Niji back then. Maybe that kid is really not a qualified branch family leader, and letting Hinata take over is a good choice. However, Hinata's temperament and ability are also a problem. He thought that the girl could hook up with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so he postponed the decision to plant the caged bird curse seal on Hinata. If Hinata can really hook up with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he doesn't mind letting her go free, and I believe that the elders of the main family will not object. But who would have thought that after several years, the boy had no feelings for his daughter at all, and even fell in love with someone else. Since Hinata couldn't hook up with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she could only become a branch family. Haha, the main family. With a sneer, Hyuga Niji jumped into the competition venue and stood opposite Uzumaki Naruto, who also jumped in. Damn bastard, I must teach you a lesson for Hinata today. Clenching his fists, Uzumaki Naruto still didn't understand why Kakashi was so disappointed in him, but he had to beat the guy on the opposite side. Have you ever liked Hinata? With a calm expression, Hyuga Niji asked a strange question, which made Uzumaki Naruto on the opposite side confused. Why are you slandering my innocence? Hinata and I have nothing in common. There is only Sakura in my heart. Uzumaki Naruto was furious. It was already difficult to pursue Sakura, and now this guy was making it more difficult for him. This made Hinata Hyuga in the stands lower her head, feeling very disappointed. Sister, that guy is just an idiot, not worthy of your love. Hanabi next to her said angrily, in her opinion, the guy below was ungrateful. It's really a idiot. Feeling even more disappointed, Hyuga Niji shouted to the referee ninja beside him, I give up. He was not interested in fighting with an idiot, because it was meaningless. Stop, why do you give up, are you afraid of me? Even more annoyed, Uzumaki Naruto felt humiliated, he didn't need such a victory. Yes, I'm afraid of you. Without looking back, Hyuga Niji continued to walk out. He was not in the mood to argue with an idiot, that would make him look like an idiot too. Stop, we must fight today. Rushing to block Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto was determined, he must teach this guy a lesson today. Why? There is no deep hatred between us, you don't have to fight with me. Looking puzzled, Hyuga Niji didn't understand why this guy was so persistent. I didn't care about you messing up yesterday and causing my sister to be cursed with the caged bird seal, but you still didn't give in. You're not still holding a grudge against the blow you threw to the ground yesterday. Aren't you going to be the man of Hokage? Is it really good to be so narrow-minded? You don't hate, but I do. Hate. Even more confused, Hyuga Niji didn't understand the source of the other party's hatred. Why? Why are you so strong, but you still want to humiliate Hinata's beliefs, ignore her efforts, and even destroy her future? Asking loudly, Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand why Hyuga Niji could be so cruel to Hinata, and he didn't understand why the other party ignored the belief of humiliating Hinata. Just because you are stronger, Hinata has to admit defeat? 458. Chapter 457 Hinata's Protection. Sure enough, you are an idiot who knows nothing. As if he understood, Hyuga Niji found it even more funny. This guy is really hopeless. Damn it. That look made Uzumaki Naruto even more angry. He hated this kind of people and this kind of expression the most. I know I a Euro trademark am stupid and I don't a Euro trademark T know about your Hyuga main family and branch family, but I will never forgive you for insulting other people a Euro trademark S beliefs and efforts. He clenched his fists tightly, and even had a fierce look on his face. He would never forgive the guy opposite. Forgive? Just you? With a smile, Hyuga Niji raised a finger and said, "First of all, I want to correct you. Your anger is not because of my denial of Hinata, but because you feel the same way, or you regard me as your teammate Uchiha Sasuke, and want to prove yourself to him. This is your true heart. Stop talking nonsense under the slogan of fighting for Miss Hinata. You are not that great. You are just proving yourself. You must learn to face yourself, otherwise you won't achieve much in the future." He is not weak in mind, and he has seen through Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned by these words, and didn't know how to refute for a while. Secondly, he continued to speak, but this time Hyuga Niji took the forehead protector on his forehead, revealing the green caged bird curse seal. What is that? His pupils shrank suddenly, and Uzumaki Naruto sensed a very ominous breath from that thing, which was definitely not a good thing. Hyuga is divided into the main family and the branch family. The members of the branch family will be planted with this caged bird curse seal. The main family members can use the caged bird curse seal to control the life and death of the branch family members. Just like a chain tied to a dog, our branch family is the dog of the main family, guarding their home, fighting for their interests. There can only be one main family in each lineage. My father is the twin brother of the current Hyuga clan leader. Because he was born a little late, he became a branch family and was cursed with the caged bird, and became a dog of the main family for life. My father's talent and qualifications are obviously stronger than the clan leader, but he was restricted by the caged bird curse and was stuck at the quasi-cage level for life. It was difficult to make any progress, and he was finally depressed. This generation of clan leaders has two daughters. Hinata is the eldest daughter, and Hanabi is the second daughter. I can see that Miss Hinata has a strong talent and qualifications, and even her Byakugan purity is far higher than mine. Miss Hinata worked very hard when she was a child, but since she knew about the caged bird and Miss Hanabi was born, Miss Hinata no longer showed herself. I understand her belief. She wants to protect her sister Hanabi in her own way, give her the title of the main family to her sister, bear the caged bird curse, become the dog of the main family, and let her life and death be controlled by others. Yesterday I had a reason not to lose, and I wanted Miss Hinata to admit defeat, but because of you, an idiot, Miss Hinata insisted on fighting, and finally lost to me, a branch family. The main family will never accept this result. The final outcome can only be that Miss Hinata will also become a branch family and be planted with the caged bird curse mark. Didn't a Euro trademark T you notice today that Miss Hinata tied the forehead protector that used to hang around her neck on her forehead? Theta Euro trademark S to cover up this dog chain. At the end, he pointed to the caged bird curse mark on his finger. In Hyuga Niji Euro trademark S opinion, it was a dog chain. How could this happen? Turning his head in disbelief, he looked at Hinata in the stands. Although Hinata covered her forehead with her bangs, she was still seen by Uzumaki Naruto. Yesterday, he just wanted Hinata to prove herself, but he never expected that it would lead to such a bad result. Is this the reason why Kakashi was disappointed in him? And Hyuga Niji revealed such a secret, or scandal, in public, which made Hyuga Hayashi look livid. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to use the caged bird seal to teach a lesson, or even clean up the family. How dare that kid! Sister! Hinata Hanabi's face was pale, and tears could not stop falling. She used to think that her sister was really not as talented as herself, but it was not until today that she found out that her sister gave in to her in order to protect herself and bear the caged bird curse alone to become a branch family. Don't cry, Hanabi, my sister volunteered. Holding her sister in her arms, Hyuga Hinata did not regret it. Protecting her sister was her greatest ninja way. So, you are an idiot who knows nothing, and don't say sorry. In the cruel ninja world, apologies are meaningless and cannot reverse the wrong results. At most, they can make the person who did the wrong thing feel at ease. That is a selfish act in itself. As if knowing that Uzumaki Naruto was guilty and wanted to apologize, Hyuga Niji spoke first. He would not accept the apology of that idiot, and his sister Hinata did not need it either. Don't you want to fight with me? I agree. Throwing the Konoha forward protector aside, Hyuga Niji took the starting position of the soft fist. Originally, he had no interest in fighting with such an idiot, but he was very upset now and needed a punching bag to vent. I don't know why you Hyuga have such cruel systems and methods, but it's wrong. I will change the ideas of all of you, starting with you today. The naturally optimistic Uzumaki Naruto quickly adjusted his mood. Although he did harm Hinata, Hyuga Niji was right and there was no point in apologizing. But what that guy said was not entirely right. The wrong result can be reversed, and he, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely reverse this mistake. Take out your full strength. Testing in front of me is purely courting death. Don't lose before you even make a move. The coldness on his face remained. Hyuga Niji was ready for the battle and became serious. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally not take it seriously, but that guy was very special, and the limit of his burst might be amazing. Just in time to let you see the results of my hard work. The two fists collided, and Uzumaki Naruto activated the power in his body. In an instant, a golden chakra wrapped himself, and some black stripes and megatama patterns appeared on his body. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who turned into a little golden man opposite, Hyuga Niji couldn't help but twitch his face, and found that the idiot was not only stupid and cute, but also shameless. Is he really the son of the fourth Hokage? Could it be the neighbor's son? Didn't you say that you wanted me to see the results of your hard work? Hyuga Niji couldn't help asking, he really couldn't stand this shameless behavior. Your body of 9 tails chakra, what does it have to do with hard work? Don't think I don't know about the 9 tails and Jinchuriki. This is the result of my hard work. Uzumaki Naruto replied puzzledly, looking down at his appearance after the transformation. This is what he worked hard to practice. I have been training with the lecherous sage for a while, and I asked the stinky fox in my stomach for some rent, and then I gained this power. Has no one told you that you are shameless? After a silence, Hyuga Niji really didn't know how to say that shamelessness. By the way, is that guy really the son of the fourth Hokage? Idiot! Uchiha Sasuke in the stands couldn't help but cover his face, feeling embarrassed about this. Only Uzumaki Naruto can say that external force is the result of his own hard work. The key is that with that guy's stupid IQ, he can't tell the difference at all, and he probably firmly believes that it is the result of his own practice. 459. Chapter 458 White Eye Chakra Mode. Since you have used that guy's power, it will be difficult to fight if you don't take it seriously. Standing up again, Hyuga Niji couldn't do anything to that shameless idiot, so he could only show his trump card. Byakugan Chakra Mode. The pupil power in the Byakugan merges with the chakra of the body, turning into a kind of white chakra that wraps the body, forming a layer of chakra coat. Samsaragan Chakra Mode. Hyuga Hayashi stood up in shock, and even the Samsaragan opened involuntarily, staring at the white chakra on Hyuga Niji. It was a kind of power application secret technique that was very similar to the Samsaragan Chakra Mode, but it was much lower level. It was formed by fusing chakra with the pupil power of the Byakugan as the foundation. The Samsaragan Chakra Mode was formed by fusing chakra with the pupil power of the Samsaragan. The two principles were the same, but the energy nature was very different. However, the Samsaragan Chakra Mode was a secret technique passed down by the ancestor. Hyuga Niji had not received this inheritance, so how could he develop the Byakugan Chakra Mode? Could it be that he had observed the Samsaragan Chakra Mode with the perspective ability of the Byakugan and developed the Byakugan Chakra Mode based on this? How is this possible? With a gloomy look, Hyuga Hayashi found that he had underestimated his nephew and even his younger brother Hyuga Hisashi. Niji was too young to develop this secret technique alone. It should have been developed by his younger brother Hisashi. Hyuga Niji could only perfect it at most. Sure enough, the Niji below gave the answer. This is called the Byakugan Chakra mode. It was developed by my father based on his observation of the main family's Samsara I Chakra mode. The principle of the Sage mode was used in it. My father tried to experiment with himself and accumulated too many hidden injuries. In the end, he died of 2 serious injuries. I inherited my father's will and finally perfected the Byakugan Chakra mode at the cost of 50 years of life. As he spoke, Hyuga Niji looked down at the Moripaku Chakra covering his palm. This was a new power formed by the Byakugan pupil power fused with his own chakra, which had an all-round increase in the body. This was also the first time he had used this power in front of outsiders. Today, he wanted to clear his father's name. It's not that great. It's far inferior to the Nine Tails Chakra mode that I worked hard to cultivate. Uzumaki Naruto crossed his arms across his chest. He didn't think that the Byakugan Chakra mode was anything special. It was far inferior to the Nine Tails Chakra mode that he cultivated. And it took 50 years of life to cultivate a Chakra mode. That guy didn't look that great. Today was destined to be his uncle Naruto's highlight moment. He was going to impress everyone and maybe even win Sakura's heart and reach the pinnacle of his life. Idiot! Uchiha Sasuke in the stands couldn't help but cover his face. He felt that it was a shame to be a teammate with that guy. He created a new Chakra mode from scratch, and your Nine Tails mode already existed. Even before Konoha moved here, the first generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki had already developed it. The most important thing is that the Nine Tails is an external force, which is fundamentally different from the self-power of the Byakugan Chakra mode. There is no comparison between the two. Teacher Kakashi, why did you put us in the same class with that idiot? Harano Sakura looked at her teacher with resentment, and felt ashamed of it. It's fine that you cheated and didn't follow martial ethics, but you also put on that smug expression. And Hotaki Kakashi was also doubting his life. Is that kid really the child of the teacher and the teacher's wife? Not really. Sure enough, dealing with idiots is contagious. I'm so stupid that I have to explain to an idiot like you. Hinata Niji shook his head helplessly and wanted to slap himself. Knowing that the guy opposite was a stupid idiot, he actually wanted him to understand the meaning of the Byakugan Chakra mode. But that guy was right. Although the Byakugan Chakra mode was very strong, it was far inferior to the power of the Nine Tails, even if that guy could only use a little bit of the Nine Tails power. Sage mode. Without further nonsense, he took the Byakugan Chakra mode as the foundation, absorbed and integrated the surrounding natural energy, entered Sage mode, and merged the Sage Chakra with the Byakugan Chakra, completing another transformation. This is not over yet. Hyuga Niji took out another trump card. 3 Saints Sage mode. The Sage Chakra further evolved and merged with the Chakra attributes, transforming again. Myaboku Mountain Sage mode. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but stand up and looked at the Byakugan boy below in shock. He saw traces of Myaboku Mountain Sage mode in that 3 Saints Sage mode. You should know that the Sage modes of the 3 holy places are different, and there is a great difference from the ordinary Sage mode. The ordinary Sage mode only integrates natural energy into Chakra, which has limited amplification to itself, but the Sage mode of the 3 holy places involves the attribute changes of natural energy. The Sage mode of Myaboku Mountain has the 5 escape attributes, which has the strongest effect on the amplification of ninjutsu. The Ryokai Cave is Yin Dun attribute, and the Shikotsu Forest is Yang Dun attribute. And now the white-eyed boy has evolved the attributes of the 3 holy places at the same time, and it seems that he has not used any medium, and has cultivated it all by himself. Are young people these days so cruel? Jiraiya was shocked, and all the strong people who knew the goods were deeply shocked. Fortunately, it is a ninja from the Hyuga branch family. On the main stand, Luo Xiao looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a joking look. Konoha is indeed the strongest among the 5 major ninja countries, but the hidden dangers are also the greatest. He has heard about the contradictions between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan. If Hyuga Niji was born in the main family, it would definitely increase the strength of the Hyuga family several times. Fortunately, he is a member of the branch family. The better he performs, the faster he will die. The main family will not allow him to continue to grow. Let me play with you first. After stabilizing the chakra that had undergone multiple transformations in his body, Hyuga Niji took a starting stance that was different from Hyuga's soft fist. Tai Chi. Jiraiya frowned again. He was familiar with that starting stance. Even that cheap disciple had taught him hand in hand, but later that thing was of little use, so he never practiced it again. Even now, few people in Konoha ninja country practice Tai Chi, and its limitations are too great. Put away that expression. I am not the same person I was yesterday. Hyuga Niji's indifferent expression made Uzumaki Naruto even more unhappy, just like the arrogant Sasuke. Too annoying. After saying that, he jumped forward, his body seemed to turn into a golden light, and punched out. However, the scene of yesterday reappeared. Hyuga Niji hooked and pulled on Naruto's fist, using the force to fight against the force, and threw him to the ground again, using more force, and the whole venue was shaking violently. Boundary Squad, reinforce the barrier isolating the competition venue. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. He had arranged this battle, so it could not be stopped halfway. This was a demonstration in itself, announcing to the 4 major ninja villages and the major ninja clans in Konohagakure that his 9 tails Jinchuriki had grown up. Thousands of ninjas from the barrier squad hurried down and jointly used a super strong barrier to reinforce and isolate the competition venue, so as to prevent the venue from being blown up by an overly strong battle. 460. Chapter 459 Breaking Free from the Birdcage. Bang! After being thrown to the ground again, Uzumaki Naruto climbed up and stared at the arrogant guy opposite him, feeling unwilling in his heart. Damn it, how could this happen? He didn't understand. Obviously, his 9 tails chakra mode was stronger, the increase in the body was greater, and the strength and speed were far superior to the opponent, so why couldn't he hit that guy? I still don't know. Bye? That's not your own power. You are still far from being able to use it freely. You can't even use 10% of your power. But I am different. The power in my body is cultivated bit by bit. I can master every bit of power and exert several times or even dozens of times the power. What can you use to fight me? Standing with his hands behind his back, Hyuga Niji said calmly. In his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto is a child who suddenly gained great power, like a boy holding a big sword. Although the big sword is sharp, the boy's own strength cannot use the sharpness of the big sword well, and it may even hurt himself. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto's fighting style is a hard fist school. Unfortunately, his teacher and teammates are also hard fist schools. He has a deep study of this kind of boxing, so he naturally knows how to deal with it. No, the 9 tails chakra mode improves your defense a lot, and you are more durable. Even my chakra after multiple transformations can't penetrate it. Suddenly, he discovered an advantage of Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Niji was very satisfied with it. He was a perfect punching bag. Damn it! He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Uzumaki Naruto hated that kind of self-righteous expression the most. Naruto, you are not his opponent in physical skills. Suddenly, a voice came into his ears, calming down Uzumaki Naruto's angry heart. Lecherous sage. Suddenly he looked up at the audience seats around him. He recognized that it was the voice of Jiraiya teacher. Obviously, the teacher was also here and was watching his fight in secret. Yes, I know more than just physical skills. Forcing himself to calm down, Uzumaki Naruto also realized that in terms of physical skills alone, he was definitely not a match for Hyuga Niji. Tailed Beast Ball Raise Nan. Raising his hands, vast chakra emerged, turning into a special Raise Nan with a black interior and a golden exterior. The core is the Tailed Beast Ball, and the outer layer is the Raise Nan, which is a perfect fusion of the two techniques. This is not over yet. As Uzumaki Naruto continued to infuse chakra, the Tailed Beast Ball Raise Nan expanded rapidly and soon reached a huge size of 100 meters. If you are afraid, just admit defeat. It's not shameful. Feeling the powerful force of the Tailed Beast Ball Raise Nan above, Uzumaki Naruto smiled triumphantly, and he could finally defeat that arrogant guy. It's just a trick left by others. Shaking his head slightly, Hyuga Niji did not take this move seriously. He has read the information of the previous generations of 9 tails Jinchuriki, and the focus is on the previous generation of Uzumaki Kyupen, who has many powerful techniques, the most famous of which is the Raise Nan series. That person has already played the Raise Nan and the power of the 9 tails. Compared with that predecessor, Uzumaki Naruto is far behind. Damn it! Seeing that Hyuga Niji was still stubborn, Uzumaki Naruto was so angry that his teeth itched. He hated this kind of guy the most. The warm-up exercise is over. It's time to let you see what real power is. Moving his neck, Hyuga Niji prepared to take out the 2 trump cards. Yin Escape Chakra Mode A open. Yang Escape Chakra Mode A open. Wind Escape Chakra Mode A open. Fire Escape Chakra Mode A open. Water Escape Chakra Mode A open. Earth Escape Chakra Mode A open. Lightning Escape Chakra Mode A open. The 7 chakra modes are fully activated and integrated with each other. They not only have their own characteristics, but also can enhance each other. Hinata Hayashi, who had just sat down not long ago, stood up again in shock, his eyes almost popping out. They had already obtained a full set of attribute chakra mode training methods, and they also knew that the 7 attribute chakra modes could coexist and integrate with each other. That man often used this trick. But the Shimura family did not trade the secret method of integration back then, and they have not been able to succeed after years of research. There is an unexpected gain. Using the bloodline attribute as the core, the chakra modes of the corresponding attributes can coexist at the same time. For example, a ninja with Ice Escape can use the Ice Escape bloodline attribute as the core to accommodate the Wind Escape chakra mode and the Water Escape chakra mode at the same time. If someone can fuse the 7 attribute bloodline network, naturally it can accommodate 7 chakra modes at the same time. But the highest level of bloodline in the current ninja world is the 4 attribute bloodline. It is said that the first generation of Hokage and 6 Paths Madara have merged a higher level of bloodline, but no one has seen it. Obviously this way is not feasible, at least not suitable for normal people. Originally, I gave up. Who would have thought that someone would actually develop a method to accommodate 7 chakra modes? The most important thing is that the operation trajectory is very different from that used by Shimura Gentoi. It shows that what Hyuga Niji used was not from the Shimura family, but a new one. This is even more amazing. For a moment, Hyuga Hayashi was in a complicated mood and couldn't help but think of his younger brother. Maybe his younger brother is really more suitable to be the head of the family than himself. Many people were also shocked, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the main stand, pulled out a few beards. Fortunately, it is from the Hyuga branch family. Rosa sighed again, feeling very fortunate. Fortunately, the Hyuga family has that kind of cheating main family branch system, otherwise, if they get such a genius, they will be flying. However, this is not over yet. After the 7 attribute chakra mode stabilized, Hyuga Niji broke out another trump card. 8 Gates of Ninja Araya open. With the full attribute chakra mode as a foundation, Hyuga Niji forcibly opened the 8 Gates of Ninja Array, and his strength soared again. Even with the help of the violent chakra of the 8 Gates of Ninja Array, he impacted the caged bird curse seal imprinted in his brain and soul. Damn it! Seeing Hyuga Niji's actions, Hyuga Hayashi decisively raised his hand to seal and activated the caged bird curse seal on Hyuga Niji. The power of the curse seal exploded, destroying not only his brain and brain acupoints and meridians, but also part of his soul. The intense pain in his brain and soul made Hyuga Niji clench his fists and his body tremble. Although the pain almost made him collapse madly, he had a smile on his face, a very happy smile. Because he felt the taste of freedom. Raising his hand to dig out his eyes and crush them, Hyuga Niji looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who was making a seal on the stands with his empty eye sockets. Although he had no eyes, he could sense the existence of Hyuga Hayashi, and even imagined that the other party's face must be not good. Thank you, clan leader, for helping me to remove the caged bird curse seal. Grinning and smiling, Hyuga Niji is free now. Although the caged bird curse seal is branded on the forehead, the foundation of its effect is on the Byakugan. As long as the caged bird curse seal explodes, it will fully retract into the Byakugan. Then take out the Byakugan and he will be free. Just now, he deliberately used chakra to attack the caged bird curse seal, which provoked Hyuga Hayashi to launch the curse seal. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to expel this thing from his soul. You, what are you doing? The Uzumaki Naruto on the opposite side was frightened. It was just a game. Was there any need to dig out his eyes? Remove the caged bird curse seal. Hyuga Niji smiled disdainfully and looked down on that guy. You talk big without knowing anything. You want to change Hyuga, but what right do you have to change it? What qualifications do you have to change it? The most important thing is that you don't have the ability to change it. 461. Chapter 460 Hyuga Collapse Plan. Hyuga Niji hates those who talk big. If you don't have the ability, don't give others hope. Don't you know that the real despair comes after hope is shattered? That would be a deadly trap. For example, someone promised to help you do something. You have everything ready and are just waiting for the last bit. But when the time comes, the other party finds that he is not capable enough to do it. In the end, he can only say sorry to you. Sorry is useless. So, people who casually promise to do things are more hateful than those who refuse to help you. Uzumaki Naruto is such a person. Although the other party is indeed well-intentioned, he has no clear understanding of his own abilities. He is a complete idiot. Just like his dream of becoming a Hokage, if he wants to become a Hokage with his identity, there is no possibility unless all the people like Sarutobi Hiruzen are dead. It is said that ignorance is not a crime, but sometimes ignorance is a heinous crime. Even if you get rid of the caged bird, what's the use? You can't hold on for long in your current state. With a gloomy old face, Hyuga Hayashi opened the Samsara Eye mode and fell into the competition venue. He felt his nephew's deep hatred. The other party's actions must have a follow-up, and it must be aimed at him. A fierce battle is inevitable. Ninkai, don't do stupid things. Might Guy, who just reacted, also jumped into the competition venue and looked at the disciples on the opposite side anxiously. Even if his brain was not very bright, he realized that things were serious. Hyuga Niji must do something earth-shattering. It's true that I can't hold on for long, but it's enough to complete my mission. The smile on his face became more and more intense. Hyuga Niji's body floated up and shouted coldly, "Now, I, the son of Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Niji, announce that the Hyuga collapse plan has officially begun." As the voice fell, the space in the sky suddenly broke, revealing a huge monster, covering the sky and the sun, and the shadow it cast covered the entire Konoha city. Otsutsuki Fortress. Everyone's face changed wildly, and they saw that it was the fortress of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. In recent years, the 5 major ninja countries have been paying attention to the Moon Otsutsuki clan. They know that those people have built an aerial fortress from the Kingdom of Sky and have been expanding it. But because the Moon Otsutsuki clan rarely appears on the ground and has not come down to develop their territory, they don't trademark T have much intersection. But who would have thought that the Moon Otsutsuki clan would come today? They are not friendly. Without waiting for everyone to react, the Golden Chakra Torrent bombarded the reinforced barrier of the competition venue, but did not break the barrier. Instead, it reinforced the barrier and even the space was forcibly blocked. You are going to lead the branch family to betray the family. Realizing that he could no longer sense the caged bird curse seal of the branch family members, Hyuga Hayashi's murderous intent emerged. Now he probably guessed Hyuga Niji's plan, and wanted to use the power of the Moon Otsutsuki clan to temporarily seal his control over the caged bird curse seal to buy time for the branch family. Master clan leader, the times have long changed. Hyuga, who doesn't know how to adapt, is doomed to destruction. Rather than letting Hyuga be destroyed by others, it is better to end it in my hands. Raising his hand and shaking it, Hyuga Niji's hatred reached its peak. Ninkai, don't make the same mistake over and over again. Might Guy was even more anxious. He really didn't want his disciple to fall like this. Wrong? Even Teacher Kai, you think I'm wrong? Is it right to be a dog for others willingly, and to let others control your life and death? If Teacher Kai's view is like this, it's really disappointing. Shaking his head with a smile, Hyuga Niji is not a child. He knows very well that right and wrong are subjective concepts. What he thinks is right may be wrong in the eyes of others. The essence of many things cannot be explained by right and wrong. The world itself is not black and white. There is also chaotic gray in between. Might Guy was speechless, and the murderous intent shown by Hyuga Hayashi made him realize that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Even if Hyuga Niji was willing to let go, Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga clan would never let Niji go. As an outsider, he had no right to interfere in the affairs of the Hyuga family. Will you hurt Konoha? Turning to another topic, Might Guy respected his disciple's decision, but he was a Konoha ninja and would never allow anyone to hurt Konoha, even his own disciples. I am only responsible for the Hyuga collapse plan, and the Konoha collapse plan is executed by someone else. Hyuga Niji was a little relieved by the teacher's respect, so he kindly reminded him. Konoha collapse plan. His pupils shrank suddenly. Might Guy was not a fool, and he knew that this name was not a good thing. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting on the main stand, stood up suddenly. He thought it was just a conflict within the Hyga family, but who would have thought that there was a Konoha collapse plan? Just from the name, one can feel the full malice. Young man, what do you mean by the Konoha collapse plan? Who is the executor? Jiraiya couldn't sit still anymore, and came to the outside of the barrier, staring at the white-eyed boy inside. There are quite a lot of executors. The 4 major ninja countries are all involved. The major ninja clans in Konoha also want to get a piece of the pie. Even our Hyga family has some ideas. Last night, the clan leader ordered us to secretly come to Konoha City. As for the main executors of the plan, they are very similar to me. They are both the top students in the ninja school. Hyga Neji generously explained and even gave guidance. There is no need to hide it at this time, and I believe Uchiha Sasuke also wants a stage to show himself. Sure enough, everyone looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the stands. The other party was the top student of this ninja school. At the same time when Hyga Neji said it, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly pulled out his ninja sword and stabbed it into Hatake Kakashi's heart, nailing it to the wall, and also cast an illusion. Sasuke. Harano Sakura, who just reacted, was shocked. She really didn't expect Sasuke to do such a thing. Don't stand here and get in the way. Kicking the girl out with one foot, severely injuring her, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the main stand, and the hatred and murderous intent that had been suppressed for several years were not concealed at all. Just at this moment, another Sasuke ran over and handed the figure in his hand to Sasuke, and he himself collapsed. It was obviously a shadow clone of Uchiha Sasuke. Without even looking at the figure brought back by the shadow clone, Uchiha Sasuke summoned another ninja sword and nailed it to the wall next to him, side by side with Kakashi. Konohamaru. A cry of anger spread throughout the entire competition venue, and Sarutobi Hiruzen on the main stand could no longer maintain that composure. Because the one brought by Uchiha Sasuke's shadow clone was his grandson Konohamaru, his eyes were bleeding, and it was obvious that his eyes were forcibly gouged out, and his heart was pierced by the ninja sword. With Konohamaru's strength, there was no way he could survive. Old dog Sarutobi, blood debt must be paid with blood. You deceived and forced my brother to massacre my Uchiha. I will repay you with the blood of your Sarutobi family. This is just the first one. He sneered. Uchiha Sasuke felt extremely comfortable at this moment. Seeing the anger and sadness of the enemy, the pleasure cannot be described in words, it is very addictive. And Uchiha Sasuke's words made everyone present change their faces slightly. Although they knew that there was an inside story behind the extermination of the Uchiha and Senju clans, they really didn't expect that it was led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They only thought that Uchiha Itachi cooperated with Sarutobi Hiruzen to destroy the Uchiha and Senju clans in order to gain power, but they really didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the real mastermind. 462. Chapter 461 Konoha Collapse Plan. Konohamaru. Another cry of grief spread throughout the entire competition venue, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk rushed in from outside in a rage and killed Uchiha Sasuke. He wants that little bastard to die. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke is much stronger than him, and the most important thing is the pair of Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. The Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan glared, and a magic was released to disturb Sarutobi Shinnishuk's mental will, and then the pupil technique bloomed, and the black flames wrapped around his body, and it was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. In this way, the leader of the root with blood inheritance and strength reaching the extreme level of shadow, the eldest son of the Hokage Sarutobi Shinnishuk, died. At the same time, a figure took advantage of Uchiha Sasuke dealing with Sarutobi Shinnishuk to lurk behind him, and stabbed out with the chakra knife in his hand. The invisible blood inheritance chakra attached to the blade and stabbed towards Uchiha Sasuke's back. Swish! With a hideous face, Sarutobi Asuma also hated it very much. Sarutobi Konohamaru is his nephew, and he has always treated him as his own son. Now that his nephew has been killed, he is naturally very angry. Fortunately, he finally killed the kid. After all, he is just a kid. His combat experience is his fatal flaw. But before he could be happy for long, a piercing pain came into his brain. He looked down and found that a ninja sword pierced his heart, and there was a figure standing behind him. The Uchiha Sasuke who was pierced by him turned into a mist and dispersed. Obviously, it was just a shadow clone. He just made a sneak attack, but now he was attacked from behind by the other party. How shameful! With a fierce look on his face, Sarutobi Asuma activated the forbidden technique he had set before, and his figure turned into nothingness. When he appeared again, he was already on the main stand, standing side by side with his father Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other side stood Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Obviously, both of them were resurrected by some kind of forbidden technique. Izanagi. Jiraiya, who was originally angry because Konohamaru was killed, was very surprised. Izanagi was a forbidden technique of the Uchiha family and must be performed with the Sharingan as a medium. Sarutobi Shinoshuke and his brother, how could he be Izanagi and have the Sharingan? Father, I have long said that it would be best to kill that little bastard. If you had listened to me, Konohamaru would not have died. Sarutobi Shinoshuke said with hatred. He should not have listened to his father. If he had killed that kid earlier, there would not be such a scene today. He hated it. Sarutobi Hiruzen also regretted it. He wanted to train that kid into a loyal lackey. He even thought about recruiting him into the Sarutobi family as a son-in-law, so that the Uchiha bloodline would flourish in the Sarutobi family. But who would have thought that the kid actually knew the truth of the year and has been forbearing until now? Who leaked it? Izanagi technique. Uchiha Sasuke also saw the Izanagi technique used by the Sarutobi Shinoshuke brothers, and became even more angry. Sarutobi Sangu, die! The vast chakra exploded and instantly turned into a 1,000-meter-long energy giant, which was the Susanoo of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Sasuke, who possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and had mastered the Rasengan Golden Core secret technique, could naturally use it. Although it was still far from the 10,000-meter-long Susanoo of Uchiha Madara and Six Paths Madara, its power was definitely not weak. The entire main stand was chopped and exploded by the huge spiritual weapon long sword, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two had already jumped away to avoid it. Enough, Uchiha family brat, this is not the place for you to run wild. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke was going to turn this place into a battlefield, Jiraiya was angry and immediately used the Sage Mode, turning into a huge toad man to stop Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. No matter what the truth was, he would not allow anyone to hurt Konoha. Teacher, go and organize people quickly. Their plan to collapse Konoha must be more than this. While staring at the Susanoo opposite, Jiraiya shouted to the back. Jiraiya, be careful. Leaving a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his eldest son jumped out of the competition venue, leaving only Sarutobi Asuma here, waiting for the opportunity to act. If there is a chance to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke, it would be the best. Sarutobi old dog dares to do so many evil things, and it is inevitable that people like you will help him. I will kill you first today. Uchiha Sasuke is not picky, and controls Susanoo to kill the huge toad man transformed by Jiraiya. The two behemoths fought fiercely in an instant, and the aftermath of the battle was like a natural disaster. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Kakashi, are you awake? At this time, Kurenai came to Kakashi, who was nailed to the wall. After realizing that he was still under the illusion of Uchiha Sasuke, she quickly made a seal to force him to break it. Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi, who had woken up, looked confused, and seemed to not understand why his disciple attacked him. This is not a place to talk, I will take you away first. He made a seal and performed the earth escape ninjutsu to turn the hard wall behind into soil, revealing the long sword, and then helped Hatake Kakashi to jump out and retreat. Many Konoha ninjas saw Hatake Kakashi being taken away, and did not think much about it. Although Hatake Kakashi was very strong and even the Hokage praised him, being pierced through the heart was not a light injury. Everyone could understand that he would leave at this time. In this way, Hatake Kakashi, one of the highest combat forces in Konoha, left smoothly. This was what he and Uchiha Sasuke had discussed, striving to maximize the Konoha collapse plan. How could this happen? How could this happen? Uzumaki Naruto, who was inside the competition venue, just came back to his senses and stared at the scene outside, completely dumbfounded. Why did it suddenly become like this? First, the arrogant guy with white glasses wanted to fight Hinata's father, and then his friend Sasuke killed Konohamaru and went to war with the lecherous sage. There were also bursts of shouting and killing outside. Why? It's all you, you must have bewitched Sasuke, you deserve to die. Suddenly, as if he had figured it out, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly looked at Hyuga, who was floating in the air. It must be that guy's doing. Idiot. Not bothering to pay attention to that kind of brain-dead idiot, Hyuga looked up at the sky fortress in the sky. Three figures followed the golden chakra torrent of the aerial fortress into the barrier, hovering beside Hyuga, and confronted Hyuga Hayashi with him. He is still connected to the giant reincarnation eye, we can't beat him. The white-haired boy in the lead frowned and said with the golden reincarnation eye between his eyebrows. If it was just a simple reincarnation eye, it would be nothing. After all, no matter how powerful the pupil technique is, it must have enough chakra to drive it. But Hyuga Hyashi's reincarnation eye is connected to the giant reincarnation eye, and to a certain extent, the power is endless. They can't kill that guy at all, and they will even be exhausted to death in the end. If the giant reincarnation eye of their lunar Otsutsuki clan is still there, they are naturally not afraid, but the problem is that the giant reincarnation eye has long been gone. Even if a small one is made later, the power is far less. At most, it can be used as an energy source for the aerial fortress. Leave it to me, but buy me some time first. As if he had been prepared, Hyuga Niji gave instructions and flew towards the furious Uzumaki Naruto below. Although Hyuga Hayashi didn't know what Niji wanted to do, he knew that he must not let him succeed. However, before he could intercept him, he was stopped by 3 Moon Otsutsuki strong men. 463. Chapter 462 9th Grade Stubbornness. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Uzumaki Naruto was furious and condensed the 100-meter-sized tailed beast ball Raise Nan again and threw it at Hyuga Niji. But before he could hit him, Hyuga Niji's figure disappeared instantly, as if he had appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto. Bagua Palma 361 ST style. Hands turned into afterimages, and instantly circled around Uzumaki Naruto, sealing 360 acupuncture points in his body, leaving only the acupuncture point on the belly button. The acupuncture point used to seal the 9 tails. Damn, what did you do to me? The golden 9 tails chakra retreated, and Uzumaki Naruto, who was unable to move, became even more angry, and even a little flustered. After all, it was not long since he graduated from the Ninja Academy, and he had never experienced such a battle. Still ignoring Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji pointed his finger at his belly button acupuncture point, and his spirit entered it. White-eyed kid, you are very good. In the sealed space, the 9 tails looked down at Hyuga Niji who came in. He could share vision with Uzumaki Naruto, so he saw everything that happened in the outside world. This boy with white eyes is really good. Although he is far inferior to the monster like Xianding Jun, he is already a top genius among ordinary people. I'm sorry, Senior Ju Lama, I don't have the ability to break this level of seal now. After sensing it, Hyuga Niji gave up the first plan. He knew the 9 tails very well, and his father had told him a lot of top-secret information about the 9 tails, such as the real name of the 9 tails. Originally, he wanted to see if he could release the 9 tails and create another 9 tails rebellion to completely destroy and erase this dirty place of Konoha. But he underestimated the seal of the tailed beast created by the 4th Hokage. Even if he exploded all his trump cards, he couldn't break it, and he couldn't even find the flaws and weaknesses of the seal. You are a bit like Xianding Jun, and you are very different from those dirty and corrupt ninjas. I'll give you a gift. You should need this power now. A piece of chakra crystal was thrown into Hyuga Niji's spirit body, and the 9 tails was quite optimistic about it. And he believed that the man must have come. After all, there was no reason for the other party to miss such a good show. As long as this kid performs well enough, he will definitely be in the eyes of the man, and his future prospects are limitless. Thank you, I will find a way to rescue you in the future. Hyuga Niji bowed deeply, and then his consciousness left the sealed space and returned to his body in reality. Stupid woman, haven't you thought about it yet? After Hyuga Niji left, the 9-tailed claws supported his head and asked sideways. A beautiful figure sat cross-legged in the corner of the sealed space, very inconspicuous. It was the Uzumaki 9-pin who was sealed together that year. In these years, Uzumaki 9-pin has been relying on the power of the 9-tailed to survive, and has transformed the chakra in his body into immortal energy. Everything is given by the 9-tailed. I believe in Minato. Stubbornly replied, Uzumaki 9-pin still has full confidence in her husband. Over the years, she has been studying the technique of sealing space, and finally determined that her husband's soul was not completely annihilated, and with his strength, he will definitely be able to revive and return. Then she can save her real son. Don't cry until you see the coffin. The 9-tails curled his lips in disdain and stopped persuading her, but he had already made up his mind. Because Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama are the same kind of people, they can give up everything for Konoha, and the future result will definitely make Uzumaki 9-tails despair. It's really worthy of being the 9-tails. In the outside world, Sensing the chakra in his body that was about to burst him, Hyāga couldn't help but sigh. The chakra contained in that chakra crystal was too terrifying, not only of extremely high quality, but also infinite in quantity. At least with his perception, he couldn't determine how much chakra that thing had, and it was obviously just a drop in the bucket for the Nine Tails. Even now, the Nine Tails chakra in his body is just a little bit of the crystal that escaped. If it is released completely, I am afraid that everything within a radius of hundreds of miles will be destroyed and wiped out. While sighing, Hyāga used his own chakra to merge with the Nine Tails chakra, and instantly the golden chakra enveloped his entire body. How can you have the Nine Tails chakra mode? The originally furious Uzumaki Naruto almost popped his eyes out, full of disbelief. You know, the Nine Tails chakra mode is the result of his hard work, and the lustful sage also said that he is the only one in the world who can cultivate this kind of power. How could that guy do it? Correction, this is not the Nine Tails chakra mode, but the stronger Nine Tails mode. It is said that only those who are recognized by the Nine Tails can obtain this power, which is also the real power of the Nine Tails. Your Nine Tails chakra mode is just a little bit of fur. With a kind reminder, Hyāga no longer pays attention to the stupid idiot, and leaps towards Hyāga who is entangled by 3 Moon Otsutsuki strong men. Seeing Hyāga obtain the power of the Nine Tails, the 3 Moon Otsutsuki strong men decisively retreated and let the gloomy Hyāga out. As a ruthless man who doesn't talk much, Hyāga didn't say any nonsense, and rushed up to launch a fierce attack on Hyāga. At the same time, the 3 Moon Otsutsuki strongmen were not idle either. They used the power of the air fortress to strengthen the blockade of the surrounding space to prevent anyone from using space ninjutsu to interfere with the battle, and at the same time prevent Hyāga from escaping with space ninjutsu. This time, he must obtain the pair of reincarnation eyes of Hyāga, and then seize the giant reincarnation eye of the Hyāga family. After Hyāga burst out with all his strength is already good. Now that he has obtained the Kurama mode, his strength has reached the peak level of the 3rd level. Hyāga with the giant reincarnation eye is indeed very strong, and his power is endless, but there is an upper limit. Just like the impure world reincarnation, although he has endless chakra, he can only release it once. How much chakra depends on oneself. It is impossible for a genin to be reborn by the impure world reincarnation to release S-level ninjutsu, that is unrealistic. Then Hyāga was beaten and completely suppressed. Although he roared, he still couldn't fight back. Hyāga, who burst out with all his strength and the power of the Nine Tails, was too strong, so strong that it was completely unreasonable. At the same time, the elite of many forces hidden outside Konoha City also took the opportunity to rush into Konoha City and fight with Konoha ninjas, including Hyāga branch ninja. However, compared with those other ninjas who still need to wear masks, Hyāga branch ninjas are much more open and aboveboard. Mixed Soft Fist Technique Ultra Giant Kaiden. Tens of thousands of Hyāga branch ninjas with the strength of Quasi Cage level jointly performed the Super Giant Kaiden, forcibly breaking through the Konoha City wall, and the slightly weaker Hyāga branch ninjas behind followed with their families. Then the ninjas of other forces in the surrounding area saw a gap in the city wall and rushed in one after another. The Hyāga branch ninjas ignored the many ninjas from the forces behind them, and controlled the giant Kaiden to kill all the way to the competition venue. All the people and tall buildings that stood in the way were smashed and crushed. Their goal was very simple, that was the head of the main family, Hyāga. The other party's pair of reincarnation eyes were the key to unlocking the curse of their branch family. For freedom and dignity, as well as the future of their children, they could pay any price, including their own lives. 464. Chapter 463 Freedom. In the end, Hyāga was defeated, and was completely defeated. Hyāga, who had a full-scale outbreak and the power of the Nine Tails, had surpassed him. Even with the power of the giant reincarnation eye, he was still no match. After all, although the giant reincarnation eye was strong, Hyāga was too weak. It was like a bucket. The giant reincarnation eye was the bucket itself, and Hyāga was the faucet that controlled the water flow in the bucket. The faucet was so big, even if you had a reservoir of water, it would still be useless. Ah! He immediately dug out the pair of reincarnation eyes and pressed them into his empty eye sockets. The Yang release chakra mode and the power of the Nine Tails quickly repaired blood vessels and optic nerves, etc. As for the screaming Hyāga, he ignored it. It's time to fulfill your promise. Otsutsuki Tonari walked forward and stared at Hyuga who had obtained the reincarnation eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Hyuga had just shown too much strength, they would probably have tried to snatch it. I'll give it to you when I'm done with it. Glancing at Otsutsuki Tonari and the other two, Hyuga connected the pair of reincarnation eyes to the giant reincarnation eyes hidden in the Hyuga family. Summoning giant reincarnation eye. After connecting, he raised his hand and quickly formed a seal, and a golden eye of 100 meters was forcibly summoned. At the same time, the Hyuga branch ninjas also came over with their families, occupying the entire competition venue, looking at Hyuga and the giant reincarnation eye with fiery eyes. They smelled the scent of freedom. Curse seal, release. His body entered the giant reincarnation eye and merged deeply with it. Hyuga forcibly removed the caged bird curse seal of all Hyuga branches. This thing itself is not difficult. As long as you can get the authority of the giant reincarnation eye, you can remove it. Or awaken a pair of reincarnation eyes and slowly remove them one by one. Hyuga obviously didn't have that much time, so he used the most direct and rough method. It's gone, the curse seal is gone. After so many years, I finally waited for freedom. Woo woo. The more than 100,000 members of the Hyuga branch who were liberated cried with joy. They finally got rid of the damn caged bird curse seal. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally furious with Hyuga, was confused when he saw this scene. Could it be that what that guy did was right? On the other side, after leaving the giant reincarnation eye, Hyuga came to the side of Hyuga Hayashi, looking down at this so-called uncle, with a strong murderous hatred in his heart. Although his father's death was largely due to the hidden injuries accumulated from the development of those secret techniques, it was this uncle who dealt the fatal blow. Back then, his father was punished by this guy with a caged bird curse, and he didn't survive and died with regret. No, brother Niji, don't kill my father. He has lost his reincarnation eye and can no longer pose a threat to you. The pleading voice came from outside the barrier. Hyuga Hinata pulled her sister to kneel outside, slapping the barrier and crying. They didn't want their father to die. This is what you want, hurry up. After hesitating for a long time, Hyuga finally didn't kill him, and dug out the reincarnation eye and threw it to Otsutsuki Tonari. This is the basis for his cooperation with the Moon Otsutsuki clan. He helped the Moon Otsutsuki clan obtain the Samsara Eye and the Giant Samsara Eye. The Otsutsuki clan sent out experts to contain the main family strongmen of the Hyuga family and let the branch family ninjas bring their families out. While trapping Hyuga Hayashi here, he also prevented others from disturbing his battles and plans. The cooperation with Uchiha Sasuke was added later, and the effect was better. You are an interesting person, it's a pity. I really didn't expect Hyuga to hand over the Samsara Eye so readily. Otsutsuki Tonari's favorability increased greatly, but he was also very sorry. In order to break free from the caged bird curse seal, the other party paid a heavy price. Not only was his brain destroyed, but his soul was also severely damaged. You must know that the caged bird curse seal binds even the soul. Even if he is resurrected by the impure world reincarnation after death, or completely resurrected, he will carry the caged bird curse seal. The opponent is doomed to die. He is only relying on those chakra modes to hold on. Once the chakra in his body is exhausted, he will die. No more. After a long stay, Otsutsuki Tonari took the two to the air fortress. However, halfway through, he seemed to remember something, and threw a seeking jade to hit Hyuga Hayashi, disintegrating his entire body, and even his soul was disintegrated and destroyed. After all, the giant reincarnation eye has been sacrificed by the Hyuga family for thousands of years. The Hyuga family, especially the head of the main family, has the highest control over it. He naturally couldn't leave such a hidden danger, so Hyuga Hayashi must die. As for the two sisters Hyuga Hinata, there is no need to care. Anyway, when they go back, they will dismantle the giant reincarnation eye of the Hyuga family and make it a giant reincarnation eye that truly belongs to their Otsutsuki. As long as the head of the Hyuga main family does not have the reincarnation eye during this period, they will not be disturbed. Of course, the main reason for letting the two girls go is that Hyuga is too strong. Killing Hyuga Hayashi doesn't matter. After all, Hyuga himself wants to kill that guy, but Hyuga Hinata is different from Hyuga Hanabi. Now Hyuga is a dying man, and he will definitely fight desperately if he is forced into a corner. Dad. Seeing their father's entire body being annihilated, the two sisters Hyuga Hinata shook and almost fainted on the ground. Their father is still dead. Dead, it's better to be dead. Hyuga Niji sighed, waved his hand to break the barrier, and signaled the branch family members to gather together. And he protected Hinata and Hanabi in the middle to prevent some branch family members who were overwhelmed by hatred from doing stupid things. Then they did nothing, just waited quietly. At the same time, because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strong organizational ability and the deep foundation of Konoha City, they finally drove out all the invaders. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses themselves, and most of Konoha City became ruins, which was greater than the losses caused by the Nine Tails Rebellion. Teacher Sarutobi, are you satisfied with this gift from your disciple? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke who came to his side panting, Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was gloomy on the opposite side, licked his lips, and was quite happy. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to the old guy, but who would have thought that the old guy asked Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi to disgust him, which ruined a lot of his good things. This time, he just taught the old guy a lesson, and it was just the beginning. He had plenty of time and patience to play with the old guy slowly. Orochimaru, how dare you do this? Jiraiya, who was also exhausted, rushed over and asked angrily. He really didn't expect that his friend back then would become like this, and actually took the initiative to destroy Konoha. What? Only Sarutobi teacher is allowed to send Uchiha Itachi to chase me, but I am not allowed to fight back. The smile remained, and Orochimaru didn't take the former teammate seriously. Orochimaru, let me ask you, was it you who caused the Nine Tails Rebellion? Repressing his anger, Jiraiya asked again. Although he had found some clues over the years, he could not be sure. The Nine Tails Rebellion did have something to do with me, but I did not release that big guy, and I never thought of releasing that guy. Orochimaru admitted frankly that he did not care about these things, and he really did not think of causing a Nine Tails Rebellion. She just made a deal with Uchiha Fugaku that year. She brought the weak Uzumaki Kyuubi after giving birth to obtain a part of Uchiha Fugaku's Samsara Eye power. And Uchiha Fugaku only wanted to obtain Uzumaki Kyuubi's Swirl Chakra to perfect the Samsara Eye, and did not think of releasing the Nine Tails. As for why the Nine Tails took the initiative to break the seal, they were also very puzzled. 465. Chapter 464 Appearance. Is it still meaningful to quibble now? With his fists clenched, Jiraiya really wanted to rush up and beat that guy to death. The Nine Tails Rebellion was indeed caused by that guy. Ignorant idiot. Orochimaru curled his lips in disdain and was too lazy to explain. He didn't stay here for long, and took Uchiha Sasuke and others to perform the Flying Thunder God technique and left. This time he just taught Sarutobi Hiruzen a lesson. If that guy still let Uchiha Itachi bother him, he wouldn't mind coming to Konoha again and completely destroying it. Go back first, the Hyuga family still has a big trouble left in the city. Knowing that he couldn't catch up with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his disciple's shoulder and jumped back into the city. He got the information that Hyuga Niji did not leave with the Hyuga branch family members, but gathered at the competition venue instead, and he didn't know what his intention was. The most important thing is that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is still in the hands of the other party, and he must go back to negotiate with him, and it would be best to kill him. With the previous experience of Uchiha Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally won't have too many useless thoughts. As long as he is an enemy, he must be eliminated. Some Konoha ninjas stayed on the wall to defend, especially the section that was broken by the Hyuga family, while the remaining ninjas rushed to the competition venue and surrounded the Hyuga branch family members. Standing on a half-preserved stand, he looked down at the Hyuga branch family members below, especially the young man in the middle, with fear in his heart. The opponent still maintained that kind of power at this moment, and it was not easy to deal with. Without saying a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen waited quietly, waiting for Hyuga Niji's state to subside. Hyuga Niji was also waiting, but he was waiting for someone, a legendary taboo existence. Time passed slowly like this. Hyuga Niji's own chakra was limited after all, and soon the chakra pattern on his body was difficult to maintain. Although the Nine Tails still had a lot of power, it was not his own power after all, and it could not extend his life. Seeing Hyuga Niji's state, Sarutobi Hiruzen's murderous intent became stronger, but before he ordered the siege, a subtle click came from behind. Crack, crack. It was the sound of eating nuts, very slight, almost unnoticeable, but all the people present were top experts with extraordinary hearing, so they naturally heard everything clearly. Who was eating nuts in the back? How did he avoid their perception? Feeling terrified, he turned around suddenly, and when he saw the young man, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartbeat almost stopped. "Why are you here? Is it you who led the Konoha collapse plan today?" Jiraiya looked at the cheap disciple who was chewing nuts in the audience behind him, and he was alert and even more dissatisfied. It was no coincidence that the other party appeared here, and there must be some conspiracy. "Teacher Jiraiya, how can you slander people at will? The Konoha collapse plan has nothing to do with me. I came here just to watch a big show." Shrugging, Shimura Gentoi walked down the audience seat, came to the cheap teacher, and handed the nuts in his hand to him. "Would you like some? Everything that happened before was just a big show in your eyes." Even more angry, Jiraiya knew very well how heavy the loss of Konoha was this time, and he really couldn't agree with Shimura Gentoi's point of view. "What else?" After asking back, Shimura Gentoi said indifferently, "You all removed me from Konoha, how many people died has anything to do with me. Do you know how many people died in Konoha this time, and there are still many innocent children among them?" Even more angry, although Jiraiya knew that this disciple's temperament was very extreme, he didn't expect him to grow to such a cold-blooded degree. "Then do you know how many people were devoured by the evil demon back then, and how many innocent children and women were there?" His face turned cold. Shimura Gentoi didn't think he was a good-tempered person, thinking that you were a cheap teacher, so don't be shameless. This retort hit Jiraiya's weakness, and thinking back to the killings committed by the evil demon, he was full of pain and regret. It was because of him that the evil demon escaped, which led to a series of subsequent events. Even the 5 great ninja villages back then secretly cooperated with the evil demons, and countless innocent people died. Even after the establishment of the ninja country, the 5 great ninja countries still cooperated with the evil demons, and countless people were devoured by them. "What do you want to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked calmly while signaling the surrounding Konoha ninjas to retreat. Since this man came in person, he could not have the final say on everything, and it all depended on the other party's wishes. Although it was embarrassing, in this world, strength was respected, and whoever had the bigger fist had to listen to him. Obviously, Shimura Gentoi's fist was big enough to wipe out the entire Konoha ninja country with one punch. "I'm just here to watch the show, and my wife has something to do." Shrugging, he made way for his wife, Hinata Suzuan, who was following behind him. With the tip of her toes wrapped in show boots, Hinata Suzuan flew into the middle of the Hyuga branch family. "You are excellent and smart, much better than the silly and cute brother Hisashi." Hinata Suzuan's eyes were full of admiration, and she was very satisfied with her nephew. Not long ago, Hyuga Neji secretly sent a message to the Shimura family, saying that he wanted to lead the branch family to surrender. She did not agree immediately, but gave a test, and she was very satisfied with the result. The nephew is very excellent, much better than brother Hisashi, and has enough ability to lead the branch family into the future. Hinata Neji couldn't help twitching. The adjective that his aunt used to describe his father made Hyuga Neji very uncomfortable, and he really couldn't figure out what kind of image his father had in his aunt's eyes. How did it get related to the word silly and cute? Don't resist. If you want to enter the 10,000 Stars Empire, you must eliminate the chakra in your body. It will be a little painful, just bear with it. Reminding the members of the Hyuga branch family present, Hyuga Suzuan began to extract the chakra and chakra blood in everyone's body, and even the pupil power of the Byakugan was extracted. The essence of chakra is the spiritual imprint of the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki clan. They do not have the ability to completely eliminate chakra now, so they can only extract it temporarily. In the end, the chakra and chakra blood in the bodies of all Hyuga clan members were forcibly compressed and turned into a crystal. Taking the crystal from his wife's hand and storing it in the black cauldron space is the only safe way for Shimura Gendo to deal with it at this stage. Although I don't know how powerful the black cauldron space is, it is definitely more advanced than the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, enough to block the opponent's power and perception. Don't worry, everyone. Chakra has no future. The ninja country and the ninja world are destined to be completely destroyed in the future. You can only survive and live better if you follow us now. Seeing the nervousness of the Hyuga branch family, Shimura Gentoi comforted them and even exuded the power of the soul to calm everyone's mood. Unfortunately, he was slapped in the face soon, and the one who slapped him in the face was a teenager. "You are talking nonsense. Ninjas will never die." Uzumaki Naruto, who had just recovered his ability to move, said angrily. "He will become a Hokage in the future. How could he let the ninjas in the ninja world die?" "Little kid, don't you know that when adults are talking, Children can't interrupt. The old face turned black, and Shimura Gentoi picked up the boy behind him with his backhand and said viciously. The little kid now is getting less and less cute. 466. Chapter 465. It's hard to find a confidant. The new book starting from the laughing proud Jianghu to push the martial arts has been released. If you are interested, you can support it. Xianding, don't be impulsive, he is a child of the 9th rank, Kushina's nephew. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto angered Shimura Xianding, Jiraiya was furious and hurried to explain. Who told you that he is a child of the 9th rank? Did the Six-Path Sage say that? Glancing at the cheap teacher, Shimura Xianding's mind entered the sealed space of Uzumaki Naruto and saw the 9-tailed fox, which had turned into a lump. Kurama, you should lose weight. Looking up at the sky in silence, Shimura Gendo didn't expect the 9-tailed fox to indulge himself into such a ghost. Although he hasn't reached the ball-like figure of his own Shimura's Y, he is not much different. He has completely lost his previous fierce posture and looks cute instead. Foxes are canines, not cats that value big oranges. Do you think I want to? The 9-tailed fox, picking his nose, said helplessly, without the half of yin to control the chakra in the body, it has become like this after practicing. He is also helpless. Whatever you want. Shrugged indifferently, Shimura Gendo looked at Uzumaki Kyupin who was kneeling in the corner and practicing silently. I won't obey you, you pervert, just give up on that idea. Sensing Shimura Gendo's gaze, Uzumaki Kyupin had a determined look on his face, and he still held his collar tightly, fearing that someone would forcibly ruin him. Looking confused, Shimura Gendo turned his head and cast an inquiring look at Kyuubi. He didn't remember revealing his true face to that woman, so how did the other party know that he was a loyal fan of Prime Minister Cao? That stupid woman's brain is as hard as a stone. I have said so many good things to her, but she just won't obey and insists on waiting for her Namikaze Minato. Kyuubi, who was still picking his nose, was still helpless. If that stupid woman could understand it earlier, he could leave this damn place earlier. Look at what he has done now, it's like he is sentenced to life imprisonment. Why are you all slandering my reputation? Knowing that it was Kyuubi who ruined his reputation, Shimura Gendo covered his face in depression. How come these guys know me so well? No, it's a misunderstanding? Don't pretend, no one is perfect, it's normal to have some special hobbies, we can all understand. Give him a look that understands you, although the 9 tails is not a human, it can understand this. After all, Shimura Gendo has taken so many human women, including many wives. Although they are all widows at home, Uzumaki Kyupin is almost the same now. I don't know how many years it has been since Minato Namikaze died, and I don't know when he will be resurrected in the future. I feel speechless again, but I am also very happy, after all, it's hard to find a confidant. Just wait. Too lazy to talk nonsense, Shimura Gendo returned to his body and threw the Uzumaki Naruto he was carrying to Jiraiya. Ignoring the cheap teacher, Shimura Gendo waved his hand and took Hyuga Niji and many Hyuga branch family members back to the 10,000 Stars Empire. With the current size of the 10,000 Stars Empire, it is no problem to accommodate this population. It can be solved with just one sentence. Moreover, the Hyuga clan members are all scarce talents. Although the Byakugan is useless after the abolition of Chakra and Chakra bloodline, they have some foundation. As long as the corresponding secret technique is practiced, the Byakugan version of the immortal energy can be copied, which can be applied in many aspects. For example, the exploration of mineral resources and some research projects need the power of the Byakugan. Sexy sage, do you know my mother? The Uzumaki Naruto who was thrown out did not make a noise this time, and looked at Jiraiya hopefully. He just heard the sage say his mother's name with his own ears. His mother is called Jupin, and there is an aunt called Kushina. He also has relatives, not alone. But in the face of his disciples' hopes, Jiraiya was silent and felt extremely guilty. Although he had been back to Konoha for a short time, he also asked about Naruto's past life, and he felt guilty and complained about it. He felt guilty for not taking good care of Minato's child, and he blamed his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen for not taking good care of Naruto. Tell him. You are the best person to tell it. Taking out his pipe and smoking silently, Sarutobi Hiruzen motioned Jiraiya to explain. Naruto, your father's name is Minato Namikaze, and he is also my disciple. Your mother Uzumaki Kyupin is the previous generation of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Facing the disciple's increasingly hopeful eyes, Jiraiya touched the boy's soft yellow hair and couldn't help but think of the disciple back then. Minato Namikaze? Haven't heard of it. After thinking for a while, Uzumaki Naruto was quite confused and had no impression of this name at all. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two were silent. You know, the successive Hokage were written in the textbooks of the ninja school. Although Uzumaki Naruto's grades were poor, they were not so bad. Idiot, your father is the fourth Hokage. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiraiya punched the boy on the forehead. Is this kid full of nonsense? Fourth Hokage? My father is the fourth Hokage? How is that possible? Ignoring the pain on his forehead, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. He really couldn't believe that his father would be the fourth Hokage. If he was the son of the Hokage, how could he live such a life? Thinking about Konohamaru's life and his childhood, even Uzumaki Naruto's optimistic personality couldn't help but become gloomy. It was my order to conceal your identity. Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted frankly that although he wanted to pass on the blame, he had no choice but to clear himself up since Ezo left him. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya were both stubborn people who were easy to fool. As long as there was a perfect script, it would be fine. Why? Why didn't you tell me the true identity of my parents? The reaction was extremely intense, and Uzumaki Naruto felt wronged. Everyone is crying. Why did the third-generation grandfather do this? If he had not concealed his true identity, he would not have been despised and hated by others. With the bonus of being the son of the Hokage, he could have pursued Sakura, and even been actively pursued by Sakura. To protect you. Putting down the pipe in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said guiltily, the rumors about the demon fox were spread by some despicable villains. The reason why I still don't reveal your identity is mainly to guard against the man just now. That man is lustful and likes to seduce married women. The first and second generation nine-tailed Jinchuriki have become her wives, and the first generation nine-tailed Jinchuriki is also the first wife of the first generation Hokage. I have long guessed that he will target your mother. If he knows your existence, he will probably come to kill you. Just like some male beasts in nature will bite the cubs of female beasts to death in order to mate with female beasts. He said it very heavily and very quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen even created a small isolation barrier to avoid being heard by outsiders. That kid is not a good-tempered one. Once he hears that he is making up, he will definitely come to kill his old bones. If it weren't for fooling Uzumaki Naruto, he really didn't want to die like this. A euro. The new book starting from the Laughing Proud Wanderer to push the martial arts has been published. If you are interested, you can take a look. My name is Tian Hao, and my courtesy name is Mangfu. Tian is the Tian of the two neighbors, and Hao is the Hao that is disrespectful to God. I have now joined the Huashan sect, but since Master Yu Bucken started practicing the sword manual of exorcism, he always looks at me strangely every day, which makes me a little nervous. Divine Art Biming, Tao Heart Planting Demon, Fairy from the Sky, Magic Knife Full Moon, Dragon Spring 7 Stars, Heavenly Knife Bright Moon, Against the Current Cold Heart, Swordsman Love, Youth Song, Tomb King Kylan. In this complex martial arts world, Tian Hao wants to create a template for a big boss, train the strongest muscles, practice the strongest martial arts, stack the thickest armor, use the biggest sword, chop everything and create a new world. I update more than 10,000 words a day, and the update is awesome. There are more than 4 million words, please feel free to read. Q Group 8260378891, those who are interested can join and communicate. 467. Chapter 466 Konoha Ninja Hero. Why is he so lustful again? Are you relatives of the lustful sage and the third-generation grandfather? Muttering in dissatisfaction, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't figure out why these powerful people were so lustful. Is lust a common problem among the strong? Or can lust make people stronger? Ahem, don't talk nonsense, I'm not lustful. With a dry cough, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly opened his mouth to correct him, but who would have thought that he would be greeted with the boy's contemptuous eyes? Third-generation grandfather, don't pretend. I saw you use that glass ball to peek into the female bathhouse that day. It's much better than the peeping method of the lustful sage. Why do you involve me again? Jiraiya, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, was unhappy, and at the same time, he was also wondering why the topic, which was just serious and heavy, changed in a blink of an eye. He is indeed Jiraya's disciple, and he is also my grand disciple, and also my nephew-in-law. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly changed the subject, and he couldn't help but feel regretful. Originally, he could have followed the Shimura family, and even with his gay relationship with Azang, he could have gotten along well. Unfortunately, the big mistake has been made, and there is no room for redemption. Now he can only hold on to the end. No wonder he is so lustful. No, the first generation Hokage seems to be very old. How could that guy hook up with the first generation's wife? Does he have such a heavy taste? Or is it that the first generation is an old cow eating tender grass and married a young wife? Thinking back to what the third generation grandfather had just said, Uzumaki Naruto was horrified. That guy's taste was too heavy. Idiot! Unable to bear it anymore, he punched down again, smashing the boy's entire head into the ground, and he fell into a coma. Jiraiya also doubted whether this kid was Minato's child. Not at all. Teacher, from what you said just now, is it possible that Juppin is not dead? With a serious face, Jiraiya is not a fool like Uzumaki Naruto. His years of experience have improved his IQ a lot, and he can hear the hidden meaning in his teacher's words. The nine-tailed fox is that man's pet. As long as that man really sets his sights on Juppin, the nine-tailed fox will never kill him. And Juppin did not leave anything behind back then. I suspect that Juppin was sealed together in the sealed space and imprisoned by the nine-tailed fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was not good after he expressed his own conjecture. At first, he only thought that Uzumaki Juppin was slapped to death by the rampaging nine-tailed fox, but then he thought about it and had another guess. He knew Shimura Gentoi's personality very well. In some ways, he was a man who doted on his wife. Even if he didn't set his sights on Uzumaki Juppin, Shimura Gentoi would not let Juppin die for the sake of Uzumaki Kushina. Moreover, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire did not make any movement, and even the Uzumaki family did not send anyone over, which was very abnormal. He guessed that there was a high probability that Uzumaki Kyubin was not dead. The palm of the Nine Tails could be seen as an attack or a protection, and it was very likely that they were sealed together. Moreover, Uzumaki Kyubin had already turned his entire body into chakra with the help of the Nine Tails, and could survive for a long time without food. Nine Tails. It was a headache, and although Jiraiya also agreed with this speculation and wanted to rescue Uzumaki Kyubin, he was helpless because the Nine Tails was too strong. Although the Nine Tails was split into yin and yang by his disciple Minato Namikaze, and its strength was greatly reduced, it has been training again in the past 10 years, and even its body has become larger. For the tailed beasts for a species, size is proportional to strength. The current Nine Tails is much stronger than during the Nine Tails Rebellion. When he taught Naruto to master the Nine Tails Chakra, he entered the sealed space and saw the big guy. Although the big guy couldn't get out, he was invincible inside. Not to mention that they could only enter with one spirit, even if the main body entered, it would be beaten. If they can't beat the Nine Tails, they can't rescue Uzumaki Kyubin. This is a dead end. Don't think too much, there will be a way in the future. Take Naruto back to rest first. Too many things happened today, and he needs to adapt. Patting his disciple on the shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted him, but murderous intent surged in his heart. The previous words could only fool people like Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya, who were stubborn, but it wouldn't work against Uzumaki Kyubin. So, that woman must die. Teacher, I'm so sorry. After a long sigh, Jiraiya patted his teacher's shoulder, picked up the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto, and left. After Jiraiya left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was as gloomy as water, and his cold and crazy murderous intent was no longer concealed. Father! Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sarutobi Asuma appeared beside him. Sarutobi Shinashuk was still holding his son who had already died, and his murderous intent was also surging. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. Don't leave Konoha City in the future, and don't be alone. Leaving a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. The village suffered a great disaster again, and there are many things to deal with. Post-disaster reconstruction work must also be carried out as soon as possible, as well as search and rescue work. Little bastard! Sarutobi Asuma cursed angrily and really wanted to cut that Uchiha little bastard into pieces. Poor nephew, his eyes were gouged out and he was killed before he was 10 years old. This hatred is irreconcilable. But besides anger, there was also fear in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke was too strong. They were no match for him. What was more terrible was that he was still very young and had a lot of room for growth in the future. It was conceivable that in the near future, Uchiha Sasuke would become even stronger. What would they use to resist him when he came to take revenge? And that kid was an avenger. Even if his father threatened to destroy Konoha ninja country with earth fire, the other party would not care. Brother, are you really going to let Sand Village and those ninja clans go? After finally calming down, Sarutobi Asuma recalled the forces that had invaded Konoha city before. Although most of them wore masks and did not even use their own ninjutsu secrets, he could guess the identities of those people. They must have come from the ninja clan forces in Konoha ninja country. In addition, the 4 ninja nations were able to bring so many elite ninja troops outside Konoha without telling them, which must be related to those ninja forces. Ninja. Sarutobi Shinashuk gnashed his teeth and said a word, holding his son's body and walking back. Now they have too many enemies, and it is not safe to leave Konoha city. There is no way to settle accounts with those people, and even the Sand Village who ran away before cannot chase them. There is no way. If you want to kill that group of Sand Village elites, you need at least 3 times the manpower. If you really send so many ninjas, Konoha city will be empty. What if those people come back and attack Konoha again? If you send too few people, they will be sent to serve food. Now they have no choice but to endure. The Sand Village ninjas hated by the Sarutobi brothers are very uncomfortable at this moment, very uncomfortable. They were stopped by 3 people. Although the opponent has an absolute disadvantage in numbers, they have an absolute advantage in strength. Leave the 3 of them, or destroy them. Holding the big sword, Inyazuka-ken said indifferently. Although he did not make any movements, the sword will that burst out shocked the hundreds of thousands of Sand Ninja army present, as if a sharp sword was hanging on their necks. The most important thing is that many Sand Ninjas are familiar with the identities of the 3 people, and they are even colleagues with some of the older generation of ninjas. Maki, from today on, you are the 6th generation of Kazekage of Sand Village. Gaara, who was named, was silent for a while, took off the Kazekage hat that he had just received from his dead father, and put it on his teacher Maki's head. Kazekage, we can. Maki mustered up his courage and looked at the 3 people opposite fiercely. They Sand Ninjas are not afraid of death. 468. Chapter 467 Beautiful Sasuke. To live requires more courage than to face death. Carry on the Sand Village and don't let it die. At this moment, Gaara took on the responsibility of being a cage. After saying this, he took out the one-tail replica sealed in his body and sealed it in Maki's body. Maki's strength was a little weak after all, and he needed external assistance, otherwise the old guys in the Sand Village would not be convinced, and it might cause internal strife or even division in the village. And after losing the one tail, Gaara suffered a heavy blow, and he could even feel that his vitality was fading quickly. However, he still squeezed out the last bit of chakra, and brought his sister and brother to the 3 people on a sand mat, ready to be killed. The opponent was too strong, they were no match at all, and they just wanted to die quickly. Go! With tears in his eyes, Maki ordered to go around at full speed, not to waste the opportunity that Gaara and others had sacrificed themselves to win. The Sand Ninjas ran away as if they had been pardoned. Gaara and his 3 siblings were ready to face death, even Temari, a girl, had a determined look on her face. She had been ready to face death since the day she became a ninja. After all, those who kill will be killed. However, she did not wait for the butcher's knife as she imagined, but was embraced instead. Don't be afraid, your mother was my good sister back then. Holding the girl in his arms, Karura chuckled and comforted her. They came here not to kill the 3 of them, but to take them to the 10,000 Stars Empire. After she left, Luo Xia found another girlfriend, who also possessed Shikaku's magnetic escape, and was also her good friend. There were only a few people in the Sand Village who possessed magnetic escape back then, and she knew them all and had a pretty good relationship with them. Temari's mother was one of her good friends, but it was a pity that she didn't expect Luo Xia to be so cruel and let her good friend die, without even saving her soul. By the time she knew it, it was too late. And her good friend left behind 3 children, the eldest of whom was a beauty, just in line with her own standards. Luo, look, little Luo looks like a panda, her panda eyes are so cute, and her little face is so tender and smooth. Yabara on the other side found Gaara and stretched out his hand to pinch the boy's cheek, making Gaara's forehead black line. I was scared to death, I thought Aunt Luo, you guys were going to kill us. Temari, who just reacted, patted her chest. She was almost scared to death before. Although they are not afraid of death, it is better to live than to die. It is naturally best to survive. Call me sister. With a gentle smile, Carula corrected her. She, Carula, is a beautiful girl who is always 18 years old. How can she be called aunt? It's too rude. Sister. Feeling the chill that penetrated into her bones, Temari changed her words very tactfully. That's good. Satisfiedly rubbing the girl's soft hair, Carula grabbed Temari's wrist and stepped through the space and came directly to the capital of the 10,000 Stars Empire. Let's go, sister will take you shopping, eat a big meal, and buy the most beautiful skirt. On the other side, Gaara and Kankuro were taken to outer space by Inyazuka-ken and Yekara, and directly met Cho, who was busy in the research base. Sister Cho, I brought you 2 good research materials. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Yekara shouted carelessly, causing Gaara and Kankuro, who were following behind, to pause and almost turn around and run away. What kind of people are they? It's little Gaara and little Kankuro. Looking up, Cho smiled and motioned for the 2 to come over. She has always kept an eye on Sand Village, so she naturally knows the existence of Gaara and Kankuro, and she is even thinking about when to bring the 2 little guys over. Both little guys are very good, it would be a pity to leave them to be buried with the ninja world. I want that one, just in time to start the upgrade project of the human puppet. Scorpion also spoke up and directly called out Kankuro, scaring Kankuro to the point of almost kneeling. Okay, but don't torture me to death. Nodding, Cho also thought that Kankuro was very suitable to join the upgrade research of the human puppet, so that he could slowly adapt to this place. But my grandson is a research maniac. Once he is interested, he will work day and night. Kankuro is not strong enough now, and he can't bear the sleepless work. At least he needs to practice for a while. I'm so stupid that I actually believed their nonsense. Kankuro, who was completely broken in his heart, muttered to himself woodenly. He thought that Yekeng and the others would not kill him, but who would have thought that it would be worse than killing him? The 2 brothers Gaara are adapting to the new environment here, and Uchiha Sasuke, who is far away in the ninja world, is also adapting to the new environment and new body. Sasuke-kun, do you want to transfer the 9 tails to your body as well? Orochimaru asked with a smile, but the words he said made Uchiha Sasuke stiffen. You know. The seal of the 9 tails is very mysterious. Even the Byakugan's ability to see through it can't see through it. How did Orochimaru know it? I didn't know it before, but I knew it the first time I saw you. I didn't expect that Fugaku-kun had planned to get the other half of the 9 tails. Licking his lips, Orochimaru really didn't expect that the other half of the 9 tails would be obtained by Uchiha Fugaku and sealed into Uchiha Sasuke's body. If the 3 Megatama Samsara Sharingan between the eyebrows was not mysterious enough, it would really be impossible to see. Don't you covet the power of the 9 tails? Uchiha Sasuke looked puzzled. He had read Orochimaru's intelligence information. This guy is a very greedy person. There is no reason for him to miss the ultimate power of the 9 tails. The power of the 9 tails is indeed very tempting, but it's a pity that the big guy has an owner. I don't want to provoke the owner behind him. When Orochimaru mentioned that person, his expression became solemn. He had just received the latest intelligence that the man appeared in Konoha Castle and took away the Hyuga branch family. It is even possible that the other party has been hiding there and has seen the entire Konoha collapse plan. When she thought of this, she was still frightened. It was like she had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. In this case, even if she knew that the power of the 9 tails could help improve the Samsara Sharingan at the center of her eyebrows, she didn't dare to make any plans. Transfer the seal for me, and why is the control of this perfect body so low? After confirming that Orochimaru was indeed not greedy for the power of the 9 tails, Uchiha Sasuke decisively signaled to transfer the seal. He needed a strong enough force to complete his revenge. As for whether he would offend any strong people, that was not something he needed to consider. At the same time, he was not very satisfied with this perfect body. Although the potential was indeed very strong and much stronger than his original body, the degree of fit did not seem to be very high. This is a fatal problem. Don't worry, although the perfect body is cultivated mainly based on your genes, there are other genes. It is normal that it is difficult to perfectly fit. After refining and integrating your original body, it will be fine. Be patient thinking about it. Orochimaru certainly would not intentionally harm Uchiha Sasuke, but the perfect body is too strong, and it is naturally not easy to completely fit and perfectly control it. Fortunately, the previous body can be integrated to improve the fit, but in this way, there is no way to return to the original body, and can only be a woman forever. 469. Chapter 468 Dusk Organization. Uchiha Sasuke is now full of hatred and anger, and he also positions himself as an avenger. So he decisively agreed to let Orochimaru refine the original body into the perfect body. After completing the refining and fusion, the control over the new body has indeed improved a lot. The Nine Tails Rebellion was really not caused by you. While adapting to the new body, Uchiha Sasuke asked. He had talked with Orochimaru before, and knew that the reason why his brother was looking for trouble with Orochimaru was because of the Nine Tails Rebellion that year. He wanted to find out the truth inside and see if he could persuade his brother to change his mind. After all, he had already left Konoha, so there was no need for his brother to be controlled by the old dog Sarutobi. Your father made a deal with me back then. I used space ninjutsu to bring Uzumaki Kyupen out of the delivery room and temporarily sealed the Flying Thunder God technique left on Uzumaki Kyupen by Namikaze Minato. He devoured Uzumaki Kyupen's vortex chakra to perfect the Samsara Eye. Of course, this is what I guessed later. Uzumaki chakra is indeed one of the necessary conditions for perfecting the Samsara Eye. But I still don't understand why the Nine Tails went berserk. We didn't think of releasing the Nine Tails, let alone killing Uzumaki Kyupen, otherwise we would have angered some people and our lives would have been very difficult. But at that time I discovered something very interesting. I patiently explained to Uchiha Sasuke. After all, I had to rely on this kid to deal with Uchiha Itachi in the future, so I had to explain it clearly. At least this kid was much easier to talk to than Uchiha Itachi, who had been fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's the matter? Turning around, Uchiha Sasuke knew that Orochimaru was not the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. Since he mentioned this, he must have another purpose. You may not believe me, so it's better for you to go and see it yourself. Licking his lips, Orochimaru raised his hand to make a seal and summoned a coffin. Sarutobi Biwako. Seeing the figure in the coffin, Uchiha Sasuke was filled with murderous intent. He had obtained detailed information about the Sarutobi family from Kakashi, and the focus was on the family of the old dog Sarutobi. Naturally, he knew Sarutobi Biwako, and there was even a photo of this woman in the information. There was no mistake. However, according to the intelligence records, this woman died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, but she was unexpectedly resurrected by Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Biwako, who had just regained consciousness, saw Orochimaru next to the coffin with hatred. She had been summoned by Orochimaru many times, so she naturally knew that the other party had become a woman. Back then, she was delivering the Uzumaki Kyuben and was about to complete her husband's plan, but she was ambushed and assassinated by this traitor. I don't know how her husband and Konoha are doing now. Uchiha Sasuke also guessed why Orochimaru summoned Sarutobi Biwako, and immediately opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that had just been transplanted to the new body, and cast an illusion to explore Sarutobi Biwako's memory. Sarutobi Biwako's thinking memory still stayed at the Nine Tails Rebellion of that year, so he quickly obtained the information he wanted. That idiot is so pitiful. After browsing the information, Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and sneered, feeling sorry for that idiot teammate. It turned out that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were planning the Nine Tails Rebellion that year, and Sarutobi Biwako, who delivered the Uzumaki Kyuben, was the key figure in the plan. At that time, even if Orochimaru did not intervene, the Nine Tails would still be born, and it would not cause too much damage to Konoha City. Even the reason why Orochimaru was able to succeed easily was mainly due to the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are the enemies who killed Uzumaki Naruto's father and mother, but that idiot was fooled by them. Just like his stupid Unai-chan. The Nine Tails should not have really recognized Uzumaki Kyuben back then, otherwise Uzumaki Kyuben would have gained the ability to perceive the good and evil of people's hearts, and would definitely be able to see through the dark hearts of those people. Licking his lips, Orochimaru felt very sorry for Uzumaki Kyuben's death, and was even very worried at the time, fearing that Uzumaki Kushina and Shimura Gentoi would come to kill him. Fortunately, those people did not show up, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Sasuke-kun can continue to look at the memory of his master's wife, there will be unexpected surprises. As if he remembered something, Orochimaru signaled Uchiha Sasuke to continue reading. Orochimaru. Also as if she understood Orochimaru's idea, Sarutobi Biwako's face changed greatly. If these people knew the secret of the past, her husband and the Sarutobi family would be in danger. Unfortunately, she could not stop Uchiha Sasuke's illusion invasion at all, and her memory was forcibly read again. At the same time, because Sarutobi Biwako also recalled the incident of the past, it made it easier for Uchiha Sasuke to read it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find the desired memory fragment in decades of memory. Sarutobi old dog is quite good at courting death. After reading that memory, even Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen is purely courting death. If Sasuke wants revenge, he can spread this information. It is guaranteed that the Sarutobi family will be killed tomorrow, and even the entire Konoha will be wiped out. While taking back Sarutobi Biwako's impure world reincarnation body, Orochimaru suggested with a smile. This information is also hers. If the consequences were not too serious and not conducive to her subsequent layout, she would have spread the news and let that man wipe out Konoha. I will personally avenge Uchiha and let old Sarutobi pay with blood. Although he was very tempted, Uchiha Sasuke finally refused. He wanted to personally kill old Sarutobi and the entire Sarutobi family without relying on others. Next, old Sarutobi will definitely retreat. If you want to kill that old dog, you must break into Konoha city. What are your plans? Calming down, Uchiha Sasuke really wanted to hear Orochimaru's subsequent plans. It is indeed difficult for us to fight against the entire Konoha city with our strength alone, not to mention the first Hokage and 6 Paths Madara who are hiding in the dark. The reason why I chose to retreat before was mainly because I sensed that the two had arrived at Konoha city, and they could not watch Konoha being destroyed. If you want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must contain the first Hokage and his men. I will recommend you to join the Murasaki organization, and the leader of the Murasaki organization is the legendary evil demon. Do you have the courage to join? Looking at the boy in front of him, no, the girl, Orochimaru was very curious about what choice the other party would make. You must know that the evil demon stands on the opposite side of humans. Once you stand with the evil demon, you are a traitor and will be rejected and spurned by the entire human race. What choice will the girl in front of her make? Even Uchiha Izumi, who had been silent on the side, cast a look over, wanting to see what choice Uchiha Sasuke would make. Of course, she just wanted to see the result. As for which one Uchiha Sasuke would choose, it didn't matter to her. Even if he really joined the evil demon, it was none of her business. She would even be happy. The reason why Uchiha Itachi chose to exterminate the family was partly to protect his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke and hoped that he could develop a brand new Uchiha in Konoha. If Uchiha Sasuke joined the evil demon, then Uchiha would be completely unacceptable to humans. I believe that seeing this result, Uchiha Itachi would be very painful. For her, who had already transformed her love for Uchiha Itachi into hatred, the more painful Uchiha Itachi was, the happier she was. 470. Chapter 469 Kisame's Girlfriend. Lead the way. Uchiha Sasuke's answer was very concise and decisive. He didn't even think about it, and there was no need to think about it. For him as an avenger, hatred is everything. As long as revenge can be achieved, he doesn't mind joining the evil demon. Very good, you are worthy of being Sasuke-kun. Licking his lips, Orochimaru saw Uchiha Sasuke's determination for revenge and was very pleased. Not to mention the plans of Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, after bringing the Hyuga branch family members to the 10,000 Stars Empire, Shimura Gentoi had a headache. You don't have to be so ruthless. Looking at the dozens of girls in front of him, Shimura Gentoi turned his head to look at Tsunade and others. This was all done by those women. Before, it was not just him who went to watch the good show of Konoha's collapse plan. Tsunade and others also sneaked into Konoha and took away a group of girls they liked. These girls are all the kind of people who value both wisdom and beauty, and their qualifications are also first class. And almost all of them are plot characters in the original work. It can only be said that there is a reason why these girls can stand out in the original work. But there are too many. Not too many, not too few, just full. Don't go out and flirt with other girls for me anymore, or I'll castrate you. After threatening fiercely, Tsunade kicked the traitor out of the room, and then began to comfort the girls they had robbed. This time they put in a lot of effort, and after a lot of searching, they finally gathered 49 people, so that the traitor wouldn't use this as an excuse to go out and flirt with other girls again. But Bai is a boy. A pretty girl couldn't help but speak up. She really didn't want to marry that strange man so confusedly. She wanted to follow Zabuza-sama all the time. Girl, lying is not a good habit. Do you want me to check your body? Hugging the girl from behind, holding her chest tightly wrapped in bandages, Kitsune Mizuki said with a smile. The girl's disguise was indeed very good, but it was a pity that she was completely exposed in front of them. But it is understandable. The Kirigakure ninja country values a euro men over women, and many female ninjas choose to dress up as men. Bai is just one of them. Knock knock. Just then, the door was knocked. Come in. Sister Shoru, Sister Shuirong, hello. A tall and strong young man walked in and greeted the women in the room respectfully. Little Shark, is there anything? Her father was one of the people who kidnapped Shimura Gentoi in Taki country, and he had a good relationship with Shimura Gentoi, but unfortunately he died in the battle with the evil demon. His mother was excluded by the Hoshigaki family, and then took this kid to the Shimura family. He has good talent and is a leader of the younger generation. That. With an embarrassed look on his face, Kisame didn't know how to start, and even sweated. Seniors, Kisame and I have known each other for a long time. Please help us. At this time, a woman with long orange hair walked out, came to Kisame's side, and bowed deeply to the women. Please help us. Kisame also bowed. This time he mustered up a lot of courage to come here, and even prepared to face death. The acquaintance with his girlfriend was completely an accident. At that time, he was in the water district, and his girlfriend represented the Kirigakure ninja country in the border waters. Suddenly, they were attacked by an evil beast. They joined forces to repel the evil beast, and then after that, they got to know each other, and then... Looking at Kisame's shark face and then at the girl from Kirigakure, the girls thought of the words of beauty and the beast for no reason. How did these two get together? Does anyone else have a boyfriend or husband? Looking at the many juniors who were captured this time, Tsunade asked with a headache. Although the traitor was very lustful and perverted, he had some principles and never messed with married women whose husbands were still alive. I have already discussed with Yanliu, a ninja from the same village, and we will get married next year. A yellow-haired woman who also wore a Kirigakure forehead protector stood up and said that she had a FANFIC copyright. Seeing that someone took the lead and Tsunade and others seemed to be easy to talk to, the girls became active and said that they either had a boyfriend or a FANFIC copyright. That's fine. When your FANFIC copyrights and boyfriends die, you'll be free. Sign these marriage contracts quickly. Seeing that none of the women's significant others belonged to the 10,000 Stars Empire, Princess Tsunade and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They took out the marriage certificate that had been prepared long ago and asked the women to sign it quickly to settle their status first. They can take their time with feelings and marriage, lest that traitor find an excuse to flirt with other women outside. I won't submit to you. Mei Terumi was very angry. If the chakra in her body had not been completely cleared, she would definitely give these women a melting escape. Don't make trouble. We all know that you don't have a boyfriend, let alone a FANFIC copyright. Shuirong, who couldn't bear it, pulled Mei Terumi aside. Mei Terumi was also her niece. After Terumi Mune broke up with her, she found someone else in their family to marry, and then Mei Terumi was born. She has been paying attention to her for many years, so she naturally knows that this girl has no boyfriend, let alone a FANFIC copyright. Who said I don't have any? I'm now a strong contender for the 5th Mizukage. When I return to Kirigakure, I can have a lot of boyfriends with just a snap of my fingers. Mei Terumi became even angrier and more frantic. As the most beautiful woman in Kirigakure, not having a boyfriend and a FANFIC copyright is her biggest shame. Now that she has been exposed in front of her, how can she bear it? Stupid girl, I'm saving you. She angrily gave a love iron fist, hitting Mei Terumi with tears in her eyes. Shuirong was really doing this for the good of her niece. She knew very well how big the pit of the ninja world was. The Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire have always been very vigilant about the ninja world and have strictly examined the immigrant population, even though they don't have the power to pull people in at will. This time, she used the opportunity to find a wife for that pervert to get Mei Terumi and other women out of Kirigakure. You really want to destroy the ninja world? Yui Hong frowned, not wanting to see the scene. As an orthodox ninja, she naturally didn't want to see Konoha and the ninja world destroyed, and she was very disgusted with it. It's not us who want to destroy the ninja world, but the six-path sage who wants to destroy you. Uzumaki Kushin aside and patiently explained the reason to the girls. She was also shocked that year, and later she was secretly glad. The ending of the ninja world was doomed when it appeared, and no one could change it. How could this be? The girls of Mai Terumi were shocked and felt that their worldviews were collapsing. They didn't think Uzumaki Kushina was lying, because there was no need, and even if she lied, it would be useless. After all, according to what she said, the Six-Path Sage would appear and destroy the ninja world in a few years. But how could this be possible? You have to know that the Six-Path Sage is the founder of their ninja world, the ancestor of all ninjas, and now that ancestor is still alive and hiding in the dark for thousands of years. A ninja's mindset would tell them that there must be a conspiracy. They didn't believe that the Six-Path Sage had been sleeping for thousands of years. But this was too sensational. As the creator of the ninja world, he was going to end it. Since you are also the enemy of the Six-Path Sage, why don't you join forces with our 5 major ninja nations to fight against the Six-Path Sage? Mai Terumi suddenly made a suggestion. In her opinion, the Shimura family's approach was wrong and too passive. 471. Chapter 470, Konoha, which is plagued by disasters. The Six-Path Sage is too good at hiding. We need to use the ninja world as bait to lure him out. Shaking her head slightly, Shui Rong answered her niece's question. The words were cruel, and the girls of Mai Terumi felt a chill from the bone marrow. The 5 major ninja nations in the ninja world now have a population of hundreds of millions, and the Shimura family is going to sacrifice them all just to lure out the Six-Path Sage. Sure enough, this is the true style of the Shimura family. Stop saying those stupid words. We gave the ninja world a chance, but they didn't seize it. They died in the end, so it's no one's fault. Tsunade-kun didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. She had thought about helping the Senju family in Konoha, but unfortunately the family and the village were too disappointing. Ninjas are not worth saving in nature, and they deserve to die. Can you guys save Suzuki-kun too? Harano Sakura, who had been silent all this time, mustered up her courage. She roughly understood the current situation. Since she had been targeted, there was naturally no possibility for her to be with Suzuki-kun. But she didn't want Suzuki-kun to die, as long as Suzuki-kun could survive. Impossible. Uchiha Suzuki is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage. He is the most important chess piece of the Six-Path Sage and cannot be saved. By the way, you are lucky. The origins of your 2 teammates are not simple. The silly blonde boy is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura, the second son of the Six-Path Sage. Or it can be said that Ashura took over the body of the real Naruto. Throw it at Harano Sakura with a look of pity. Gui Deng Shuiro didn't know how to evaluate the girl's luck. Hey! The girl blinked her bright eyes in a cute way. She really didn't expect there would be such an operation. The Suzuki-kun she liked turned out to be an old monster who had survived for thousands of years, or the real Suzuki-kun had died long ago and his body was occupied. And another teammate Uzumaki Naruto was also an old monster, so he was the only white flower in the 3-person team. Not to mention how Tsunade and the other girls awakened new sisters here. On the other side, after Shimura Gento was blasted out of the room, he happened to meet the fighting Inyazuka-ken. It was not a battle. A purple-haired woman was swinging a knife and attacking desperately, while Inyazuka-ken did not fight back, but just dodged every knife that stabbed. Something's wrong, very wrong. After watching for a while, Shimura Gento felt that the 2 people might have an affair. According to his understanding of that old classmate, he had never actively retreated whether in battle or in competition, but now he kept avoiding that woman. Just watching quietly until the woman passed out from exhaustion, Shimura Gentoi walked up and circled around Inyazuka-ken. Are you attracted to that girl? Glancing at the purple-haired woman who passed out from exhaustion, Shimura Gentoi could naturally tell that she was a ninja, and her chakra had not been abolished. No. With a jolt in his heart, Inyazuka-ken turned his head to the side. Although he did feel something strange when he saw the woman for the first time, he refused to admit that it was love. Inyazuka-ken had only the long sword to accompany him throughout his life, and anything else was redundant, especially women. Old sword, this is your fault. Simply practicing sword will only make you a bitch. You have to find new breakthroughs in life and emotions. I have heard that an ancient swordsman said that only by being extremely emotional can one be extremely skilled in swordsmanship, and found his own swordsmanship in emotions. You also have to find a woman to get along with, combine work and rest, and maybe you can understand a higher level of swordsmanship from it. It was natural to put your arm around the old classmate, and Shimura's tireless persuasion. This old classmate was a complete sword fanatic, and had never had the slightest interest in women, even he himself was anxious for her. I'll try it. Thinking, Inyazuka-ken felt that there was some truth, and he possessed the purple-haired woman's left leg and dragged her out, still face down. Straight man of steel. Unable to help covering his face, Shimura Xianding really didn't know how to say to that old classmate, straight men of steel were not as hard as you. But he was too lazy to pay too much attention to it, after all, he still had a lot of things to do. After teleporting to outer space, Shimura Gendo looked at the planetary Jotian formation that was about to be completed. After so many years of hard work, the planetary Jotian formation was finally about to be completed. Once the large Jotian formation with the Sun as the core and 360 planets as nodes was formed, it could control the force field of the entire solar system. It was equivalent to the sum of the force fields of the Sun and 360 planets, or even stronger. In addition, he also had an idea to break through his own cultivation and needed the help of the perfect solar system force field. If everything went well, it would be enough to break through to the 5th level. Although the 4th level has not been cultivated to perfection at this stage, it is mainly because the required 4 attribute bloodline breaking attributes have not been gathered to fill the 3rd level of the acupoints. But he couldn't care so much. Some time ago, he had a vague sense of crisis, which was similar to the feeling before the arrival of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two, but it was stronger and more distant. I believe that I will definitely encounter a strong enemy in a few years, and I must improve my strength as soon as possible. The original plan to slowly develop the blood-breaking attribute and improve the Reisnan Jinden system is no longer feasible. He needs a radical way to break through. As for the more fundamental defects, they can only be repaired slowly in the future. Shimura Xianding practiced hard in the starry sky, and the development momentum of the 10,000 Stars Empire was still very crazy, especially after being able to exploit resources on other planets. The development speed soared to a higher level, and the population also showed explosive growth. At the same time, as the small fairy tree continued to grow and improve, it could convert more solar energy into natural energy, causing the natural energy concentration on the Earth to soar rapidly, even faintly exceeding the ancient mythological era, greatly increasing the efficiency of everyone's practice, and giving birth to countless strong people. This is a new era of prosperity since the fall of the mythological era, and it is full of potential. After all, the gods and demons in myths and legends are special and more dependent on heaven and earth. It is difficult for them to leave the planet, and even if they leave, they will become weak instantly. It is equivalent to trapping the whole body in this planet, but the 10,000 Stars Empire is different. It simply absorbs natural energy for cultivation. It is not very dependent on the heaven and earth, and it will not be weakened even if it leaves the planet. Even outer space has more abundant sunlight energy, so cultivation will be improved faster. The 10,000 Stars Empire is developing explosively, and the ninja world is also developing itself with all its strength. Unfortunately, the development momentum cannot be compared with the 10,000 Stars Empire at all, and it is not on the same level at all. Not to mention that there are members of the Mu organization hidden in the dark, attacking everywhere, disrupting the development of the 5 major ninja countries, and devouring all the humans they can see. Konoha is the focus of the Mu organization. They attack almost every 6 months, and each time they cause heavy losses to Konoha City, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is heartbroken. You must know that through various means over the years, he has almost annexed all the small ninja clans he recruited at the beginning. Every time a person dies in battle, the power in his hands will be weakened by 1 point. Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at Konoha City, which has fallen into chaos again, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily, staring at the 2 Susanos, one purple and one red, in the distance. If looks could kill, the 2 Susanos would probably be torn into pieces. Foolish Udaudu, you've become stronger again, I'm very pleased. In the fiery red Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi showed his acting skills at the level of an award-winning actor, with an arrogant attitude and a devilish smile. He looked more like a villain than Uchiha Sasuke. 472. Chapter 471 Shame and Anger. Still pretending, let's see how long you can pretend. The Uchiha Sasuke in the purple Susanoo on the opposite side curled his lips. That guy still treated himself as the child he once was. But since you want to pretend, then I'll play with you and see who can pretend better. Stupid Unii-chan, you've become weak again, I'm disappointed. Imitating Itachi's tone, Uchiha Sasuke said something to him, which made Uchiha Itachi, whose acting skills were explosive, burst his mentality. He secretly sighed that the stupid Unii-chan had grown up and was not easy to fool. Suzuki! Another roar came, and a golden figure jumped to the shoulder of the fiery red Susanoo, glaring at the purple Susanoo opposite. Naruto, you have grown up too, but unfortunately you are still not as good as me. Chuckling, Uchiha Suzuki was very pleased with Uzumaki Naruto's growth, but it was a pity that he was still an idiot who knew nothing and still believed in the old dog Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time I will definitely beat you down, even if I break your legs, I will take you back to Konoha. Full of determination, Uzumaki Naruto will never let Suzuki go again this time. He lost Sakura a few years ago, and he must not lose Suzuki again this time. Then it depends on whether you have the strength. Uchiha Suzuki is still smiling, and he is very happy now. For several years, he has visited Konoha twice a year, and Konoha has been shrouded in his shadow. In this way, Konoha City will not develop, and it will be good if it can keep from regressing. Every time he sees Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry look, he feels relieved. This feeling is really addictive. I have a question I have always wanted to ask you. Suddenly, the anger on his face calmed down, and Uzumaki Naruto stared at his friend in Susanoo. Why do you always wear a mask and a cloak, covering yourself up? You didn't become an ugly monster in order to get power from Orochimaru, and you are too ashamed to see people. He has always been very strange. Since Suzuki defected, he has been wearing a mask and a cloak when he reappeared, and both of them are blessed with the power of evil demons. Any perception power in the ninjutsu system cannot perceive Sasuke's true situation, and even the cloned white eyes can hardly see through it. This made Uchiha Suzuki fall into silence. He naturally did not become ugly, but became very beautiful. Every time she looked in the mirror, she was moved. After all, he was a man. Although he could give up everything for revenge, it did not mean that he could ignore the change of gender, especially when being seen by outsiders. She did not want to be laughed at by that idiot. Sure enough, I was right. Seeing that his good friend opposite him was silent, Uzumaki Naruto regarded it as tacit consent and felt very sorry for it. Suzuki, you have fallen and taken the wrong path. I will definitely make you correct it. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will do what I say. With a resolute statement, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi in the Susanoo under him. Brother Itachi, none of us can take down Suzuki alone. We can only work together. Let me in. Don't lie to me. I'm not a cocky Suzuki. My grandfather told me about your situation. We are family. He asked Uchiha Itachi to cooperate. Although he didn't want to admit it, Uzumaki Naruto knew that Uchiha Suzuki was indeed stronger than him. In the past, every time Suzuki led people to invade Konoha, he would fight back, but he was defeated miserably every time. This time was the same, but he had a good helper. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi opened a passage on the head of Susanoo and motioned Uzumaki Naruto to come in. He was also a little anxious. Orochimaru was not a good person. He was very worried about Suzuki staying there, not to mention that the guy also lured Suzuki to join the evil Twilight organization. That was a world-destroying organization that would bring dusk to the entire ninja world. Suzuki couldn't make any more mistakes. After entering Susanoo, Uzumaki Naruto guided the Nine-Tails chakra in his body to burst violently, and merged into Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, rendering the fiery red Susanoo into a brilliant gold color. Susanoo is the product of yin escape, and the Nine-Tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body is more inclined to yang escape. The combination of the two is yin and yang, which is the yin-yang escape technique. Yin and yang are combined, and Susanoo is several times more solid. This is not over yet. Under the guidance of Uzumaki Naruto, a tailed beast Jade Ray's Nan Shuriken turned into a long sword in the hand of Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi also felt the change of Susanoo, knowing that this state could not last long, and rushed up to fight fiercely with his brother. The two 10,000-meter-tall behemoths kept bombarding the long swords in their hands. The aftermath of the battle forcibly destroyed everything around them, and even Konoha City was destroyed by a small part, with countless casualties. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only be helpless and furious again. There is no way. His bloodline net earth fire is not very powerful. It is okay to bully weaklings, but it is useless against top strong men. It can only threaten saintly bitches like Senju Hashirama. Obviously, Uchiha Suzuki, who has only hatred in his heart, is not a threat. He even hopes to destroy everything and become the eternal sinner of Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen regrets his heart. The child was already green. If he had known this, he should have listened to his son's advice and killed the little bastard. It's too late to say anything now. The powerful combination of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi is indeed very strong. Their combat output exceeds that of Uchiha Sasuke, and they actually broke Susanoo by force. At the moment when Susanoo was broken, a golden figure rushed in and hugged Uchiha Sasuke, who had no time to retreat, and hit the mask with his forehead even harder. Sasuke, let Uncle Naruto see what an ugly thing you have become. Sasuke. Laughing excitedly, Uzumaki Naruto had been unhappy with Uchiha Sasuke's handsome face for a long time. If it weren't for that handsome face, how could Sakura be fascinated by it? But when he saw the beautiful face under the mask, his whole body and mind were stunned. It was a face that was so beautiful that it could not be described in words. Among the people he had seen, no one could compare with it. And from that beautiful face, you can see that 3 points belong to Sasuke. It is obvious that this is a woman. Especially when hugged tightly, you can clearly feel the pressure on your chest. Uzumaki Naruto, who has been very researched in this area, naturally knows what it is. But how could his Sasuke become a woman? Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Sasuke, who just came to his senses, was ashamed and angry, and immediately burst out the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye. The strong repulsive force burst out, forcibly sending Uzumaki Naruto flying out. Sarutobi, old dog, I will let you live for another half a year. After glaring at his good friend who was knocked out, Uchiha Sasuke finally looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha Castle with a vicious look, and performed space ninjutsu to disappear on the spot. Wait for another half a year, and make a conclusion after half a year. Retreat. Orochimaru, who was commanding the members of the Muzu organization to fight, calmly ordered a retreat. The people of Konoha did not dare to pursue them, fearing that they would be ambushed. Orochimaru himself was known for his insidiousness. Since he dared to attack Konoha, he must have made all the preparations. After the previous attacks on Konoha, they sent people to pursue them, but they were all wiped out. With the lessons learned from the past in front of them, it was naturally impossible to pursue them again. The most important thing was that those ninja forces not only did not send troops to help, but were eyeing them covetously. Once the interior of Konoha city was empty, those guys would definitely take advantage of the situation and attack them in groups. And everyone was tired by now, and there was no spare energy to pursue them. 473. Chapter 472 The Essence of Mouth-to-Mouth Persuasion. Sasuke turned into a woman. Rubbing his forehead, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very troubled by the information brought back by Uzumaki Naruto. Turning into a woman was nothing. In the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru turned into a woman. It may make Uchiha Sasuke abandon his original body and become a woman. Obviously, his current body has greater potential. No wonder that boy has been able to suppress Uzumaki Naruto in these years. It is definitely a woman. She is much prettier than Grandma Koharu. No, there is no comparison between the two. Her breasts are also very big. Although she is tied up, in my experience, she is definitely at the G-end level, and she smells very good. Uzumaki Naruto gets excited when talking about Sasuke. I don't know why he suddenly feels very happy and excited to see Sasuke become a woman. And the innocent Koharu Udadan has a black line on his forehead, his palms are clenched, and the slender blue veins on the back of his hands are jumping. What do you mean by much prettier than me? There is no comparison. After I cultivated the Yin seal, I was very beautiful. The faces of other people in the meeting room were more or less weird, and some people looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya has always been in charge of Uzumaki Naruto's teaching. Now that he has grown into such a crooked state, it must be related to that old pervert. Even though Jiraiya is thick-skinned, his face turned red. Sasuke and the others will come again in half a year, and even the evil demon will be born again. The promise is coming soon. Not in the mood to pay attention to the weird atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen said worriedly, and everyone fell silent instantly. They have not forgotten the promise that man made with the first generation of Hokage. There is only half a year left before the agreed time. They must make a break first in the ninja world, and then integrate all forces to fight against the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire. This is a decisive battle, and there is no retreat. Jiraiya, take Naruto to the 4 major ninja countries. Our 5 major ninja countries must once again form an alliance to fight against the evil demon and that man. Looking at his disciple Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, but his heart was very gloomy. Of the 3 disciples back then, only Jiraiya remained with him. Tsunade married into the Shimura family, and Orochimaru, who he had the most confidence in, betrayed Konoha and brought great harm to them. Only Jiraiya, who had the worst qualifications, the worst strength, and the worst brain, remained. Is he so unpopular? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back on his life, not knowing whether what he had done in the past was right or wrong. Although he firmly believed that he had done nothing wrong, the current result was really unacceptable. Konoha is now almost divided, and Konoha City has been attacked and killed many times by members of the Murasaki organization led by Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, and it has weakened a lot. The ninja forces of Konoha Ninja Kingdom have been eyeing them covetously. If the 3 great families back then were not all gone, and there was no leader left, they would have led the crowd to kill them long ago. But it was only a matter of time. Yes, teacher, we will set off today. Speaking of business, Jiraiya stood up seriously and took the order. The next decisive battle will determine the future of Konoha and the entire ninja world, so we can't be careless at all. After Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto left after that, Konoha repeated the reconstruction work again. Although it was destroyed by war every time, the reconstruction work had to be carried out, otherwise where would so many people live? As for moving the people in the city to the outside of the city, it was purely seeking death. The outer areas of Konoha Ninja Country were occupied by the strength of the major ninja clans. Wouldn't it be like throwing meat buns to dogs and never returning if the population was sent there? As for moving to the vicinity of Konoha City, it was even more suicidal. You should know that every war took place around Konoha City, and after every war, it would become a ruin. After all, the 10,000-meter-high Susanoo of Uchiha Sasuke was a moving natural disaster, so it was safer to stay in Konoha City. Of course, it's not that no one has thought about leaving Konoha City completely, but unfortunately they basically disappeared without a trace. After all, Sarutobi Shinoshuke's roots are doing this. All people are born as people of Konoha City, and they can only be ghosts of Konoha City when they die. All forces are actively preparing for war, and the 4 major ninja countries are the same. Faced with the invitation letter sent by Konoha, the 4 shadows hesitated. Judging from the current situation, forming an alliance with Konoha is the only option, but the problem is that Konoha is too treacherous, and has a history of scheming against its allies. Especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen is a veteran, he even schemed against his own family, and killed the 2 great clans of Senju and Uchiha one after another. How could he treat the 4 ninja countries sincerely? Cooperating with that old guy is really unreliable. And even though Konoha City was beaten badly, the Mu organization did not touch those ninja forces, and Konoha's own foundation did not suffer too much loss. Not to mention the Senju Hashirama and 6 Paths Madara hiding in the dark, as well as a large number of strong men under their command. It is a good thing for allies to be strong, but it is a bad thing if they are too strong. But if we don't cooperate, what can we use to fight against the evil demons and the Shimura family? Everyone was hesitant, but when Jiraiya and his apprentice arrived, especially after Uzumaki Naruto launched a wave of empathy, the 4 shadows repented and immediately expressed that they would form an alliance with Konoha to fight against the evil demons and the Mikuro organization, as well as the future Shimura family. Old Black, do you feel that it is the work of Yui? In the capital of Kumagakure, Uzumaki Zetsu popped his head out of a corner and asked a group of Black Zetsu who also popped out beside him. Please call me Black Boss. Black Zetsu, who was wearing a black suit, corrected him after adjusting his tie. He is now the leader of the underworld, so it is not too much to call himself Black Boss. I won't. Uzumaki Zetsu decisively refused, it was too shameful. It shouldn't be Yui's, it should be Ashura's. Ignoring Uzumaki Zetsu's stubbornness, Black Zetsu thought about it and shook his head to reject it. The main reason why he came out of the underworld in person was to confirm the whereabouts of Yui and the other person. As the reincarnation of Ashura, Uzumaki Naruto was their main target. Uzumaki Naruto used his mouth to easily persuade the stubborn Third Raikage, which made them very vigilant. That was definitely not normal persuasion. High-level chakra has an absolute suppression characteristic on low-level chakra, which is equivalent to a kind of illusion brainwashing, and can even directly invade the mind of others. This is the essence of the shinobi sect back then, and Ashura has grown up. However, I sensed the breath of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in him. Yui and the others should plant Otsutsuki Momoshiki's wedge in that kid's body. Expressing his own judgment, Black Absolute was quite satisfied with this harvest. Although he still did not find the hiding place of the six-path sage brothers, he found Otsutsuki Momoshiki's wedge. In the future, Otsutsuki Momoshiki will definitely revive in Uzumaki Naruto, and he will definitely be an important chess piece of the six-path sage. Naruto Uzumaki is the host of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, so Uchiha Sasuke should be the host of Otsutsuki Urashiki, but who is the host of Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Uzumaki Zetsu was thoughtful and immediately thought of Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra. Since Uzumaki Naruto was planted with a wedge, then Uchiha Sasuke would naturally have one too. But who is the wedge of the third person Otsutsuki Kinshiki planted on? Otsutsuki Kinshiki only has pure Byakugan, no Samsara I, who do you think his wedge is planted on? Looking at the blue sky, Black Zetsu's body sank into the shadows. Uzumaki Zetsu also looked up at the sky, understanding the meaning of Black Zetsu's words, and couldn't help but recall the boy who led the Otsutsuki clan on the moon in the Hyuga collapse plan that day. Is it that kid? 474. Chapter 473 The Fourth War Begins. Teacher Jiraiya, I will definitely catch Sasuke next time. After walking through the last part of the Hidden Mist Ninja Kingdom, Uzumaki Naruto said solemnly while hurrying back to Konoha Ninja Kingdom. Ever since he found out that Sasuke really turned into a great beauty, his feelings for her have become stronger, and he absolutely cannot let her go wrong again. Although Sasuke and the Miru organization are very strong, and there are also demons who have not appeared, they have also integrated the power of the 5 major ninja villages, and they will definitely win the final victory. But compared to the optimistic Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya is worried. Although he did not participate in the Whirlpool Kingdom War at the beginning, he did not know how strong Shimura Gendai was, but he could see some from the first generation of Hokage and Six Paths Madara. Even the 2 strongest men in the ninja world could not beat that cheap disciple, and in the end they had to threaten to die together to win a 30-year breathing space for the ninja world. Even though the strength of the first Hokage and his 2 brothers has increased a lot in the past 30 years, they still haven't stepped out of the ninja world. In addition, even the powerful demons are suppressed in the ninja world, which shows how powerful the Shimura family is. Does the ninja world really have a future? What worries and puzzles him most is the purpose of the Shimura family. It stands to reason that the other party should have had the strength to destroy the ninja world in the first generation, but they really kept the 30-year agreement and did not even suppress the development of the ninja world. It is very abnormal and not like the style of the Shimura family. What are they planning? Not only Jiraiya was puzzled by this, but all the smart people in the ninja world were very uneasy about it. The battle of ninjas is based on intelligence. If you don't a Euro trademark T even know the enemy a Euro trademark S purpose, you will inevitably fall into a passive situation in the battle, and even be easily destroyed by the enemy. But no matter how hard everyone thinks, they can't a Euro trademark T figure out the reason. Even if some top smart people can think of it, they subconsciously ignore it under the influence of chakra. In this way, the ninja world embarked on a dead end under the manipulation of Shimura Gentoi and Six Path Sage. The 5 major ninja countries attached great importance to the final battle and were well prepared. After a few months, the 5 major ninja countries surrounded the inner sea from 5 directions and froze the entire inner sea with the help of the ninja tools they developed. Their primary enemy is the evil demon and the Miru organization under his command. Only after solving the hidden dangers within the ninja world can they free their hands and feet to fight against the more powerful Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire. In order to carry out the plan smoothly, the Six Path Sage hidden in the dark also influenced the evil demon, so that he did not notice the plan of the 5 major ninja countries in advance. After the entire sea area was frozen, it was too late. Limited Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi and Six Paths Madara joined forces to cast an enhanced version of Limited Tsukuyomi on the seabed. Although the range is not as good as the Infinite Tsukuyomi, it is far superior in terms of single body strength. The light of Tsukuyomi penetrated tens of thousands of meters of ice, covering all the evil beasts below, and dragged the crazy and violent consciousness spirits of the evil beasts into the Tsukuyomi space, and then Uchiha Itachi, who had been waiting there for a long time, sealed them all with the Ten-Fist Sword. Without the consciousness spirit, those evil beasts could hardly move at all. However, Uchiha Itachi's face was not good, and the effect was far from ideal. None of them is over a kilometer in size. He said with a gloomy face, although he had long guessed that the limited Tsukuyomi would be difficult to deal with the powerful evil beasts over a kilometer in size. But after the real confirmation, he was still very unwilling, and the next battle must be unprecedented. The Goda Tree World is born. The Senju Hashirama, who had been prepared for a long time, also exploded, and countless thick trees extended into the seabed, devouring and crushing the evil beasts that had lost their consciousness, and the number of evil beasts was reduced by 99% at once. However, the remaining ones were all super evil beasts over a kilometer in size, and there were even many that reached the level of 10,000 meters, all of which were extremely terrifying combat power. Crack, crack, crack. The thick and hard ice surface suddenly spread with countless cracks, and then exploded, rushing out countless huge figures, all of which were evil beasts, and the largest evil beast reached a terrifying 100,000 meters. What's going on? Standing on the top of the largest evil beast, the evil demon looked down at the ninjas around him, feeling a little uneasy. He had left many spies in the 5 major ninja countries. Although it was impossible to detect the most confidential information of the 5 major ninja countries, such a big movement would definitely not be hidden from those spies. But he didn't sense it just now. There must be something wrong. Go to True Thousand Hands. Senju Hashirama burst out again, guiding the power that had just been swallowed from countless evil beasts and integrating it into the True Thousand Hands. I saw a pitch-black wood troll with an evil aura rising from the ice. It was extremely huge, as big as 1,000,000 meters. With the help of countless evil beasts, Senju Hashirama used a force far beyond his own limit. Demon on top. The huge wood troll leaned forward, and the huge weight was added to the countless giant fists behind it, covering all the evil beasts that rushed out of the ice. Get lost. The evil demon didn't care about what was wrong inside and punched out. The dark demonic chakra turned into a giant fist and blew up the upper body of the wood-escape giant demon, which shows the horror of its power. But the wood-escape giant fists that were hit before had already fallen, and the remaining evil beasts were reduced by 90% again. Damn it! The evil demon was naturally furious because so many of the evil beasts that he had cultivated with great effort were destroyed before they were put to use. But before he could launch another attack, 2 figures appeared beside him. They were Madara Six Paths and Hashirama Senju. The 2 joined forces and besieged the evil demon with 2 immortal staffs. Bloodline net. Feeling the power of the immortal staff this time, the evil demon was very alert. He had fought with the 2 humans many times, so he naturally knew what the immortal staff in their hands was like. The previous sage staff was simply made of yin-yang release wrapped in the 5 release chakra, and it was not perfectly integrated, so it could not be considered a bloodline network. But the sage staff in the hands of the 2 people today has perfectly integrated 7 chakra attributes, becoming a true bloodline network. Once hit, even if you achieve the 4th level, you will not feel good. The evil demon was shocked, but he didn't know that Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama were also shocked. You must know that since the fusion of the sage staff of the bloodline network level, their strength has been raised to another level, surpassing the Six Paths level. But they found that the evil demon had also reached this level, and was stronger than them. Even if the 2 joined forces, it was difficult to suppress it, let alone defeat it, or even kill it. No, the worst situation has occurred. Seeing that the first generation of Hokage and the 2 could not suppress the evil demon, Jiraiya's face changed wildly. They thought of many possible situations before starting the decisive battle, and now it is the worst one. Species. The evil demon also broke through again, reaching that higher level, and was stronger than the first 2 generations. Itaki, Sasuke is in your hands, Naruto, you should get the real power of the 9 tails as soon as possible. I will go to entangle Orochimaru. After saying this quickly, Jiraiya rushed to his good friend Orochimaru. Whether the situation can be broken in the end depends on whether Naruto can seize the real power of the 9 tails. As long as he can seize all the power of the 9 tails, Naruto has a great hope of reaching the same level as the first generation of Hokage, and then they will definitely be able to kill the evil demon together. 475. Chapter 474 Attack is kneeling. Do you still want to stop me? Uchiha Sasuke, who was about to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, stopped and stared at his brother who was blocking the way. Don't make the same mistake again. It was a mistake for my father to team up with Orochimaru to create the 9 Tails Rebellion. The Uchiha family must atone for it. With a sigh, Uchiha Itachi persuaded, even with a pleading tone in his words. He had deliberately read through the memories in his father's brain, knew the other party's deal with Orochimaru, and understood the truth of the 9 Tails Rebellion. This made him more determined that the Uchiha deserved the punishment. The previous Uchiha was hopeless. Only by breaking it down and then building it up, and starting with Uchiha Sasuke to create a brand new Uchiha, can the past be completely cut off. My stupid brother, if you want to stop me, Go kill the old dog Sarutobi, and then kill Yuta and Ikoharu, Mito Kato and Akimichi Tofu and their families, and I will stop. With a sneer on his face, Uchiha Sasuke was too lazy to explain to that stupid Unii-chan. The other party was completely stubborn and arrogant, and he would not listen to advice at all. Otherwise, he would not have been so determined to exterminate the entire family. Facing his brother's request, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, because he could not agree to that request. Why, you could sacrifice Uchiha for Konoha back then, but now for Konoha and even the entire ninja world, can't you sacrifice those old things? The sneer on his face became even stronger. Uchiha Sasuke would never back down today. Sarutobi and the old dog must die. However, the next scene made her heart jump and she was even more flustered. Uchiha Itachi suddenly knelt down to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, brother, please. Uchiha Itachi's head hit the ground heavily, and he could only do this. Over the years, his brother's growth rate has been amazing, and he has been infinitely close to the current realm of the first generation Hokage and Six Paths Madara. He is no match for him. Even if the fight starts, there will be no result in a short time, not to mention that the situation on the side of the first generation Hokage is not good, and the Shimura family is hidden in the dark. He must persuade Sasuke to come down as soon as possible. After this battle, don't stop me. After a long silence, Uchiha Sasuke finally compromised. Although he hated that stupid Unii-chan, he was her brother after all, and the only relative in the world. After that, Uchiha Sasuke found a relatively stable position, condensed Susanoo, and sat cross-legged to make the final breakthrough. Orochimaru once gave her a suggestion that obtaining the full power of the Nine Tails might be able to go further. Whether it is to survive this decisive battle or to kill the old dog Sarutobi after the war, invincible power is needed. Moreover, even though it has been sealed for these years, the power of the Nine Tails is still rapidly expanding. Now the seal is on the verge of its limit. If she doesn't think of a way, it will explode and collapse. At that time, she will definitely not be able to recover. The soul entered the sealed space and stared at the bound Nine Tails. Indra, finally no longer hiding. Yin Jiwei sneered. Others could not see the essence of Uchiha Sasuke, but he could. That was Indra's soul, but there was still a part that had not awakened. Don't recognize the wrong person, I am not Indra. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, feeling a little puzzled, and had never heard of the name Indra. If you want my power, come and absorb it, just don't be stuffed to death. Too lazy to explain more, Yin Jiwei lay on his side, supporting his head with his claws, crossing his legs, and had no intention of resisting at all. Even if Uchiha Sasuke didn't come to devour his power, he would find a way to stuff this power over. If he didn't do this, how could he lure out the old guy, the Six Paths Sage? That's right, his chakra is a bait, luring the Six Paths Sage to take the bait and leaving a mark in his body, making it difficult for him to hide. The abnormal behavior of the Nine Tails made Uchiha Sasuke frown even more tightly. He really couldn't figure out what tricks this beast was playing. But there was no time for her to think about it carefully. She used the power of the Samsara Eye to extract the vast chakra in the Nine Tails body, including part of its original power. The Nine Tails was too strong. It had been practicing non-stop for many years, and its size had grown to a huge 100,000 meters. The chakra and original power accumulated inside could be imagined, and it had reached the 4th level. Such a huge power was naturally not something Uchiha Sasuke could bear at this stage. He was stretched to the limit after swallowing less than 1/10 of it, and even his soul became rounder. After taking a deep look at the Yin Nine Tails, which didn't react much, Uchiha Sasuke's soul left the sealed space, ready to refine this part of the power first, break through to the next level, and then swallow the entire Nine Tails. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto was also swallowing the power of the Yang Nine Tails. The process was also very smooth, and the Yang Nine Tails did not resist. However, while Uzumaki Naruto was consuming his chakra, he also pulled out a remnant soul from Uzumaki Naruto's soul. That was the real Naruto. Kurama, although it is despicable to take your power for Konoha and the ninja world, I can only do this, and you are too strong, I can't let you go out and do whatever you want. Feeling a little full, Uzumaki Naruto said apologetically, and he also felt that this was wrong, but he had no choice. And the Nine Tails is too strong. Once released, it will inevitably cause great suffering to all living beings. Damn, it's the same as Senju Hashirama. The Nine Tails, lying on its side, raised a middle finger, feeling that it was indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of Ashura. During the Battle of the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama said that the Nine Tails was too strong and needed to be sealed for the peace of the ninja world. Now Uzumaki Naruto doesn't speak human words. It was obviously you humans who persecuted me first captured me and used me like a dog, and then imprisoned me for decades. I accept these, but you still want to stand on the moral high ground to insult my IQ. If I hadn't thought you were still useful, I would have killed you long ago. Stupid woman, make a decision as soon as possible, you don't have much time. After Naruto Uzumaki's soul left the sealed space, he threw the remnant soul to Uzumaki Kyubin who was hiding behind him. Yang Jue was troubled by this woman's stubbornness. She had completely cleared her chakra and chakra bloodline, and even switched to cultivating immortal energy, so she would no longer be affected by the six-path sage. Why was she still so stubborn? Is Minato Namikaze really that good? Thank you. Carefully holding her son's remnant soul, Uzumaki Kyubin thanked him sincerely, but still insisted on herself. She only had Minato in her heart, and she would never betray him. Just don't regret it later. With a sneer, Joei continued to obtain Naruto Uzumaki's visual images through his own chakra and watched the battle outside. As for Uzumaki Kyubin, he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He believed that the insidious Xianding Jun must have planned it long ago. He knew early on that the boy had a lot of darkness in his heart. After all, it would be a miracle if someone like Shimura Danzo could give birth to a gentleman. But it doesn't matter. In this day and age, if you want to fight those bad guys, you have to be worse than those old silver coins. Because of this, the two brothers of the six-path sage were suppressed in the dark and dared not show up. And although Xianding Jun has a very bad conscience, he is not vague about the right and wrong. Just look at the development of the 10,000 Stars Empire in recent years. The world controlled by the six-path sage for thousands of years has not improved much, but has become weaker and weaker. But under the guidance of Xianding Jun, it has developed so crazy in just a few decades, and even developed into outer space. Who is good and who is bad, you can tell at a glance. 476. Chapter 475 The Murderer of the Mother. So strong. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. In the past, he only used the seal to extract a little bit of the Nine Tails chakra, but this time he not only obtained a large amount of chakra, but also extracted a part of the Nine Tails' original power. Even if it was only 10% of the Nine Tails' power, it allowed him to break through to a new realm. The Nine Tails is too strong. At the same time, another powerful breath came from a distance, equal to that of Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. Turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto knew that it was Sasuke, but he didn't expect that the other party had also broken through. But I'm not bad now. With a confident smile, Uzumaki Naruto didn't dare to delay and rushed towards the evil demon who had already suppressed the first generation of Hokage and the two. Uchiha Sasuke, who had also achieved a breakthrough, also killed the evil demon. Although he had worked under the evil demon before, he knew very well what kind of person the evil demon was. Once the 5 major ninja countries were destroyed, they would definitely attack him. At this time, it would be right to strike first. With the addition of 2 4th-level universe masters, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the evil demon was immediately put at a disadvantage and even began to get hurt. Damn ninja! The evil demon was furious after being injured again, but unfortunately 2 fists could not defeat 8 hands. What made him most uncomfortable was that the chakra that was originally swallowed and fused was surprisingly out of control, and even made trouble in his body, and his combat power immediately dropped a lot. At this time, he could not see that there was a problem with the chakra he absorbed, but he didn't know whether it was the Shimura family or a hidden existence in the ninja world who did it. The best way now is to force out the part of the chakra in his body, but he didn't have time for that in the fierce battle. Even because of the runaway of the chakra in his body, it was difficult for him to use space means to escape. With the runaway chakra inside and the strong enemy outside, the evil demon's defeat was doomed. He could not hold on for less than a quarter of an hour before he was dismembered by Uzumaki Naruto and his 4 companions. In the end, the 4 of them joined forces to roll a super big ball to completely crush and kill him. After killing the powerful enemy, the 4 people should have breathed a sigh of relief, but they became more nervous. Because a group of people appeared in front of them, and the one leading them was Shimura Gento. It's finally here. With a sigh, Senju Hashirama knew that this day would come. Although he had been working hard to prepare, the strength of the Shimura family still made him feel desperate. Big Pillar, is this what you said will change the ninja world? Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, Shimura Gento expressed his disappointment with the big pillar. At the beginning, Senju Hashirama vowed to change the ninja world, but it seems that nothing has changed. Senju Hashirama was speechless. The current ninja world is indeed very bad, even worse than before, and he was quite desperate. Even their Senju family was slaughtered, and the Uchiha family was the same. If they had not personally suppressed and appeased the resurrected ancestors of the two families, they would have rushed out and flattened Konoha city. This broken ninja world is really hopeless. Forget it, I didn't expect you to keep your word. You don't have the ability to change the ninja world, and the ninja world is about to die. It's useless to change it. I didn't care about it anymore. Shimura Gentoi was not interested in the survival of the ninja world. In his eyes, the ninja world was just a bait to lure out the six-path sage. The old shaman was not very strong, but his ability to hide was better than Black Zetsu. He didn't find any clues in these years. Stop talking nonsense. I won't let you destroy the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but stare angrily. It was that pervert who coveted his mother. And the Nine Tails was also that guy's pet. That guy was responsible for the death of his father and mother. You still don't have a brain. Is this a common problem of Ashura's reincarnation? Glancing at the boy opposite speechlessly, Shimura Gentoi gestured to a daughter behind him. Sako, the next stage construction work is up to you. This is his child with Uchihami, and also the remnant soul of the real Suzuki. However, he did not expect that the first child with me would be a daughter, and after splitting into twins, they would naturally also be daughters. So Suzuki became Sako. Reversal Limited Tsukuyomi. Shimura Sako, who has the style of a high cold goddess, stepped forward, the vertical mark between her eyebrows opened, revealing a 3-Magatama Sharingan, which triggered the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi virtual world, created a limited Tsukuyomi space, and included the selected people in it. Despicable. Seeing that Shimura Gento actually let the girl take away Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki, Senju Hashirama was furious. You are so powerful, but you still use such despicable means, you are unworthy of being a son. Six Paths Madara's face was also gloomy and frightening. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and strength, and the opponent separated them so despicably. Originally, with the help of the two juniors Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki, they still had a chance to fight, but now, they have no chance to fight. It is really a nightmare to face such a powerful, cautious, and shameless opponent. Xianding, Naruto, and the others are still children. Jiraiya also ran over to question furiously, and really couldn't accept such dirty and despicable behavior of his cheap disciple. If they were defeated openly and squarely, they would accept it, but they would not accept it even if they lost by such insidious and despicable means. Mr. Xianding, I will use a secret to ask you to kill Uchiha Suzuki in front of Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Uchiha Izumi, who had been hiding in the dark, appeared, full of hatred. Izumi. Uchiha Itachi behind him was anxious. It was understandable that Izumi wanted to kill him, but she must not deal with Suzuki, who was innocent. You can kill my father, mother, brothers, and sisters, but I can't let someone kill your brother. Uchiha Itachi's anxiety and anger made Uchiha Izumi full of joy. She just wanted Uchiha Itachi to die with regret, and she must not let him die happily. I thought you would let me kill Uncle Hiruzen and the others together. Looking at the girl in front of him in surprise, Shimura Gentoi certainly knew her, at least he had read her information. It seems to be Uchiha Itachi's ex-girlfriend. Her parents and relatives were all slaughtered on the night of the genocide, and she escaped because she was on a secret mission for the family. But Itachi, the psychopath, is at most a knife. The real mastermind behind the scenes is Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Is this girl really so generous? You will make them live a life worse than death. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the distance, Uchiha Izumi said something inexplicable. Before Shimura Gentoi could figure out what was going on, Izumi's next words instantly froze the atmosphere. According to the results of my investigation from Orochimaru, it is very likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife killed your mother. Telling the information he had investigated, Uchiha Izumi knew very well that those who deserved to die were dead, and even lived a life worse than death. The Shimura family were not good people. Uchiha girl, you, don't slander people. Jiraiya was shocked, especially after sensing the murderous intent of Shimura Xianding and others, his face turned pale as paper. He did know that the death of his cheap disciple's mother was not right, and the Shimura family had investigated this matter, but in the end it seemed to have no results. But Uchiha Izumi now said that it was his teacher who did it. If it was false, it would be fine, but if it was true. 477. Chapter 476 Perfect Hokage. Standing up with a gloomy face, Shimura Xianding did not ask Uchiha Izumi whether her words were true or not, he had a better way to verify. Tearing the space and reaching his palm in, Orochimaru, who was hiding in the dark and running away, was pulled out. Xianding. Orochimaru, who was dragged out, was horrified, but before he could open his mouth to beg for mercy, Shimura Gentoi roughly read his soul memory. Since Uchiha Izumi got the information from Orochimaru, then she could confirm it directly from Orochimaru. Whether it is true or false, you can tell at a glance. Without even looking at Orochimaru, who was in great pain because of the forced soul search, Uchiha Izumi stared at Uchiha Itachi from beginning to end, with hatred in her beautiful eyes. She and Orochimaru were just a kind of cooperation, and the two sides did not talk about friendship, but just used each other. As for the truth of the news, she was not worried. Although Orochimaru had not told her about this, nor had he let her see Sarutobi Biwako's memory, she guessed something from the conversation between Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke that day. There were not many strong people who could instantly kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. There was no one else in the ninja world except Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama. The rest, the one who was killed, was in the 10,000 Stars Empire, or more precisely, the Shimura family. That is to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife may have done something wrong to the Shimura family, something that is absolutely unforgivable. After investigation and comparison, she finally locked on the death of Shimura Gentoi's mother. If you do something wrong, you must be punished accordingly. Black Zetsu, I leave it to you. Don't let them die easily. After reading Orochimaru's memory, the murderous intent on Shimura Gentoi suddenly subsided, but it was even more frightening. Those who are familiar with his temperament know that Shimura Gentoi in this state is really angry. Don't worry, father, it just so happens that the 18th purgatory is a bit deserted. Black Zetsu made a sinister statement. He is now also a member of the Shimura family. His mother has become Shimura Gentoi's wife, and Shimura Gentoi's mother is his grandmother. He will naturally avenge this grudge, just in time to let Sarutobi Hiruzen and his people experience the cruelty of the 18th purgatory. There's no need to torture Uncle Hiruzen, just let him watch. He showed his own kindness, but the words spoken by Shimura Gentoi made everyone present feel cold in their hearts. Killing people is not the right thing to do, and the most cruel thing is to destroy people's hearts. This is to make Sarutobi Hiruzen regret and feel guilty and crazy. Just think about it, watching relatives and clansmen being tortured, the torment of the soul cannot be described in words. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but pity Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Father, if you don't go to see the show, you won't be able to watch it. At this time, Shimura Sako suddenly spoke up to remind that the time flow in the virtual world of limited Tsukuyomi is very fast. In such a short while, most of the script has been played. If you don't go to see it, you won't be able to watch it. That's right. Shimura Gentoi sat back on the sofa, thought about it, and brought Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi into the virtual space of limited Tsukuyomi. Although it is called a virtual space, it is half virtual and half real, and can accommodate real bodies. Everyone's eyes flashed, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at Konoha City, standing at the rebuilt Hokage Cliff. Although they had flattened the original Hokage Cliff in the Land of Fire long ago, it was a landmark building of Konoha after all, so after the relocation, Konoha built another Hokage Cliff, which was larger in size. At this moment, the fictitious Konoha City in the limited Tsukuyomi space had turned into ruins, and the two groups were fighting fiercely. Stop it, Jupin, Naruto is our child, and yours was made by Shimura Gentoi to deceive you. While looking for an opportunity to attack, Namikaze Minato persuaded earnestly. That's right, he had been resurrected a long time ago, and had been hiding in the dark to practice with Six Paths Madara and others. He had been hiding in the cracks of space before, but who would have thought that he would be pulled into this weird world by the girl? The moment he came to this world, he saw that his son Naruto and the boy named Uzumaki Menma were the base points of the virtual world. As long as any one of them was killed, the virtual world would collapse, and they could get out of trouble. Naruto is his son, so he certainly can't kill him, so he can only kill that Uzumaki Menma. But his wife said that the fake one is their child, isn't that ridiculous? He has yellow hair and his wife has red hair, how can they give birth to a black-haired child? Although the other person looks like Naruto, he is definitely a fake, which must be a conspiracy of Shimura Gentoi. Mom, don't be fooled by that guy, I am your child, your real child, and Shimura Gentoi, that pervert, has always coveted your beauty, this is all a trap designed by him. Let's kill that guy quickly so that we can go out and deal with that pervert. Uzumaki Naruto was also attacking and persuading, feeling very anxious. As for the last Uchiha Sasuke, he was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. He kept attacking, but the defense arranged by Uzumaki Jupin with 9 diamond chains was too strong, and they couldn't break it no matter how they attacked. It only shook it so hard that blood oozed from the corner of its mouth. Although they could break it sooner or later, what they lacked most now was time. That guy separated them to defeat them one by one. They had to break this virtual world as soon as possible and join Hashirama Senju and the others. Uzumaki Kyupin said nothing, but she would not retreat to protect the child behind her. She was disappointed, completely disappointed with her husband. She had been with Minato for more than 10 years, but he did not believe her words, and she did not believe that her husband's intelligence could not see through the abnormality of Uzumaki Naruto. If it was a normal child, how could he cultivate to this level so quickly? Even with the power of the 9 tails, it would be impossible. Even if the chakra could be cultivated, what about the soul? The husband's qualifications were the pinnacle of the ninja world, and there could be no one stronger than him. But the other party still firmly believed that Uzumaki Naruto was their child, perhaps because Uzumaki Naruto's current combat power was what Konoha urgently needed. She knew her husband well. He was a good Hokage who could sacrifice everything for Konoha, just like he resolutely sacrificed himself to seal the 9 tails during the 9 tails rebellion, and even let their son become the next generation of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. He was a perfect Hokage, but not a good husband, let alone a good father. Uzumaki Menma, who was protected by Uzumaki Kyubin, had an extremely cold look in his eyes. Originally, he had hope for the so-called father like his mother, but now that hope has completely turned into disappointment and despair, and hatred. Brother Minato, it's wrong to hit a woman. Just as more and more blood flowed from the corners of Uzumaki Kyubin's mouth and his eyes became more and more cold and desperate, a voice reached the ears of several people, and Namikaze Minato and the other 2 looked wild. Change. A young man appeared beside Uzumaki Kyubin at some point and took his shaky body into his arms. Who else could it be but Shimura Gentoi? It's you. Seeing Shimura Gentoi hugging his wife's waist intimately, Namikaze Minato's handsome face was distorted. No man can stand this kind of thing, not even him. And he was robbed of his love by the senior brother once, taking away his Kushina, and now he wants to take away his Kyubin. How could he bear this? 478. Chapter 477, The Best Child in the World. Asshole, let go of my mother. Uzumaki Naruto was also angry. He had known from his grandfather that this guy was coveting his mother, and now it was confirmed. It's not wrong for you to call her mom, at least that body was born by Jupin. With a rigorous attitude, Shimura Gentoi believes that Uzumaki Naruto is half a child of Uzumaki Jupin, at least physically. Junior brother Minato, we are all smart people, you must have seen that something is wrong with Uzumaki Naruto. Apart from anything else, the abnormal training speed alone is a big flaw. Without a strong enough soul, it is impossible to control such a huge amount of chakra, and that kid has not practiced the secret technique that can strengthen the soul. Ignoring the idiot protagonist, Shimura Gentoi looked at his junior brother. He was very optimistic about this junior brother. He let him get Sister Kushina, and now he took the initiative to push his sister-in-law Jupin into his arms. What a good person! Namikaze Minato was silent. He was not a fool. Naturally, he had seen that something was wrong with Uzumaki Naruto a long time ago, but he just didn't want to think about it. Moreover, he was resurrected after Uchiha Sasuke attacked Konoha for the 2nd time. At that time, his son Uzumaki Naruto had become a hero of Konoha because he stopped Uchiha Sasuke. So even though the 3rd generation and others made his son's childhood very difficult, he finally chose to endure it. But Uzumaki Naruto's training speed is really weird. As a top genius in the ninja world, he naturally knows how difficult it is to practice. Especially his son's brain is not very good. But what can he do? Is it possible to kill Uzumaki Naruto and let Konoha and the ninja world be destroyed by the Shimura family? Dad. Uzumaki Naruto was very uneasy by Minato Namikaze's silence. Although he was stupid, he was not a fool. His father's attitude had already explained a lot of problems. Namikaze Minato, from today, our marriage is over, and I am no longer your wife. Since you still choose Konoha, then go with Konoha in the future. Uzumaki Kyupin was even more angry by Minato Namikaze's silence, and announced the divorce in public. She could endure the hardships with Minato Namikaze, and work together to slowly change Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Even if there was really no hope, she enjoyed the process more, and she was very happy to be with Minato Namikaze. But she didn't expect Minato Namikaze to be so extreme, and to choose Konoha again in front of her and her child, and become a perfect Hokage. She knew that Hokage was Minato's ideal, and she was also willing to give everything for that ideal, but he went too far. You have to know that Menma is their real child. His wife's decision made Minato Namikaze feel more guilty and angry. Minato Namikaze was a decent man, and he also wanted to save face. If I obey you, can you revive Menma? After the divorce, Uzumaki Kyupin looked at the man who was holding her. She used to reject this man, but it was not until today that she realized who was the most suitable for her. Of course, I have resurrected Mei's child, Sako, come here and let your mother Jupin see it. Shimura Gento patted his chest to promise, and then motioned his daughter who was watching the show at the Hokage cliff to come over. Boring. After pouting, Shimura Sako finally flew over and called sweetly. Hello, Jupin mother, my mother is Uchihame, you held me in your arms back then. After all, she is one of her mothers, she must be polite enough, otherwise her mother will say something about her when she goes back. Uzumaki Jupin looked at Shimura Sako and was a little confused for a while. Why did the gender change? Ahem, my resurrection method is a bit random. The principle is that I first ask you for a child, then use the embryo of that child as the foundation to split another one, and then seal the residual soul of Menma in it and slowly nurture it. Sako's luck is a little bad, but it's also good to become a girl. You know, a girl is a mother's darling little cotton-padded jacket. With a dry cough, Shimura Gento said that this was all accidental, but it was really good to become a girl. He didn't have the idea of a euro favoring boys over girls, and even liked girls more. Of course, the girl with Suzune was an exception. She was simply his rival in his previous life. It was a trap. Half the chance. Uzumaki Menma behind him was thoughtful. Although it was random, it was at least 50-50. His luck should not be so bad. Dad, my name is Menma, Shimura Menma. After thinking it through, Uzumaki, no, it was Shimura Menma who greeted his stepfather obediently. In the future, whether he will eat delicious food or drink spicy drinks depends on this cheap stepfather. Good boy, after this war is over, your father and your mother will help you grow physically. Touching his son's head, Shimura Gento made a promise. Anyway, this is not considered a happy father. After all, the inheritance is blood. As long as the body genes are his, it is his child. The happy family of three made Minato Namikaze furious, but he didn't dare to explode and could only hold it in. There was no way, that man was too strong, he must be patient and wait for the opportunity to go out and meet up with the first generation and the others, so that he can bring hope to the ninja world, otherwise everyone will be finished. Who am I? Who am I? On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto was dumbfounded. No matter how stupid his brain was, he could see that Uzumaki Kyupin was not lying. He was indeed not his child, at least not in spirit. But who was he? Isn't my mother here? Uchiha Sasuke on the side looked at Uchiha Sako and guessed the other party's identity. In fact, he had doubts as early as when he came to this world. He and Namikaze Minato both have only one body, but there are two Uzumaki Naruto. He was very confused before, but now he finally understood. It's just that he doesn't know when the original owner of his body left and has a real body, unlike that Uzumaki Menma who only has a remnant soul. She is more concerned about why her mother Uchihame didn't come. After all, no matter what, that is her mother, at least he has always regarded her as his mother in his heart. Mom, stay at home to take care of the baby. Twins? Looking at the stepfather beside her, Shimura Sako said helplessly. This stepfather is good in every way, but he always likes to bully his mother. This is already the fourth child married into the Shimura family, and each time is at least twins, and the most is the rare quadruplets. I can only say that mother is really a perfect baby. His face couldn't help twitching. Uchiha Sasuke could think of his mother's current life with his toes, but it was not bad. At least there are some brothers and sisters to help his mother forget the unhappy things as soon as possible. Are you going to kill me? Sensing Shimura Seiko's increasingly strong murderous intent, Uchiha Sasuke knew that they had to fight, a life and death battle. Well, although your fate has been determined, I have to kill you once to end the cause and effect. You can release the nine-tailed fox and swallow it all. I won't stop you. Otherwise, you can't block that sword with your current strength. Shimura Sako generously indicated that Uchiha Sasuke could temporarily cheat, and at the same time had absolute confidence in his own strength. Once. I don't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Kill if you want to kill, what does it mean to kill once? Also, what exactly is the fate that the other party said he was destined to have? 479. Chapter 478 The Essence of Mouth-to-Mouth Persuasion. Although I don't quite understand what Shimura Sako said, Uchiha Sasuke will not sit and wait for death. He immediately summoned the nine-tailed fox in the sealed space and swallowed it forcefully. Before the breakthrough, he could only accommodate part of the nine-tailed fox's power, but after the breakthrough, he could swallow the nine-tailed fox in its entirety, which would definitely be greatly improved. Naruto, now is not the time to think about it. Summon the nine-tailed fox first and devour it. Konoha and the ninja world are still waiting for you to save them. Minato Namikaze reminded him while staring at Shimura Gentoy and others across from him. He naturally knew that there was something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto and that he might not be his son, but now Konoha and the entire ninja world needed Naruto's power. He couldn't die here. Yes, everyone is still waiting for me. After coming to his senses, Uzumaki Naruto released the Yang nine-tailed fox from the sealed space without hesitation. The sealed space was very special. He could only transfer his soul into it at most, but his soul could not carry the power of the entire nine-tailed fox at all. If he wanted to obtain the full power of the nine-tailed fox, he had to release it and then devour it. The released yin-yang nine-tailed fox still maintained the posture of crossing his legs, and did not resist the swallowing of the two people. But in the end, he transferred his own spiritual consciousness and soul out, and fell in front of Shimura Gentoy and turned into a single-tailed fox. This is your new body. A girl came over and summoned a fiery red fox, only half a meter long. Why is it so small? The nine-tailed soul body widened its fox eyes, and really couldn't accept that its new body would be so cute. Do you want it? Ari didn't spoil the nine-tailed. Although the nine-tailed was her replica, the two were completely independent. But she didn't expect that the new body she bred with the help of Uzumaki Mido was actually female, which made her crazy for a long time, and even her name was changed. In comparison, the nine-tailed in front of her was more like the original body. Can't you raise my body a little bigger? After complaining depressedly, the nine-tailed soul body sank into the new body, and after sensing the huge potential of the new body, it was happy. The previous chakra body had been cultivated to the extreme by him, and 100,000 meters was the limit. It was impossible to make a breakthrough, even if it swallowed more natural energy. That was the shackles inherited from the chakra god tree. But this body is different. Although it is still very weak, it has infinite potential, at least it is much stronger than the previous chakra nine-tails body. This body is specially prepared for you. You can practice normally like us. The future limit depends entirely on you. Shimura Gentoy explained with a smile. The nine-tails worked for him, so he naturally had to give certain benefits. This fox body is the highest wisdom of their Shimura family at this stage, and its potential is endless. Thank you, Mr. Xianding. The nine-tails thanked him immediately, and then looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, sneering. They are the ones predicted by the Six Paths Old Ghost back then, right? He had figured it out long ago. If the Six Paths Old Man really had the ability to predict, the person he predicted could never be Shimura Gentoy. Combined with the plot of his two sons constantly reincarnating, the person predicted must be one of those two guys. It should be that Uzumaki Naruto. Although that kid has a problem with his brain, he is very passionate and can infect people's hearts. In addition, the hypnotic power of high-level chakra on low-level chakra, the resulting persuasion is enough to convince anyone in the ninja world, even the deep-seated enemies can quickly become friends. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoy had expected this. Originally, I was still wondering what the principle of Uzumaki Naruto's persuasion was in the original work, but I understood it after understanding the nature of chakra. It was a completely hypnotic illusion method, just like Koda Amatsukami, but the effect was not as immediate as Koda Amatsukami. but it can subtly infect others and eventually hypnotize them into becoming one's own people. That kind of ability should also have limitations. Thinking back to Uzumaki Naruto's experiences over the past few years, Kyuubi nodded his fox head and agreed with this view. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed very contagious. He first infected Konoha, and then followed Jiraiya to travel around the 4 major ninja countries. The 4 Kages who were originally extremely hostile to Konoha were all strangely persuaded by him. Even in the end, many ninja clans in Konoha were persuaded by him, which was really strange. Naturally, there are limits. As long as you have the quality and amount of chakra at the level of the bloodline network, you can be immune to that influence. Nodding, Tianhao had studied that ability and understood its limitations, which was why the Nine Tails was not fooled and brainwashed. If it was the Nine Tails in the original book, it would definitely be brainwashed. Think about it, the Nine Tails was imprisoned for decades, and finally had its chakra taken away by Uzumaki Naruto. As a result, in just one day, it let go of its hatred for Uzumaki Naruto and helped him activate the Nine Tails mode. Even if there was an enemy like Uchiha Madara, it would be too incredible. Even after the Fourth World War, the Nine Tails was willing to give up its freedom and stay in Uzumaki Naruto's body. It feels weird no matter how you think about it. While talking, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto completed the swallowing of the yin-yang Nine Tails, and their strength instantly climbed to the 4th order limit of the universe. Sasuke. Naruto. This is not over yet. Uchiha Sasuke performed the space pupil technique and appeared next to Uzumaki Naruto. The two held hands and circulated the yin-yang chakra in their bodies to each other to stabilize the power they gained. The pure yin-yang chakra is too extreme. Only by fusion can it exert its maximum power. With the fusion of the Nine Tails yin-yang chakra, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned into the 9Ju Samsara Eye, and the eye between his eyebrows was also forcibly evolved into the Samsara Sharingan, and his strength increased dramatically. Uzumaki Naruto was not bad either. His eyes suddenly turned sky blue, which was the Samsara Eye, and then a blood-colored Samsara Sharingan appeared between his eyebrows. Sasuke. The intimate posture of the two holding hands made a girl who was watching the game gnashed her teeth in anger. She really couldn't accept this scene. I told you to give up. Shimura Ino hugged her best friend's shoulders and comforted her. Yes, she also married that man and changed her surname to Shimura. Among the group of people back then, only her best friend Haruno Sakura still persisted and had a thought about Uchiha Sasuke. How could they do that? Haruno Sakura was so angry that she almost cried. She felt so stupid. She had been insisting in the Shimura family all these years, dreaming that one day she could break away and live with her beloved Sasuke. But who would have thought that Sasuke turned into a woman, and now he is so close to Uzumaki Naruto? Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto has always been the person she hates the most. He pursued her without considering her feelings before, and now he has seduced her Sasuke. That bastard. Naruto-kun is not Naruto-kun after all. Hinata Shimura was also in a bad mood. After she became an adult, she also married that man, but she still missed Uzumaki Naruto in her heart. It's just that the problems with Uzumaki Naruto were too complicated. Naruto's performance in the Quasi-Kage exam that year also made her very sad. It's just that after witnessing Naruto's true identity with her own eyes, she still felt uncomfortable. Please bring out the important guests. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke had completed the final transformation, Shimura Sako condensed a barrier to confine herself and Uchiha Sasuke inside, and signaled to bring people over. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi, who was also brought into the limited Tsukuyomi world, was brought over, with sealing chains wrapped around his body, unable to move. 480. Chapter 479 Double Standards G. Brother. Seeing his brother being brought out, Uchiha Sasuke was shocked, and then furious. Sister Izumi, what are you going to do? Staring at Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Sasuke saw clearly that one end of his brother's chain was held by Uchiha Izumi, and it was obviously Izumi who brought his brother in. But she didn't understand. Uchiha Izumi was obviously her ally and had taught her many powerful secret techniques. Why did she suddenly betray him? Revenge. Uchiha Izumi responded with a sneer, feeling extremely happy at the moment. She knew very well how much Uchiha Itachi loved his brother, and believed that letting Uchiha Sasuke die in front of Uchiha Itachi must be the greatest torture for him. If you want revenge, come to me and let my brother go. Uchiha Sasuke was even more angry, and even Uzumaki Naruto outside the barrier became angry and wanted to rush over to rescue Uchiha Itachi, but was blocked by a cage that appeared out of thin air. Even Namikaze Minato was blocked inside. Even the space is blocked. With a sinking heart, Minato Namikaze realized the seriousness of the problem and saw that the strength of Shimura Suinding's side was far beyond their cognition. And at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto made a surprising move. "Brother Xianding, please don't kill Sasuke, please." Kneeling on his knees, Uzumaki Naruto begged with tears in his eyes. He didn't want Sasuke to die here. Although he gained a strong great power, but the cage in front of him made him realize that he was still far from that man. If this continues, Sasuke will surely die. Unfortunately, Shimura Gento and others were too lazy to even take a look. Instead, they looked at Shimura Sako and Uchiha Sasuke in the barrier with great interest, and were very interested in the next battle. "As long as you can take this sword, I will let your brother go." Stopped in front of Uchiha Sasuke, Shimura Sako made a gesture of drawing a sword and slashing. For today's battle, she has been preparing for several years, enough to kill Uchiha Sasuke once. With a gloomy face, Uchiha Sasuke did not speak, and the vast pupil power surged out and turned into Susanoo, but the Susanoo was not tall, like a set of armor on his body. He had read a lot of intelligence materials and knew that Uchiha Madara had a new use of Susanoo in the Whirlpool Country War, which was more powerful. He has been thinking about that move all these years. Cut! Cut! The two men drew their swords at the same time, and the sharp blade lights collided with each other, and then a stalemate occurred. Uchiha Sasuke's blade light was more massive and heavy, while Shimura Sako's blade light was more condensed. Shimura Sako's blade light slowly advanced, cutting off Uchiha Sasuke's blade light bit by bit. It sounds slow, but in fact everything happened in an instant. Shimura Sako's blade light instantly cut off Uchiha Sasuke's blade light, and cut his body in half without losing momentum. A single sword cut in the middle, even the Samsara Sharingan was cut off, and the soul consciousness was also shattered. This was Shimura Sako's sure kill blow that she had accumulated for several years, and it also included Uchiha Mi, no, now it should be called Shimura Mi's power. No. The knife flashed, and Uzumaki Naruto, who was kneeling on the ground, cried out in grief, feeling as if his heart was cut open by a knife, and it was painful. "I want you to die." Naruto was extremely sad and crazy, and even his sky-blue reincarnated eyes turned into a pair of beast pupils. Although the power of the nine tails made him powerful quickly, the beast in his body was also swallowed up. It didn't matter under normal conditions, but now Uzumaki Naruto's emotions fluctuated violently, which triggered this beast all of a sudden. Uzumaki Naruto was really strong in the explosive state, and he actually broke the cage by force and rushed over here. It's a pity that this power is far inferior to Shimura Gentoi, and the two are not on the same level at all. Without waiting for the palm that turned into a sharp claw to grab, Shimura Gentoi grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's neck with one hand and lifted him up, and the chakra in his body was also forcibly suppressed by him. Only this extent. Shimura Gentoi was quite disappointed. He had originally thought that there would be a little surprise, but who would have thought that it would be like this? He had already made a breakthrough with the help of the force field of the solar system and became a 5th-level strongman in the universe, far surpassing Uzumaki Naruto in strength. "I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." The chakra was suppressed and Uzumaki Naruto regained his sanity, but his eyes were still full of hatred. He would never let go of the murderer who killed Sasuke, absolutely not. "Didn't you say that you would resolve the hatred in the ninja world and bring peace to the ninja world? Now the emotion revealed in your eyes seems to be hatred. If you can't let go of hatred yourself, how can you resolve the hatred of the entire ninja world?" Shimura Gentoi asked with a smile. He was very disappointed with this kid. In the original work, this kid's IQ was problematic. When Naruto was not finished, he was still curious about the method that Uzumaki Naruto said to resolve the hatred in the ninja world. But in the end, it was discovered that all they relied on was unreasonable words, without any substantial methods, and all their promises were empty. In the end, they even relied on force to defeat their good friend Uchiha Sasuke. Their approach was no different from that of Hashirama Senju, just repeating what their ancestors did. They did not truly resolve the conflicts between ninja villages, nor did they find a new way of peace for ninjas, nor did they resolve the conflicts between ninja villages and daimyo mansions. They just relied on words and tyrannical strength to temporarily suppress the problems. Hashirama Senju did the same thing back then, but after Hashirama Senju died, the First Ninja World War broke out. Obviously, that approach was wrong. Some problems are like a spring. The harder you force them to be suppressed, the more they will rebound. This is the result of not studying hard. If you want to solve a problem but don't trademark T have enough knowledge as a foundation, how can you do it with just your own life experience? Suzuki is different. After a moment of silence, the hatred in Uzumaki Naruto trademark S heart remained. Suzuki is different to him. Tisk, you're also a double-standard dog. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Shimuragento exerted force with his palm, and the powerful immortal energy forcibly destroyed the soul consciousness of Uzumaki Naruto, and then threw the body in front of Namikaze Minato. Staring blankly at the body in front of him, Namikaze Minato knew it was over, Konoha was over, and the ninja world was over. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi was also stunned, staring blankly at the body of his brother, no, sister in front of him, feeling that the whole person seemed to collapse, and his heart was filled with endless regret. He regretted it. If he had known this day earlier, he would never have killed Uchiha for Konoha. Even at the time, only the third Hokage and others benefited, not the entire Konoha. As the founding family of Konoha, it would not matter if Uchiha and Senju took back the position of Hokage, and Konoha ninja country would not fall into chaos or even destruction. Unfortunately, he was too stupid at the time. He was influenced by Shisui's will and deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and made that narrow-minded and extreme decision. Now he has caused his sister to die tragically. It's all his wrong, it's all his fault. Hee. Ishu Uchiha Izumi was very happy when she noticed Uchiha Itachi's strangeness. She knew Uchiha Itachi's temperament very well. This man kept everything in his heart and would not show it. Although he did not show any reaction on the outside, he was definitely in great pain and regret in his heart. This is exactly what she wanted to see. 481. Chapter 480, The Poison of Power. After watching the drama in the limited Tsukuyomi, although he was quite disappointed, Shimuragento still finished it as soon as possible and returned to the real world. After leaving the limited Tsukuyomi space, Namikaze Minato immediately took the bodies of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke back to Senju Hashirama. Damn it! Looking at the bodies of the two, the six fangs were about to break. Ban, we have reached the limit, but they still have a better future. Suddenly, as if he had made a decision, Senju Hashirama looked at his good friend. You want to bet your entire future on those two brats? Six Paths Madara heard what his good friend meant and disagreed. I believe you can see that the strength of that junior is one level higher than ours. We can never defeat him alone. We must build up that level of combat power to compete with him and save the ninja world. Looking at Shimuragento across from him, Senju Hashirama became more and more determined. He could clearly sense that the junior was powerful, and they could never compete with him now. If they didn't have the same level of combat power, this battle would be impossible to fight. I trust you once. With a gloomy look on his face, Six Paths Madara finally decided to trust his good friend once. The two of them joined forces to perform the time ninjutsu that they had just developed some time ago. Time and space forbidden technique, reverse flow. The two of them used powerful chakras to trigger the power of time to forcibly reverse the time of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, returning to the moment before they were killed. I'm going to kill you. The resurrected Uzumaki Naruto roared to the sky, his consciousness still stuck at that moment. Little boy, don't be impulsive, you need my power now to complete the final transformation. Pressing his palm on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead, Six Paths Madara injected his own chakra, including pupil power, into his body to make up for the opponent's yin attribute defects. On the other side, Senju Hashirama pressed his palm on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead and injected his own power into it as well. They all knew the importance of yin and yang balance. Now the yin and yang attributes in the bodies of the two young people are seriously unbalanced. If they want to go further, they must balance it. So the two of them exchanged with each other to balance the yin and yang for the two younger generations. Stupid. Uchiha Madara, with his arms crossed, gave a comment. He also saw that Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara must have been influenced by the Six Paths Sage in secret when they made that decision, otherwise how could they, as strong men, give up their own power? Especially Six Paths Madara, that guy is not a hero who will pin his hopes on others. Dad, haven't you reunited with Uncle Hiruzen yet? Ignoring the opposite side's power transmission, Shimuragento looked at his old father on the side. Originally, the old father stayed in the 10,000 Stars Empire, but the things that Uchiha Izumi revealed made the old father of Nabekage unable to sit still, and he teleported over to question his good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood opposite each other, and the two looked at each other affectionately, with lingering affection. Why? After a long silence, Shimura Danzo asked. Although he had guessed the reason long ago, he still wanted to ask a question. Master Yanzong Niao is right, the poison of power can corrode the most tenacious will in the world. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted it. If he had known this day, he would never go with his wife to murder Danzo's wife. It wasn't long after he took the position of Hokage, but Danzo married the daughter of the Flame Blade swordsman, and his relationship with the daimyo mansion became much closer. This was a threat to him. Although the daimyo mansion had no power to decide the candidate for Hokage, it could influence him through other aspects. Not to mention that he was just a puppet Hokage at the time, and the power of the village was basically controlled by the ninja clan, especially the Senjo clan. Given the relationship between the daimyo mansion and the Senjo clan at the time, it was fully capable of prompting the Senjo clan to dismiss him as Hokage. In order to keep the position of Hokage, he could only choose to wipe out Danzo's wife. Unfortunately, man's plans are not as good as God's plans. He really didn't expect the Shimura clan to hide so deeply. It's really a wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Closing his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not resist, and with the help of the blood inheritance net fire fused from the meteorite, his body and soul were instantly burned into nothingness. He knew that with Shimura Gentoi's ruthlessness, he would not let him die. He would probably live a life worse than death. In this case, he might as well give himself a quick death. What happened? Opening his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused. He remembered that he had burned himself with the earth fire, and not even ashes would be left. How come he is intact now? Why do you have to think about it, Uncle Hiruzen? Your nephew has already booked you a ticket to the 18th layer Purgatory, which is a 5A level attraction in our 10,000-star empire. The smiling voice came into his ears, and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to see who else could it be but Shimura Gentoi? That's right, it was Shimura Gentoi. Naturally, he would not let this old guy die easily. With a wave of his hand, the meteorite flew out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and by the way, all the chakra in his body was cleared away, so as not to be killed by the six-path sage in a while. I should have guessed that it was you who gave it to me. Seeing Shimura Gentoi summon the meteorite out of his body so easily, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized he was wondering how his son could get such a treasure so easily, and now he finally understood that everything was Shimura Gentoi's plan. Black Zetsu, come and take good care of Uncle Hiruzen, don't let him commit suicide again, and don't let my father get close. Handing Sarutobi Hiruzen over to his adopted son Black Zetsu, Shimura Gentoi sat on his own sofa again, waiting for the ninja world on the opposite side to complete the plan. Those ants were nothing to him, the real trouble was the two brothers of the six-path sage who had been hiding in the dark. They had been hiding on this planet for thousands of years, leaving countless tricks, and it was really difficult to pull them out. This opportunity must not be missed. Stinky boy! The old face turned black, and Shimura Danzo was very unhappy with his son's defense. Although he did have some gay feelings with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was only a little bit. How could he help Sarutobi Hiruzen get rid of it? Without letting Shimura Gento wait for long, Uzumaki Naruto, who had obtained the power of Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara, burst out with a stronger momentum, and even had a faint breath of the fifth level of the universe. Obviously, half a foot has already stepped into the fifth level. Of course, it is only the chakra that has entered the fifth level. With the foundation of the two people, it is good to be able to exert 1% of its power. This is the disadvantage of the realm not keeping up with the cultivation. It is like a child waving a big knife. Not only can it not exert the sharpness of the big knife, but it is very likely to hurt itself. Asshole, I must beat you. The impulsive Uzumaki Naruto rushed over at the first time, and condensed a raised nan in each hand, turning in the opposite direction. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Heavenly Hand Power. Uchiha Sasuke, who had also initially adapted to the power in his body, was in a hurry and could only use the space pupil technique to go over and integrate his own power into the two raised nan turning in the opposite direction. However, facing the offensive of the two, Shimura Gento was too lazy to even look at them. On the other hand, Danzo Shimura, who was in a bad mood, slapped out with his palm, and the space was broken, shattering the two raised nan that expanded to thousands of meters, and blowing Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke away. Although he did not achieve the breakthrough and become a fifth-level universe strongman with the help of the solar system force field like his son, he also cultivated to the peak of the 4th level. Moreover, these powers were cultivated bit by himself, and being able to exert them to the limit was naturally far beyond the reach of Uzumaki Naruto and his son. 482. Chapter 481 Father and Son Drama. How can he be so strong? Uzumaki Naruto crawled out of the ice pit created by his body, full of resentment. He was so strong, why was he still not a match for the enemy? Even that hateful guy did not make a move. Compared with Uzumaki Naruto, who had problems with his IQ and knowledge, Uchiha Sasuke quickly understood the key point of the problem. Although their power is stronger than Shimura Danzo, their control over power is far inferior to that of the other party, and they can't exert their due power at all. This is the essential gap, and there is no way to make up for it for the time being. And this time, it is not only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who come to attack and kill, but also many veteran ninja masters appear. Dust release, atomic fission technique. A blazing white beam of light came, but was blocked by a layer of energy barrier and could not go forward. Damn it! Seeing that the attack was fruitless, the 2nd generation was very angry. He has practiced dust release to the level of bloodline Deluo, integrating 6 chakra attributes, second only to the 7 attribute bloodline net, which can split the nucleus and produce a terrifying nuclear explosion. But even with such a terrible attack, he still couldn't do anything to the man, and couldn't even get close to him. This made him hate him so much that he almost went crazy. You have to know that the guy took away his wife. The hatred for taking away his wife is irreconcilable. He has wanted to kill the guy every moment these years. If he didn't know that he was not strong enough, and if he was suppressed by Senju Hashirama, he would have rushed to the 10,000 Stars Empire long ago. No man can endure such humiliation, and he certainly can't. He can only hate that he has been practicing hard for so many years, but he is still no match for that guy. Hate it. It's Senior Wu. Raising his glass to salute, Shimura Gento still has a good impression of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage Wu. If the other party hadn't married Miss Yuguan, he would not have had the chance to meet Miss Yuguan later. Don't fight with me, that guy is mine. Ditai stood up with the sun and moon shovel, staring at the 2nd generation Wu opposite with burning eyes. It was that guy who harmed his mother for half her life. He wanted to get it back for his mother and end this cause and effect at the same time. After saying that, he leaped up and rushed to the front of the 2nd generation Wu in an instant, stabbing out with the sharp crescent shovel in his hand, even forcibly splitting the space. Faced with such a strong attack, the 2nd generation Wu could only jump back, and at the same time, he quickly formed seals with both hands and played another dust escape atomic fission technique. The blazing white dust escape light column enveloped Ditai's tall body, but the next moment Ditai rushed out of the dust escape light column unscathed, and continued to rush forward waving the crescent shovel. He has not relaxed his training in these years, and with the relationship between his mother and the Shimura family, he has gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the universe, which is naturally incomparable to the 2nd generation Wu. Even if he wants, he can take down the 2nd generation Wu in an instant, but that's too boring, so just treat it as a warm-up. Ditai, I know you have hatred in your heart, but everything I did back then was for the village, you should understand. Seeing that the dust escape was ineffective, the 2nd generation Wu played the emotional card. Ninjas are like this. They will do anything to achieve their goals. If it works, they don't mind taking advantage of the blood relationship between the two parties. You are the soil of Iwagakure. Shadow, but I am not, and neither is my mother. Why should I understand you? With a sneer, Ditai will never forgive the so-called father. As a Tsuchikage, no one will say anything if you sacrifice yourself, but what does it mean to sacrifice even a woman? If it weren't for the encounter with the boss Xianding, my mother would have died long ago. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Ditai attacked again. Suddenly, a golden figure rushed to the future and held up the sun and moon shovel under the shovel. It was the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Onoki. You were born and raised in the Hidden Rock Village. That is your home. Now the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire are going to destroy our home. How can you bear it? And the teacher is your biological father. Are you going to kill your father? The 3rd Tsuchikage tried to persuade him eagerly, hoping that Ditai would change his mind. He watched Ditai grow up, and if it weren't for the accident, he would have accepted him as his disciple. He really didn't want to see the scene of father and son killing each other. You are the ones who are stubborn, but I didn't intend to kill my father. I just wanted to play with him because I was itching to do it. I can still be a little restrained when I take action. If someone else goes up, he will lose badly and I will lose face. He knocked Onoki out with a shovel, and Ditai continued to rush towards the second generation Wu. Onoki wanted to continue to intercept, and even planned to join forces with the second generation Wu to deal with Ditai, but suddenly a huge figure fell over. Bang! The huge body fell down, smashing a big hole in the hard ice surface, and an extremely huge figure appeared. Father, don't be stubborn anymore. There will be no good results if you continue to persist. Standing up straight, Huang Tu looked down at his father Onoki in front of him. Although his father had undergone human body transformation by the Black Pot Boss and became much stronger, he was still far inferior to him. When standing together, he still had to look down on him. You want to be an enemy of me? With an old face as black as the bottom of a pot, Onoki really didn't expect his son to show up. Are they going to stage a father-son fratricide drama and let those people laugh at it? There is no future for ninjas in the ninja world. Don't be stubborn anymore. He persuaded again. Although Huang Tu knew that his father's stubborn character would never repent, he still wanted to persuade his father to give up and let himself give up. Fight, let me see what progress you have made over the years. With murderous intent growing in his heart, Onoki activated the Earth Escape Chakra mode to the maximum limit and prepared for battle. But before he could react, Huang Tu's huge body appeared in front of him, and then a huge fist smashed down. Bang! The ice surface within a radius of dozens of miles exploded and turned into a big pit. Onoki was smashed into the bottom of the ice layer, but soon flew out to fight Huang Tu. Compared with the confrontation between the second generation Wu and Ditai, the father and son of Onoki and Huang Tu were much more violent. They punched hard and used great force. The ice surface was destroyed again and again. Tisk tisk. It's really a wave pushing the previous wave, and the previous wave died on the beach. Looking at the second generation Wu being beaten by Ditai, Gui Deng Shuiro made a sound of task, and next to her was her mortal enemy Yu Guan. Although they became good sisters and even had many children, she still didn't get along with that woman. This may be a natural conflict. Here comes Gui Deng Hu on you. He said this expressionlessly. Yu Guan and Hojiki Mizuki didn't get along. That woman is too annoying. But I didn't have a child at the beginning. He smiled complacently. Hojiki Mizuki didn't have a child with Hojiki Huanyu at the beginning. She was still a virgin when she married that traitor. I'll lend you one. Looking sideways, Yu Guan called out to the back, Diodara, go and fight with your uncle Huanyu. He is also very knowledgeable about the art of explosion. He also likes the art of explosion. Diodara, who had just come to watch the show, was excited and hurriedly flew out to stop Hojiki Huanyu. 483. Chapter 482 The Art of Explosion. Uncle Huanyu, Grandma said that you are also proficient in the art of explosion. Let's have a fight. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Diodara likes this kind of people the most. Although Uncle Scorpion is also an artist, his art is eternal, which is completely opposite to his own art of explosion, and they have nothing in common. Now that Hojiki Gengetsu is also proficient in the art of explosion, there will definitely be a lot of topics. Is your grandmother Yu Guan? Looking at Diodara's long golden hair, Hojiki Gengetsu was thoughtful, and then his fighting spirit rose. He did have a grudge with Shimura Genteng for stealing his wife. Although he didn't take that wife to heart at the beginning, it was one thing to use it or not, and it was another thing to be taken away by someone. As a man, he couldn't stand it either. But in comparison, he hoped to have a hearty battle, even if he died for it. Hojiki Gengetsu was born for battle. Boy, don't die too fast, it will be boring. With a fierce smile, Hojiki Gengetsu formed a seal to create a clone, and his palm turned into a sharp axe to rush towards Diodara on the opposite side. It doesn't matter who the opponent is, as long as he can give him a good fight. Detonate the clones. With his eyes bright, Diodara saw the mystery of the 10 clones, and then formed 10 clones to rush up. The clones of both sides fought fiercely, and first launched a physical attack, and they were evenly matched. After all, Diodara was too young, and his father Ditai had not practiced for as long as he did, so he could not form a crushing battle. But this is just the beginning. Nuclear fusion technique. Seeing that the momentum was almost ready, Hojiki Gengetsu raised his hand to form a seal, merging the 10 clones into one, and then detonating the power inside. Diodara's reaction was not slow either, also controlling the clones to merge into one, turning into a huge puppet. Patrick! Boom! The two huge monsters exploded and turned into two suns colliding with each other. This is not over yet. Both sides are using their own power to limit the power of the explosion and vent it to the other side. Now it depends on who can hold on to the end. When the power of the explosion is vented, it will definitely be blown to pieces. Too messy. Shaking his head, Shimura Gentoi signaled to Jingza to take care of Deidara and prevent him from being blown to death by Patrick. The Hidden Rock village went to fight, and other ninja villages also sent people. The fierce third Raikage took the lead in attacking, holding a giant spear, and forcibly rushed over with the upper hell stab, but was also stopped, and it was also a father-son duel. Father, stop it! Chakra is not as good as you think. Stopping his father, Yayuai didn't want to fight with his father, but he could only go out to intercept him. Otherwise, if someone else came, his father would definitely die. You have grown up, but don't underestimate your father's ninja way. Abyss Pierce. No more nonsense, the third generation Raikage burst out with a big move, the dark black lightning gathered at the tip of the spear, the majestic body disappeared in an instant, and when it appeared again, it had already rushed in front of Yayuai. Unfortunately, such a domineering attack was blocked by Yayuai with the huge Thor's hammer, and it could not shake it at all. Finally, Thor's hammer shook, and the third generation Raikage was shaken away. Very good, your growth makes your father very happy, use all your strength to show your father. The third generation Raikage was even more excited, and his fighting spirit was raging, hoping to see stronger power. He was not a stone in the toilet like Onoki. In fact, after seeing Uzumaki Naruto and the other man being beaten out by Shimura Denso, he knew that there was no hope for the ninja world. There was no way. The Shimura family was too strong, so strong that it made people despair. There was no hope of winning at all. But even if he died, he had to have a gorgeous ending, and he must not end up in a frustrated way. Seeing his father's determination and desire to die, Yayuai was silent for a while, and finally threw the Thor's hammer in his hand fiercely. The huge Thor's hammer flew out at a speed beyond imagination, and then flew back like a boomerang and was caught steadily by Yayuai. Driving the powerful inertia of the rotation, it hit the ice in front of him fiercely. Compared with the previous punch of Huang Tu, the power exploded more violently, and the ice surface within a radius of hundreds of miles was shattered. The third generation Raikage was blown away by the aftermath, and blood spurted wildly. Obviously, he suffered a serious injury. In the end, Yayuai still didn't have the heart to kill him, after all, that was his father. And compared to letting his father die in confusion, it is more important to let him understand the true meaning of chakra at the last moment. Even if you become a ghost, you have to be a clear ghost. This is the will of their cloud-hidden village. The third generation of Raikage took action, and others were not slow. The brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku also appeared and took action, and immediately targeted the sisters Yuyi Ino and Yuyi Laner. They also had a hatred for Shimura Gendo for stealing his wife. Even though they were dead at that time, this hatred for stealing his wife was real. Every time they saw the weird eyes of others, the two brothers almost went crazy, always thinking about revenge and killing those two bitches. Today they finally had a chance. Mom, was your fiancé copyright that ugly guy? As the eldest son of Yuyi Ino, Shimura Yaishi said he couldn't understand why his mother would make an engagement with that ugly guy back then. Is there something wrong with my mother's aesthetics? I'll go first. On the other side, as the eldest son of Yuyi Laner, Shimura Lanji rushed out decisively and faced Yuyi Ginkaku. As a son, he naturally couldn't let his mother fight with that ugly guy. Shimura Lanji took over the cause and effect of the past. Shimura Yaishi was also unambiguous. He transformed into a bull-headed man and rushed towards Yuyi Jinjiao. Nyogui, when did you lead your brother astray? Seeing that her lovely son turned into a bull-headed man, Yuyi Lingian was furious and pulled the bull ghost behind him. She didn't remember that her son had the genes of the old cow. He must have been led astray by the bastard Nyogui. It was fine that he was born with the help of my mother, but now he has led my baby son astray into a cow. Tell me, do you want to stew it with 5 spices or soy sauce? Why is no one coming from Sand Village? Glancing at the battlefield, Shimura Gento looked at Miss Cho curiously. Where is her ex-husband? He is not very talented, and he died early. His soul may have been destroyed long ago. Staring at him unhappily, Cho had long guessed that her ex-husband could not appear and was not qualified to appear. His own talent was very ordinary. When he died, he was only at the elite Chunin level. That kind of soul was not qualified to be preserved by the Six Paths Sage. She also secretly observed at the beginning that there was indeed no soul of her ex-husband in the base of Senju Hashirama. That's a pity. With a regretful sigh, he still wanted to meet those seniors. Here you go again, so persistent. Looking up at the super giant meatball that was thrown at him, Shimura Gento admired the courage of Uzumaki Naruto. He knew he was invincible but still forced his move. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Too crude. This time it was Uchiha Madara's turn to attack, and he didn't even attack, but he created a chakra clone to blast the Raise Nan. The chakras of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were indeed very strong, but their realms were too poor, and they could not bring out the power of those chakras at all. Their use of chakras was too crude, and they didn't even bring out 10% of their power. This kind of childish play, hey, really have no interest. A euro. The new book starting from the Laughing Proud Wanderer to Push the Martial Arts, those who are interested can go and have a look. My name is Tian Hao, and my courtesy name is Mangfu. Tian is the Tian of the two Wangs next door, and Hao is the Hao that is disrespectful to God. I have now joined the Huashan sect, but since Master Yu Bucken has practiced the sword manual of exorcism, he always looks at me strangely every day, which makes me a little nervous. Divine Art Biming, Tao Heart Planting Demon, Fairy from the Sky, Magic Knife Full Moon, Dragon Spring 7 Stars, Heavenly Knife Bright Moon, Against the Current Cold Heart, Swordsman Love, Youth Song, Tomb King Kylan. In this complex martial arts world, Tian Hao wants to create a template for a big boss, train the strongest muscles, practice the strongest martial arts, stack the thickest armor, use the biggest sword, chop everything and create a new world. I update more than 10,000 words a day, and the update is awesome. There are more than 4 million words, please feel free to read. Q Group 8260378891, if you are interested, you can join the pit to communicate, please do not disturb if you are serious. 484. Chapter 483 Call Daddy. Sasuke, what should we do? Seeing that the strongest killer move was destroyed again, Uzumaki Naruto pulled his hair in distress, looking at the figures on the battlefield, and his heart was anxious. We are definitely not their opponents with our own strength. Maybe we have to use the power inside. Spreading out his palms and looking at the black crescent mark, Uchiha Sasuke knew that this would be their last hope for a comeback. But this power made her very uneasy, and she had an ominous premonition. Don't use that power. Uchiha Ataka's figure appeared and stopped his brother from using that power. After leaving the space limited to Tsukuyomi, he was released by Uchiha Izumi and then escaped. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Izumi didn't kill him, he didn't have time to think about it at this time. He first saved his sister, and then found a way to defeat the Shimura family and win the future for the ninja world. We'll talk about the rest later. And he also felt a very ominous power from the mark, which was definitely not something his sister could bear. Without this power, there is no way to fight. Biting his pink lips tightly, Uchiha Sasuke was helpless. The enemy was too strong, so strong that they had no way to fight against him. She even doubted that even if she used the power in the mark, she might not be the opponent of the Shimura family. The gap between the two sides was like a chasm. Use the power of our Uchiha, Sasuke, the future of Uchiha is entrusted to you. Saying a word resolutely, Uchiha Ataka did not wait for Uchiha Sasuke to react, and put his palm on his soft hair, infusing all his chakra and pupil power into it. Chakra is the power that connects the heart to the heart. His heart has always been connected to Sasuke, so they can naturally share the power of both sides. Seeing his brother's determination, Uchiha Sasuke did not refuse, and this was indeed the power of their Uchiha. Back then, his brother devoured the entire Uchiha family, and even forcibly devoured the Senju clan. The power he possessed was enormous, and it was a great help to him even now. Uzumaki Naruto on the side was full of envy. He also hoped to have this family affection, but unfortunately it was destined to be just a luxury. Naruto, although my strength is far less than Ataka's, it is not bad. Take it. A broad slap fell on the boy's shoulder, and Jiraiya infused his own chakra into it. At the same time, another figure appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto, also putting his palm on his shoulder and infusing power. Teacher Jiraiya. Dad. Fourth generation. Looking back at Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto was moved to tears. Don't think too much, you will always be Konoha Uzumaki Naruto. With a gentle smile, Namikaze Minato formed a seal with one hand and performed an illusion to transmit all his ninjutsu to Uzumaki Naruto, including the Flying Thunder God technique. Over the years, he has been studying the Flying Thunder God technique and has cultivated it to the extreme. He has also evolved a time ninjutsu from it, which is extremely powerful. Fourth generation sir, I will not let you down. Wiping away the tears in his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto resolutely promised. Uzumaki Naruto keeps his word. The fusion of chakras was very smooth and fast. Soon Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke mastered the new power. Uzumaki Naruto obtained the Flying Thunder God technique from Namikaze Minato and controlled the power of space and part of time. And Uchiha Sasuke obtained all of Uchiha Itachi's past, including the ninjutsu eye technique system he possessed. But she didn't expect that her brother's most powerful eye technique was actually a time-based one, and it was extremely powerful. If he had used this trick before, he would have died. It turns out that her brother has been giving in to her. Foolish Unii-chan, I will build a brand new Uchiha, a completely independent Uchiha. With tears in his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke said solemnly. She has a brand new ninjutsu. Foolish Ichimoku, I'm watching. With a gentle smile on his face, Uchiha Itachi was very relieved and relaxed, finally pulling his sister back from the abyss of hatred. Naruto. Sasuke. The two friends who had gained new power looked at each other and reunited again. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hands high, and the vast chakra poured out, turning into two giant Rasen, and added the power of time and space to it. This will be the strongest Rasengan, the space-time Rasen. Uchiha Sasuke also poured his own chakra into it, and blessed it with the power of time and space to increase its power. This is not over yet. The two used yin-yang escape as the source to control the two Rasen to change phases, condensing them into two ninja swords, one for each person. Shimura. Gento, this time we have gathered more power and gained more reliance, we will definitely defeat you. Staring at the young man in golden armor sitting on the sofa opposite, Uzumaki Naruto became even more angry. He must beat that bastard. No more nonsense, the two attacked at the same time. Heavenly Hand Power. Flying Thunder God Technique. Uchiha Sasuke first used the Heavenly Hand Power Eye technique to teleport over, and Uzumaki Naruto also teleported over according to the Flying Thunder God mark left on Sasuke's body, and the two swung their swords at the same time. Unfortunately, facing this blow that was enough to annihilate space, Shimura Gento was too lazy to even look at it. Shimura Danzo attacked again, and slapped the two people away with another slap, exactly the same as before, even the ninja sword condensed by the time-space Rasen was smashed. Damn, how can he be so strong? Getting up, Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand why they were obviously stronger, but they were still not the opponent of that guy. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Just a reminder, it's best not to use power that's not yours. Shimura Danzo, who maintained his cool and handsome demeanor, kindly reminded them. In his opinion, the two guys were complete idiots. The power he suddenly gained was too huge, far beyond the limit of his own control. Later, he also received the power of Uchiha Itachi and others. Although it made the chakra stronger, it also reduced his control again. The battle between the strong is more about the use and control of chakra. Otherwise, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, who were known as the Shitanla, would have dominated the ninja world long ago. This principle is still applicable today. Teacher Kakashi. Just as he was about to say something else, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly saw his teacher Hatake Kakashi appear next to Shimura Gendo, with an extremely respectful attitude. Master Gendo. He saluted Shimura Gendo, and Hatake Kakashi respected this senior very much. Although the other party seemed to have had that kind of relationship with his mother, he didn't care. After all, his father's actions and final choice disappointed him. The man's choice to commit suicide was equivalent to abandoning both him and his mother. What's the point of such a father? Call me daddy. Shimura Gento was very dissatisfied. After all, he had discussed life and ideals with Miss Uzumaki Miko, and even had several children. You're going to die. Uzumaki Miko couldn't sit still anymore, so she stepped forward and twisted someone's waist hard. I said I wouldn't tell anyone about their relationship. How can I face people if you do this? 485. Chapter 484 Neat and Tidy. Kakashi's eyes twitched when he saw this scene, but his mother's appearance made him very happy. Such a gesture was enough to prove that his mother was living well over there, and looking at his mother's slightly bulging belly, Kakashi felt that he might have a younger sister or brother. The kind with the same mother but different fathers. Ahem. Kakashi, I believe that after staying in Konoha for so many years, you must have gained a lot. Tell me and share it. With a dry cough, Shimura Gentoi was looking forward to what kind of surprises this cheap son could bring. At the beginning, he had not planned to let Hatake Kakashi destroy Konoha, and this kid didn't have that ability. He kept him in Konoha mainly to cultivate this kid's ability and see if he could get some surprises. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Biwako have a third child, but he secretly removed the chakra bloodline of that child and sent it to the 10,000 Stars Empire. The one in Konoha is just a clone. Without hesitation, Hatake Kakashi told the information he accidentally found out. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was guarded by Black Zetsu, couldn't sit still and roared angrily. Originally, he placed all his hopes on that son, so that he could continue the bloodline of the Sarutobi family in the 10,000 Stars Empire, but who would have thought that Hatake Kakashi would find out? This is to make their Sarutobi family die out. Oh! Uncle Hiruzen is still strong and healthy, and he can even have a son in his old age. His eyes lit up, and Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with this surprise. If Hatake Kakashi hadn't found this, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have really let him get away with it. Black Zetsu, find the person as soon as possible. By the way, look carefully at Uncle Hiruzen's memory to see if there are any illegitimate children wandering around. Find them all. The most important thing for a family is to be complete. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury and panic made Shimura Gentoi very satisfied. It would be too easy to let the old thief die quickly. A life worse than death is the best fate for him. Xianding, he is still a child, innocent. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt down and begged bitterly. That was his last hope, and nothing could happen to him. When you attacked me, I was still an unborn fetus. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi hated this kind of double standard the most. Your child is a child, innocent, so should I die? Should my mother die? It's only that he is not strong enough now, otherwise he would have reversed time and space, returned to the past and brought back his mother's soul to revive. As a son, this is what he must do. Moreover, many coquettish bitches have recently set their eyes on their old father, the pot shadow, and each of them wants to be their stepmother. He is really afraid that his old father will lose control and make mistakes one day. He must revive his mother as soon as possible and discipline her strictly. Teacher Kakashi, why? The third-generation grandfather is so good to you, why did he betray us? Uzumaki Naruto rushed forward and asked angrily, full of confusion. Uchiha Sasuke, who came with him, was thoughtful and had some guesses. You are not the child of teacher Minato. Sigh with a sound, Hatake Kakashi was quite depressed. He had tried to improve the boy's IQ, but unfortunately failed in the end. His wooden brain was nothing like his teacher Minato Namikaze. Why, tell me why? Even more angry, Uzumaki Naruto also hated betrayal, especially the betrayal of close people. Kakashi, you owe me an explanation. Might Guy also rushed over, also not understanding why his best friend would choose to betray, and it seemed that he had betrayed Konoha a long time ago. You may not believe what I say, let old dog Sarutobi tell you in person. Not in the mood to explain to that idiot, Hatake Kakashi looked at the dark Black Zetsu. Brother Black Zetsu, help me. Brother, no need to be polite. With a grin, revealing 2 rows of shiny white teeth, Black Zetsu took over Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking consciousness. Back then, White Fang's prestige threatened my position and my strength. I calculated that White Fang would defame himself, so I took advantage of the situation and ordered Shinoshoke to assassinate the group of Konoha ninjas, blaming White Fang for all the deaths and making him commit suicide out of guilt. Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose mind was controlled, revealed his original plan, and even Black Zetsu extracted his memory fragments and played them in front of everyone. Seeing everything in the memory screen, everyone was silent, and Uzumaki Naruto no longer had the courage to question before, and felt more confused. Naruto, cheer up, they are all our enemies, don't believe them. Jiraiya rushed over and reminded them loudly, so that several people just reacted. Yes, they are all enemies, and their words are not credible. Don't worry, there's more. He signaled to his cheap son Black Zetsu that Shimura Gentoi would make Hiruzen Sarutobi lose his reputation today. That old guy is very good at acting, and now he has become the embodiment of the will of fire. If all his deeds are revealed, it will be enough to overwhelm or even destroy the will of fire in Konoha. Although the end of the ninja world has long been determined, it is still very cool to have a good time at the last moment. Sure enough, as Black Zetsu played those memory fragments of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the beliefs of many ninjas in Konoha suffered an unprecedented impact. They really couldn't accept that the leader they believed in was such a despicable, shameless, black-hearted, and ruthless person. Some people even found that their relatives and friends were killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, such as those who died in the White Fang incident. This made it even more difficult for everyone to accept. Even Uzumaki Naruto saw what Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did to him, including the Nine Tails Rebellion. Although he now understands that he is not the biological son of the fourth Hokage, he is physically, and he has always regarded him as his father and mother. Now he found out that the third generation he believed in was the culprit who harmed his family. How could he calm down? Now even Jiraiya couldn't say anything, because there were too many negative things about that teacher, and they were easy to check. He was not stupid, so he knew that his teacher was not clean either. After all, if he wanted to sit firmly on the position of Hokage, some things could not be avoided, such as the genocide of the Uchiha and Senju families. But he didn't expect that his mentor was so dirty that not only did he leave a bad reputation for thousands of years, but also stained the position of Hokage and the will of fire, which could not be washed away. This was a fatal blow to morale. Hashirama, I told you that your trick was wrong a long time ago. Now you see it. On the other side, looking up at the projection screen covering the entire sky, Six Paths Madara had a mocking look on his face, and he was very happy in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions are enough to prove that the will of fire is wrong. The choice made by Hashirama Senju in the Valley of the End was also wrong. Konoha was indeed infected and swallowed by the will left by Hashirama, and fell into a bottomless abyss. Hashirama Senju remained silent, and even began to reflect on whether what he did before was right or wrong. He was already extremely disappointed with Konoha, and now what Sarutobi Hiruzen did made him even more desperate. Is such a Konoha and such a ninja world worth saving? 486. Chapter 485 Eight Gates Kai Huang. After all, he hasn't read many books. It's normal for him to make mistakes. We can't expect too much. The cold and arrogant voice sounded, and the two looked up and were dazzled by the golden light. The person who came was Uchiha Madara. He didn't agree with Hashirama Senju's ninja way back then, especially after joining the Shimura family and reading many books, he became more determined in his mind. But we can't blame Hashirama Senju. After all, that guy didn't read much since he was a child. He was always fighting and killing, and he established Konoha with his own will. Limited by his vision and knowledge, it was already great to be able to come up with a ninja village system, and we really can't ask for too much. You come to laugh at me too. Said bitterly, Hashirama Senju regretted it and realized that he was wrong. After resurrection, when he knew about the outbreak of the First Ninja World War, he realized that he was wrong. The First Ninja World War was the biggest negation of his ideas. It is impossible to bring peace to the ninja world by understanding between people alone. Maybe Ban's ideas at that time were correct. Although it would cause great sacrifices at that time, it could solve the problem fundamentally. At least decades or even hundreds of years of relative peace could be achieved, instead of the current situation. Now the whole family is gone, Konoha has collapsed, and there is even less hope for the ninja world. What's going on between you and me? Six Paths Madara couldn't help but ask. He had been thinking about the relationship between himself and Uchiha Madara. He always felt that the guy didn't seem like a puppet created by the Shimura family. You are the real one, but you are brainwashed, becoming someone else's pawn without knowing it. Uchiha Madara did not hide this, and there was no need to hide it at this time. He came here to laugh at the Six Paths Madara and the others. If he didn't let them know some of the truth, how could he laugh at the joke? Six Paths Sage. Immediately thinking of the legendary existence of the Six Paths Sage, Six Paths Madara didn't think Uchiha Madara would deceive him, because there was no need. The other party was too strong, there was no need to play these conspiracies and tricks. And now that there was no chakra interference, his thinking was much clearer. He immediately recalled some weird things in the past, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. What does he want to do? With a gloomy old face, Six Paths Madara knew that he was calculated by the Six Paths Sage. He wants to devour everyone in the ninja world and become the nourishment for his own improvement. All of you, from body to chakra, and then to soul, will be devoured completely, and no one can survive. Uchiha Madara explained with a sneer, and he was very happy now. Especially when he saw the extremely ugly faces of Six Paths Madara and Senju Hashirama, it was like drinking a cup of iced black tea in the middle of summer. Refreshing from head to toe. No, we must not let him succeed. The ninja world should not perish like this. Senju Hashirama was very anxious. If Uchiha Madara had not deceived them, things would be really serious and everyone in the ninja world would die. At this time, he finally figured out why the Shimura family kept the ninja world until now. It was probably to calculate the Six Paths Sage. Everyone in the ninja world was just a pawn of the two sides. Swish! Before Senju Hashirama could stand up, an ice spike pierced out from the ice below, pierced his body and nailed it to the ground. Don't make trouble. Your fate has long been determined. The ending is only destruction. There is no second choice. His expression became cold and hard. Uchiha Madara was just here to see the joke, and he didn't want this guy to mess up his plan. Ban, those children are innocent. They still have a future. They can't die like this. He was even more anxious. Senju Hashirama really couldn't bear to see the ninja world die like this. There were too many innocent people in it. When you insisted on your own way on the battlefield of the Whirlpool country and continued the ninja world for your own selfish desires, the ending today was already doomed. You can only blame it on your lack of education. It's easy to see that something is wrong, but you have a hole in your brain. All the people in the ninja world today were killed by you. He sneered. Uchiha Madara no longer paid attention to the two people whose faces changed drastically, and turned his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. That old guy should be about to finish. At the same time, Might Guy, who came to question Kakashi, fell silent as he looked at the memory images projected in the sky. He is not stupid, and he can naturally see that those memory images are not fake, which means that the third generation Hokage is really dirty in his heart. But Might Guy is Might Guy after all, and he quickly recovered his mood and spoke resolutely. Kakashi, you will always be Konoha's Kakashi, even if I break your hands and feet, I must take you back. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha is Konoha, there is a difference between the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dirty, but Konoha is not, and the will of fire is not. Akai, you are one of my few friends, I don't want to do anything to you. Seeing his friend's determination, Hitaki Kakashi said seriously. He really didn't want to fight with Might Guy. That guy was a stubborn person who didn't know how to adapt. Once the fight started, he would definitely risk his life. Might Guy and Lee were the few people in Konoha worth saving. He didn't want to go to war with them. My dear son, go ahead and give Akai a perfect ending. After the flame of youth burns out, new buds will grow and a new life will begin. At this time, Shimura Gento suddenly extended his thumb, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and even gathered light to increase the flashing effect. Instinctively, Might Guy on the opposite side also extended his thumb, showing his 2 rows of flashing white teeth. This scene made the faces of the people around twitch, and Tsunade and the other women moved 1 step further away from their men, looking like they didn't know the lunatic. But Shimura Gento didn't care. In his previous life, when he watched Naruto, Might Guy and Rock Lee were the few people he admired, and what he admired was their efforts. Clang! Guy, I will let you be reborn from the ashes. Kakashi, I will take you back. With Shimura Gento's guarantee, Hitaki Kakashi no longer had any worries. Pulling out the extended version of the Shengtang sword, Might Guy's blood boiled. The two had long wanted to see each other's strength at full strength. They had no chance before, so they had to compete this time anyway. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Might Guy decisively opened the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu and raised his combat power to the peak. Hitaki Kakashi also opened the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, but before opening the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, he opened 9 Chakra attribute modes. It's amazing that you have trained your body to the point where you can forcibly carry the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. It's amazing. Seeing Might Guy's condition, Shimura Gento clapped his hands in praise. The 8 Gates ninja formation he used before was a technical one, with various chakra modes as the foundation, which minimized the side effects of the 8 Gates ninja formation and even suppressed the extreme burst of the 8 Gates ninja formation, and the ultimate combat power would be a little worse. But Might Guy has tempered his body strength to the extent that it can bear the extreme power of the 8 Gates ninja formation, and he must be more powerful in the extreme burst. If the state is the same, he may not be able to beat Might Guy. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the Kai Emperor who almost kicked out the finale. Yeah Kai! Without any nonsense, Might Guy went straight, then he burst out with a killing move, and the blood-colored chakra turned into a blood dragon and rushed towards Kakashi. Even the space was forcibly kicked and exploded, evolving into a space storm that destroyed everything. At this stage, Might Guy is many times stronger than in the original work. In the original work, Might Guy could kick the space to distort it under the extreme burst, and now he can naturally explode the space. However, Hatake Kakashi is not bad either. The vast chakra gathered on the blade and stabbed it out. 487. Chapter 486 Xiao Li. A flash of lightning appeared, piercing the entire blood-colored dragon, and the blood dragon exploded, but the lightning was also consumed by the blood dragon. In the first round, the two were evenly matched. Kai, you don't have much time. As a reminder, Hatake Kakashi put the knife at his waist and made a gesture of IAI/. He has a stronger move, and I believe his best friend must have a stronger move. Time is really running out, Kakashi. This move was originally prepared for the enemy. After a fruitless attack, Might Guy was not disappointed, and was even very excited and relieved. He really deserves to be his best friend. Xiao Li. With a roar, Might Guy rushed forward rapidly, and his whole body was sublimated to the extreme, even surpassing his own extreme, as if turning into a blood light. This is the ultimate killing move he developed based on Night Guy, and it is also a reincarnation, and even a legacy. Facing the rushing blood light, Hatake Kakashi also made a move. Cut! The Shangtang sword slashed out, and the purple lightning and blood light collided. The two confronted each other, and then slowly wore away, and in the end they were still evenly matched. No, it was not evenly matched. Might Guy fought for everything, and finally his whole body burned out, but Hatake Kakashi just consumed too much, overdrawing the chakra in his body, and even the chakra bloodline was forcibly overdrawn. Although the price was also not small, his life was saved, and he was also using it to transfer his immortal power. Teacher Kai. A blue light rushed over and landed at the place where Might Guy disappeared. He knelt down and cried out in grief. It was Rock Lee, Might Guy's disciple. Morning Peacock, Day Tiger, Evening Elephant, Night Kai, Dawn Lee, a perfect reincarnation, a perfect curtain call. Little Lee, you also saw that Might Guy passed on his will to you in the end. Inherit his will well. He is an amazing person. Walking to Rock Lee and patting the boy on the shoulder, Shimaragento sighed, and the first generation of Kai Emperor ended like this. It's a pity that Rock Lee was too sad and didn't listen to anything. This look made Shimaragento unbearable. Bang! Xiao Li, cheer up, Kai still needs you to revive him. A punch hit the boy's face. Not only was his body knocked out, but his nose was bleeding, but this heavy punch also woke up the sad boy. Can Teacher Kai be resurrected? What should I do? Ignoring the pain on his cheek, Xiao Li ran over with hope on his face. He didn't mind begging this person, anyway, Konoha had nothing to worry about for him. In the Konoha collapse plan, two teammates left one after another, and Teacher Kai was the only relative left in the village. In addition, the third Hokage was such a beast in human clothing, and he was also very disappointed with Konoha. If he could ask Shimaragentoi to revive Teacher Kai, he would be willing to do anything. Very good, you find a wife to marry first, and when your wife is pregnant, I will inject a Kai soul into her belly and give birth to twins for you. Patting the boy's shoulder with satisfaction, Shimaragentoi took the boy back and sat down. He liked such honest people. What? His eyes widened even more, and Xiao Li was confused. He had just thought of many possibilities, but he never thought of using this method to revive Teacher Kai. If this is really done, wouldn't Teacher Kai become his own child? How should this generation be calculated? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha have let down Kai's youth. Didn't you see that Kai wanted to die just now? The will of fire and Konoha are everything in his life. Now that belief has collapsed, he naturally has no desire to live. That's why he asked Kakashi to die. Can you bear to let Kai suffer the pain of collapsed belief after resurrection? So Kai must be given a new life and let him start over. Believe me, I won't lie to you. With a sincere expression on his face, Shimaragentoi is an honest and good child, and he will never lie to an equally honest good child. I understand, I'll go find a wife and give Teacher Kai a new life. Xiao Li suddenly realized, and immediately rushed back to the Konoha position to search for a suitable wife. Only that idiot would be fooled. Tian Tian covered his face speechlessly, and Hyaganiji also looked at the sky speechlessly, and he really couldn't bear to watch. If you don't agree, we can give birth to Kai. Looking at the girl with a smile, Shimura Gentoi didn't mind having another child with the girl, since they had already had one child. Who wants to have another with you? The girl refused decisively. Just kidding, if she really wants to have thick eyebrows like Teacher Kai, she might as well stuff them back. Oh, it's finally coming to an end. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke with a sense of something, Shimura Gentoi smiled and understood that the six-path sage was coming to an end. There was no way. Although there were other plans, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had lost their fighting spirit because of Shimura Gentoi. They had no way to fight anymore and could only end it in advance. The two disappeared in an instant, and when they appeared again, their bodies changed dramatically, with black patterns appearing one after another, and finally even their appearance was forcibly changed. Kinshiki, you're too slow. Otsutsuki Momo, who was resurrected with the help of Uzumaki Naruto Shiki said coldly, and the space behind him twisted, and a tall figure appeared. It was Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With the help of Otsutsuki Tonari's power, he also completed his resurrection, and even devoured the entire Otsutsuki clan as his own nourishment. We need more chakra. Staring at Shimura Gendo with fear, Otsutsuki Urashiki was not sure to compete with him. Then plant the sacred tree. Otsutsuki Momoshiki also understood that he urgently needed chakra to replenish himself. He put his hands together and mobilized a force from Uzumaki Naruto. The sacred tree is born. A sacred tree grew rapidly from under the ice, supporting the three people to rise rapidly, and countless roots extended out, wrapping the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. This is not over yet. Countless roots spread outward at a faster speed, and soon spread throughout the 5 major ninja countries, and were finally blocked by the barrier set up by the 10,000 Stars Empire. All ninjas were devoured by the sacred tree, not just chakra, but the whole body and soul were devoured. The worst thing was that all the ninjas suddenly found it difficult to mobilize the chakra in their bodies, and they were completely unable to resist the countless tree roots that were entangled, and were eventually swallowed up. How is it possible? Sensing the completely unresponsive chakra in his body, Minato Namikaze was shocked, and realized the seriousness of the problem, and even guessed the source of the problem. After all, it was not just 1 or 2 people who had problems, but all the ninjas were wrong, and the problem could only be with the chakra. And the chakra originated from the six-path sage. If there was anyone who could tamper with all the chakra in the ninja world, it could only be the six-path sage. But didn't the six-path sage die a long time ago? Is this the ending? Uchiha Itachi, who was also entangled by the tree roots, smiled miserably, feeling that his life was a joke. He tried hard to preserve Konoha and regarded the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire as enemies, but who would have thought that the real enemy was someone else? Jiraiya also had his worldview broken. Although he was a one-track-minded person, he was not stupid. He could guess the root of the problem from the current abnormal situation. What was his own effort? You knew it a long time ago. At the last moment when he was swallowed by the tree roots, Jiraiya looked at the cheap disciple, but unfortunately the disciple didn't even bother to look at him. However, this attitude was also a kind of acquiescence, acquiescing to his guess. 488. Chapter 487 Six Paths appeared. Knowing that he could not bear such a vast amount of chakra by himself for the time being, Otsutsuki Momoshiki divided the chakra absorbed by the sacred tree into 2 parts and integrated them into Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With the huge chakra replenishment, the momentum of Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki soared. Level 5, the power of Level 5. Feeling the powerful power in their bodies, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 2 were intoxicated. They had worked so hard to break through the 4th level before, and there were great risks. Now they can easily break through to the 5th level. Although there are still many flaws, they only need to be adjusted, and there will be no big problem. Bang! Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the intoxicated Otsutsuki Momoshiki was kicked out. It was Uchiha Madara who made the move. He was actively preparing for the battle, and now that the enemy appeared, he naturally could not bear it anymore. Although they were not the 2 old silver coins of the six-path sage, they were also important chess pieces of the other party. The last fight with these 3 guys was not pleasant, and this time they must have a good fight. Shimura Danzo also made a decisive move, kicking Otsutsuki Urashiki to the other side, opening up a new battlefield. The last one to make a move was Shimura Black Zetsu, facing the equally burly Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, although Otsutsuki Kinshiki is also considered to be burly, he is far inferior to Shimura Black Zetsu, who is a very lucky non-human. Damn it, you are only at the peak of the 4th level, how can you be so strong? Otsutsuki Urashiki, whose arm was cut off, was full of anger. He really couldn't understand why his arm was cut off by a 4th level human. You should know that he is now a 5th level strongman, a big level higher than the opponent. The gap between each level will be greater as the strength goes up, and there is no possibility of fighting across levels, unless you use desperate taboo means or have a powerful secret treasure. But that guy used hard power, and did not use desperate secret techniques at all, nor did he have a powerful secret treasure. What happened? It's not that I'm too strong, but that you are too weak. Repeating this sentence, Shimura Danzo looked down on this kind of stuff who only has powerful strength but no corresponding realm. Just like Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke before, the power they possessed far exceeded the limit of their own realm control. The accumulation of power can only look powerful, but in fact it is just an embroidered pillow. So even if Otsutsuki Urashiki broke through to the 5th level, he was still not his opponent. Not to mention that this guy is just a pawn of the 6th-path sage, and the chakra in his body belongs to the 6th-path sage. It is impossible to use it freely, and it is difficult to exert 1/10 of his strength. It's really sad. The other two battlefields are similar. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki is the strongest, Uchiha Madara is also the strongest among the three. Even Shimura Danzo is half a step behind him. It must be said that in terms of combat talent, Uchiha Madara is unmatched. Poor Otsutsuki Momoshiki was beaten by Uchiha Shiki's unlimited combo without explanation, and had no power to fight back. There was no way, his weakest skill was physical skills, and Uchiha Madara targeted this point, using physical skills and swordsmanship to fight, making him extremely passive. In the end, the battle over there was even more simple and brutal, just like beating a child. 6 Big Black Zetsu followed his body and punched down one by one, hammering Otsutsuki Kinshiki into the ice like a nail. If the ice surface had not been blessed with a barrier, it would have been smashed to pieces long ago, even through the surface and into the center of the earth. Level 4 and 5 beings already have star-level combat power. If they really fight on a planet, they can definitely blow up the earth. Kinshiki. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared wildly. After receiving the call, Otsutsuki Kinshiki exploded desperately, slightly shaking Black Zetsu away, and rushed towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Tanhahaha. All the weapons of the ancestors stored in the Wave God were summoned out, and hundreds of scarlet weapons flew out with the body, turning into a tornado, raging. Even someone as strong as Uchiha Madara had to temporarily avoid the attack. Of course, the main reason was to grow the bait bigger and let the 6th-path sage show up faster. Otherwise, letting the old silver coin hide all the time would always be a hidden danger. They had no time and energy to waste, and they had to take this opportunity to cut the grass and root it out. Master, don't hesitate. Rushing to the side of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted. It's time to complete my mission and sacrifice myself for the master. I won't hesitate. His handsome face became extremely hideous. Otsutsuki Momoshiki activated the power of the Samsara Eye and forcibly refined Otsutsuki Kinshiki into a sacred tree fruit, swallowing it in 2 or 3 bites. After swallowing a sacred tree fruit, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's image changed drastically, his body swelled a lot, and even his skin turned into a hideous dark red. Not enough, not enough. Feeling the power in his body, as well as Uchiha Madara and Shimura Black Zetsu who were forming a siege, Otsutsuki Momoshiki rushed to Otsutsuki Urashiki. He needed stronger power, and Otsutsuki Urashiki was the best and only choice. Momo, don't forget to help me revive as soon as possible, I don't want to sleep too long. Using the power of Otsutsuki Momoshiki to force away Shimura Danzo who was fighting, Otsutsuki Urashiki shouted and turned into a sacred tree fruit on his own. He was a rational person, and he knew very well that the only way to break the situation now was to gather the power of the 3 people, otherwise everyone would die. At worst, he would turn into a wedge again, allowing Otsutsuki Momoshiki to find a suitable host and revive again. After swallowing the sacred tree fruit in 3 or 2 mouthfuls again, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body expanded further, and his skin turned black, just like Black Zetsu. At the same time, his strength also increased further, not only the increase in quantity, but also the transformation of quality. The chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is very interesting. Different chakras can be transformed after fusion, just like the chakra of the ninja can be transformed into the tailed beast mode after fusion with the chakra of the tailed beast, which is extremely powerful. Cut him! Uchiha Madara was the first to attack again, swinging his sword and slashing, and Shimura Danzo and Black Zetsu followed closely. The three of them surrounded Otsutsuki Momoshiki in a triangle, cooperating with each other in a tacit understanding, and beat Otsutsuki Momoshiki in a mess. However, he is worthy of being a ruthless man who swallowed two teammates. His black skin has strong defense. Even with Uchiha Madara's strength, he can only cut a little bit. At the same time, with the pressure of the three people, Otsutsuki Momoshiki is quickly fusing the power in his body. As long as he merges into one, he will become more powerful. But just as the fusion was completed, before he had time to experience that powerful power, the chakra in his body went out of control and evolved into countless techniques that spread inside and outside his body, and even his soul was completely eroded without knowing when. Who are you? Discovering something abnormal inside her body, Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared. She knew that she was being plotted against and someone wanted to devour them. Although she struggled hard, almost all the chakra in her body did not belong to her, and she was powerless to resist, and could only watch her body being spread by countless spells. Even the sacred tree created below was forcibly devoured, and finally turned into a young man with two horns on his head. The appearance of the young man made Shimura Gentoi stand up and get excited. After waiting for so many years, this old bastard was finally brought out. Today, he must be completely killed to prevent future troubles. 489. Chapter 488, Destroy the Six Paths. Hago Romo. Black Zetsu roared in anger. That person was Otsutsuki Hago Romo, whom he missed every moment, and he always wanted to grind him to ashes. So you have integrated all your souls into chakra and into the bodies of all ninjas. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. Shimura Gento suddenly realized why he hadn't been able to find the Six-Path Sage for several years. I thought he was hiding in an unknown corner, but he broke down into pieces and used chakra as a medium to integrate into the bodies of all ninjas in the ninja world. It's really dark under the lamp. How dare you play tricks on me? After being on guard for a long time, seeing that the expected crisis did not come, the Six-Path Sage's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't know that he was played by Shimura Gento. When he was in Lulin, the future Xianding gave him a fatal threat, and that threat had always remained. He thought it was a big killer move, and he would be killed once he really showed up. But who would have thought that it was just a show-off? After he really showed up, there was no abnormality at all. He was played. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed that kid that year, and he would not have waited until now to let him grow to the point where he really threatened himself. I regret it now. Where is Hamura? The silent Kaguya suddenly asked. Although she was asking, she had already guessed it in her heart. Because the current Six-Path Sage is very abnormal. There is a samsara sharingan between his eyebrows, but his eyes are golden reincarnation eyes. That is a unique the power that Hamura mutated from the Byakugan. Now that the samsara eye appears on Hamura, Hamura's fate can be imagined. Although the two were rebellious sons, such an end still made her very uncomfortable. Hamura has merged with me. Calming down his mood, the Six-Path Sage said indifferently. He had swallowed Hamura long ago and obtained everything from him. It was because of this that he broke through the original shackles and became a fourth-level strongman, and calculated Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two. He even took this opportunity to break through to the fifth level of the universe in one fell swoop. You deserve it. He sneered hatefully. If his mother was not by his side, Black Zetsu would have wanted to applaud. Hamura played an indispensable role in Hamura's ability to seal his mother. Now, that guy was swallowed by Hamura and will never be reborn. He deserves to die. No more nonsense, I'll get rid of you as soon as possible. Standing up and twisting his neck, Shimura Gento summoned a large silver sword and instantly appeared in front of the Six-Path Sage. He swung the sword wildly, and time, space and natural energy were all forcibly blocked. The silver sword flashed, and the body of the Six-Path Sage was split in two, but Shimura Gento did not show any joy. You want to run after showing up? With a sneer, he disappeared and chased after the running Six-Path Sage. He had long guessed that the Six-Path Sage would eventually run away. That guy had been hiding for thousands of years and had long been accustomed to being a rat. In response to this, he arranged on the 9 tails. As long as the six-path sage swallowed the nine tails chakra, it would be equivalent to leaving coordinates in the body, which could be sensed by him. Now the entire solar system is forcibly blocked by his force field, and the six-path sage cannot escape. Although the coordinates can be eliminated as long as the nine tails chakra is completely refined, will he give that old bastard time? The six-path sage who was being hunted panicked. He misjudged the strength of Shimura Gentoi, who was much stronger than he expected and could not fight at all. The worst thing was that the nine tails chakra in his body spread out and there was no way to separate it from the body, let alone completely refine it. Sensing the fast approaching Shimura Gentoi, the six-path sage could only continue to use time-space ninjutsu to escape. Now there was no other way but to choose to escape and escape from this star system. Then he was desperate. The entire solar system was blocked by the Jotian planetary array. Unless he could destroy the entire solar system, it would be impossible to break this force field barrier. If there was enough time, he could still get familiar with the fifth-level chakra in his body, but now there was no time at all. In the end, the six-path sage was hacked to death by Shimura Gentoi, and his soul consciousness was completely annihilated. Even his body and chakra were sent to the Black Cauldron space seal. There is no way, the essence of chakra is the spiritual imprint of the universe Otsutsuki ancestor. If the chakra is spread out and returned to the universe Otsutsuki ancestor, he will definitely know the situation here. Just like the six-path sage hiding in the Pure Land and using chakra to spy on the ninja world. Because of this, he would let the six-path sage collect all the chakra in the ninja world and solve it once and for all. Is that the end? Uchiha Madara, who chased after him, felt unhappy when he saw that he didn't even get the soup. He even sharpened the knife. Although he had fought with Otsutsuki Momoshiki before, that guy was just a rubbish with power but no corresponding realm, and there was no pleasure in fighting. Bad review. I wanted to play with the old cunning six-path sage, but who would have thought that he would be destroyed by Shimura Gendo cleanly? No way, you are too weak, you don't even have the qualifications to participate in the war. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoi was not surprised by this battle. The biggest trouble with the six-path sage is his forbearance and concealment ability, but thousands of years of hiding have already made him lose his original blood and bravery, and he can only escape when encountering things. No wonder the future Xianding will call him a rat and ignore him. Such a person is really not a strong enemy. Grandson, how can you talk to your grandfather like this? Uchiha Madara was even more unhappy, and took out the posture of a grandfather. He is now the stepfather of that kid, and has an absolute advantage in status. Shimura Gentoi was silent, then put away the big silver sword and punched. Do you really think that she, would have such a childish idea of a respecting the elderly and loving the young? Dare to hit your grandfather, you are rebelling against you. Covering his blackened eye sockets, Uchiha Madara was furious and punched as well. I've been preparing for war for many years, and I'm just worried about having no place to vent. In this way, the grandfather and grandson fought each other in space, just like a fight between gangsters, without any rules. They used insidious moves such as poking eyes, pinching throats, grabbing bird eggs, etc. The battle was extremely brutal and terrifying. The two gradually got angry and became more and more ruthless and decisive. Shimura Danzo, who came over, took a look at the state of the grandfather and grandson, and left with a black line on his forehead to finish the post-war work. The six-path sage is an old silver coin with seniority, and he has survived on the ninja world planet for thousands of years. Who knows if there are any tricks left, and they must be cleaned up seriously. The women didn't bother to pay attention to Shimura Xianding and the two who were fighting there. They all went back to their homes, looking for their children, and at the same time let go of their hands and feet to lead the development of the 10,000 Stars Empire. In the past, due to the existence of the ninja world and the six-path sage, many plans were hesitant to develop. Now that the six-path sage brothers have been eliminated, they naturally have to let go of development. Of course, Black Zetsu also took Sarutobi Hiruzen and his entire family, including the souls of the entire Sarutobi family members, into the 18 layers of purgatory. It was really lucky that the Sarutobi family benefited from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Biwako and his wife, and was not swallowed by the six-path sage. But if Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife had to choose, they would rather be devoured by the six-path sage. Now they are forced to watch the torture of their clansmen, especially the torture of their 3 children, which makes them feel heartbroken and even more regretful. And the regret is piling up, making them crazy and wanting to die immediately, but they just don't want to. Even after trying to commit suicide, they will be resurrected and continue to witness the miserable scene of their loved son being tortured. 490. Chapter 489 Sword Maniac. In front of the hero monument behind Konoha City, a yellow-haired figure stood quietly, with a sad expression. That was Jiraiya's own choice, and we should respect it. Teleporting to the side of the teacher, Shimura Gentoi also had a complicated expression. After all, that was his cheap teacher. Although he didn't teach anything, at least there was a name. But even so, he still didn't save Jiraiya at that time. He had given Jiraiya more than one chance. After the Second Ninja World War, he personally went to talk to him, but unfortunately, he didn't appreciate it. What could he do? Moreover, Jiraiya and others were killed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the Six-Path Sage. It had nothing to do with him, and he was even secretly happy. If the Six-Path Sage hadn't killed everyone in the ninja world, he would have had a headache for a while. After all, many of his wife's relatives are still alive, including parents, such as Yamanaka Ino's parents. They are not good people, so it's just right to take this opportunity to clean them up, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. It's a wrong start, and there will naturally be a wrong ending. They are all too persistent and too ignorant. With a sigh, Tsunade naturally knew why the ninja world had come to this point. The influence of the Six-Path Sage with the help of chakra was one aspect, and the tenacious and persistent ninja way of the ninjas was another aspect. That persistence not only made the ninjas successful, but also led the ninjas to destruction. Inyazuka-ken entrusted Yujao to me and has made an engagement with you. Go and accompany her. Tsunade-sama calmed down and told him a mixed message. Although there was going to be another sister, the appearance of Ozuki Yujao also fulfilled the shameless ambition of Shimura Gento. When Konoha's collapse plan was first planned, they had all calculated it, but they didn't expect that one of them had already been with Kisame, so they had to give up, leaving a vacancy. I was still worried about this, but fortunately Uzuki Yujao came. What? Hasn't Ken always been in love and hate with Uzuki Yujao? With a confused look on his face, Shimura Gento really didn't understand the strange operation of his old classmate. He was sure that Inyazuka-ken was indeed attracted to Uzuki Yujao, the kind of love at first sight. Since Mao Uxi-yan knew that Inyazuka-ken was the murderer of her fiancé copyright, she has been trying to assassinate him. The two of them are truly in love and hate. He said he has experienced love, and it is not as mysterious as you said, so he gave up. His expression was also very strange. Tsunade Princess also couldn't understand Inyazuka-ken's brain circuit. I asked him to be Lang Fanyun, not Pang Ban. Covering his face speechlessly, Shimura Xianding really didn't know what to say. I wanted to find a wife for my old classmate to carry on the family line, but who would have thought that she only had the sword in her heart, and really regarded that feeling as a whetstone for sharpening the sword. Just like Ximen Chugzu, there is really nothing else except the sword. What a great person! What does Xi-yan think? After thinking about it, Shimura Xianding felt that it was not a loss. After all, Mao Uxi-yan was also a beauty, with good aptitude and understanding. Marrying her would bring a lot of understanding blessing to himself. The desire for revenge has faded, but she seems to have been infected by the Inyazuka sword and has become a sword fanatic, determined to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Her face became even more weird, and Tsunade admired the girl. Being a sword fanatic is not something that everyone can do. That means she treats me as a whetstone. Her face twitched, and she really didn't know how to complain about this weird operation. Let's just let it go for a while. After thinking about it, she decided to get along with the girl first. The matter of the ninja world here is over, and the 10,000 Stars Empire has no worries. It has made full efforts, and all aspects are developing rapidly. The growth rate of population alone has increased by a lot. There is no way. Now the solar system has formed 360 planets, and there are 360 A-Euro satellites around each planet. They have been initially transformed and can be used for living. Such a huge territory must be inhabited by people to better develop the resources inside. As the secret art of multiple births spreads, the population growth rate is quite exaggerated, almost doubling every year, and the population growth is exploding at a geometric rate. You are still taking a different approach as always. Uzumaki Jupin, who achieved a breakthrough with the help of the Earth's satellite group force field and became a 4th-level strongman in the universe, couldn't help but complain. The Shimura family's cultivation method is the type of taking a different approach. The process of cultivation is accompanied by extremely terrifying dangers, and one will die if he is not careful. For example, the breakthrough from the third level to the fourth level requires the collapse of the raised Nan Jinden in all the acupoints in the body once, and the power of the collapse is used to compress it to the extreme, condensing a higher level of immortal energy. Of course, if an ordinary person does this, he will only blow himself into nothingness, and the process requires the assistance of the satellite group's force field, which is really inhuman. It's indeed a bit dangerous, but it can be accomplished quickly. Shrugging, Shimura Xianding is very proud of the cultivation system he created. At this stage, there are two ways to advance the immortal energy training system. The first is to give some of the raised Nan Jinden fills the bloodline attribute, and when it is filled, it uses the bloodline attribute to circulate around the body, allowing the immortal energy to slowly evolve. This is the path of qualitative change. The second is that quantitative change leads to qualitative change, using the huge immortal energy released by the collapsed raised Nan Jinden in the body, extremely compressing it, and finally completing the qualitative change to obtain higher quality immortal energy. The two paths can be practiced separately or combined together, and there will be no hidden dangers. What? Looking at the claws that reached into the collar, Uzumaki Jupin glared at him unhappily. My sister is right, this guy is really a pervert. Menma has been waiting for a long time, let's make a new body for him as soon as possible. He laughed, Shimura Xianding will not let this sister-in-law and brother and sister-in-law go. Since my junior brother Namikaze Minato has died, as a senior brother, I should take good care of my brother and sister-in-law, and never let Minato bleed and cry. Don't be here. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Uzumaki Kyupin was not used to it, but she didn't reject the man. As early as when Minato chose Konoha and Naruto again and wanted to kill Menma, she had completely cut off all ties with him. Although she knew that everything was directed by the man in front of her, it was Namikaze Minato who made the choice. And her son's possession had nothing to do with Shimura Gentoi, which was destined. So she never hated Shimura Gentoi, and it was okay to marry him. But she really couldn't be bullied here. Then let's go home. He laughed, picked up the beauty horizontally, and teleported away from outer space. Asshole, pervert. Not long after the two left, another red-haired figure appeared, staring angrily at the place where the two disappeared. It's good for Jupin to have a good home. With the help of his little brother, he can get out of the shadow of the past faster. Uzumaki Mito also came from the air. She did not object to Uzumaki Jupin and Shimura Gento getting together, and even agreed with it. It was she who wrote the letter to let Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Jupin come to Konoha, and then Jupin's fate was decided. She has always felt guilty about Jupin. The first half of the child's life was ruined by Konoha and Namikaze Minato, and the second half of his life must not be ruined again. 491. Chapter 490 Jotyen Star Array. As the saying goes, gentle lands are the graves of heroes. Fortunately, Shimura Gento was determined. After a period of absurdity with many wives, he resolutely left the gentle land and continued on his journey. The Jotyen planetary array has basically stabilized, and the Jotyen star array plan can be started. In the gorgeous space, Shimura Suanding's eyes fell on the sun, and he was thinking about the next Jotyen star array plan in his heart. The Jotyen star array plan is not only a stronger protective force field, but also can help him break through to the 6th level of the universe. Before, he used the Jotyen planetary array force field in the solar system to force a breakthrough and become a 5th level universe powerhouse, otherwise it would not be so easy to kill the 6th-path sage. However, he can't slack off. The universe is much more dangerous than imagined. Not to mention the dangers of the universe itself, other alien creatures alone are a big threat. According to the information of Kagaya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, the entire universe is vast and traceless. Even as strong as the Otsutsuki clan is not an absolute overlord. There are two super civilizations comparable to it. And their location is in the outer area of the universe, with scarce resources, and even few galaxies. If you want to become stronger, you must expand quickly. Even if they cannot enter the inner circle of the universe to compete with those superpowers for jobs, they must first integrate the galaxies and stars in the outer universe and integrate them into their own Jotyen star array plan. At that time, as long as the Jotyen star array plan is developed to its peak state, the Otsutsuki clan in the universe will definitely be defeated. If we want to implement the Jotyen star array plan, we must have a star that is far more powerful than the sun as the core. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the vast starry sky. He knew the difficulty of the Jotien star plan very well. If the Jotien array wants to run perfectly, it must have a core point as the foundation. For example, the initial satellite and moon array was based on the Earth, and the subsequent Jotien planet array was based on the Sun as the core foundation. If you want to complete a more grand Jotien star array, you must have a supermassive star as the core foundation. Stars of this size are not easy to find. I think that Blue Giant is quite suitable. Looking up at the starry sky, Shimura Gendo already had a goal. Otsutsuki Momoshiki has the main data of this galaxy, among which there are many dangerous celestial bodies, and the Blue Giant is a very dangerous celestial body. That thing itself is also a star, but it is super large, far exceeding the mass and volume of the Sun. In addition, the reaction speed of the Blue Giant is also very fast, and the general lifespan is only millions to tens of millions of years, which is far less than the lifespan of the Sun, which is tens of billions of years. However, millions and tens of millions of years are enough for them. When the life of the Blue Giant really ends, with their strength, they will definitely think of a way to extend the life of that thing. Even at worst, they can change it or rebuild it. It's a bit far. Uchiha Madara knew which star Shimura Gendei was talking about. He also got a memory of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and knew the existence of the Blue Giant. But the nearest Blue Giant to them is thousands of light years away. Whether it is to bring that Blue Giant across thousands of light years, or they bring the solar system over, it is a huge project. Such a large space gate is indeed not easy to make, but we can use Jotianxing. The force field of the star array distorts space and accelerates the flight. It will take about 100 years to fly there, and other planets and stars can be collected along the way to prepare for the Jotien star array. Shimura Gendei naturally knew that it was unrealistic to use the space transmission array directly, but relatively speaking, distorting space to accelerate flight is much simpler. It will take at most 100 years to fly there, and other stars and planets can be collected in the process. It sounds incredible, but there are already brain holes in this regard. The famous science fiction movie Wandering Earth in the Previous Life is an example. Although it is just a science fiction movie, it is indeed very grand. If it were the brain hole habits of Europeans and Americans, at most they would build a spaceship to take a small number of people away from the Earth, but the great man in China directly turned the Earth into a spaceship and wandered in the universe. Others are wandering the Earth, and he is wandering the solar system. Now the entire solar system has been gathered into a whole by him using the Jotien planet array, which has the foundation to promote flight and wandering, and the speed is just slower at most. This is a 100-year plan. As long as you have an idea. Without saying much, Uchiha Madara turned and left, preparing to practice hard, and then use the Jotien planetary array to break through to the 5th level of the universe. Last time I fought with that kid, I was always suppressed and my face was swollen. Next time I must pay him back double. With the issuance of Shimura Gendei's 100 years plan, the entire 10,000 stars empire is operating at full capacity, using the powerful force field of the Jotien planetary array to distort space and drive the solar system to fly quickly, and the speed is getting faster and faster. This is the advantage of the universe and the starry sky. There is no atmospheric resistance. As long as you avoid the gravitational waves of those stars, you can keep flying by the inertia formed. At the same time, with the Jotien planetary array, the protective force field can not only isolate the impact of fast flight, but also allow the Wangxing Empire to develop normally. It can also use the protective force field to resist the capture of star planets on the way. All of them are absorbed outside the protective force field, waiting to enter the range of the Blue Giant star, and then it can be used as a foundation to shape the Jotien star array. 100 years may be very long for ordinary people in the past, and even most people can hardly live over 100 years old. But with the popularization of the immortal force cultivation system, as long as they are diligent enough, everyone can gain hundreds of years of life through cultivation. This aspect also contributed to the speed of population growth, and even the Wangxing Empire had to temporarily suspend the birth of its citizens. There is no way. The population can double or triple every year. The 360 A Euro circumstellar planets that were originally empty are now occupied, and even the satellites and moons around the planets are full. This is not the end. The 10,000 stars empire has also used the materials from the planets on the way to shape countless spaceships, which are also full of people. It is really overcrowded. When it is about to reach the Blue Giant star, the interior of the solar system is already full. In the past 100 years, the 10,000 stars empire has never given up the research and development of technology, especially the black technology system combined with immortal energy, and various crazy black technologies have emerged in an endless stream. And all this is for the possibility of preparation for war and shaping the Jotian star array. After arriving at the blue giant star galaxy, the 10,000 star empire transformed the solar system's Jotian planet array force field into a powerful repulsive force, slowly slowing down the rapidly flying solar system and finally integrating it into the blue giant star galaxy. Then countless spaceships ready to go set off, using the stars and planets collected along the way to shape other Jotian planet arrays, preparing for the next stage of the Jotian star array. Everything has been deduced countless times, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner, and various resources have been used to the limit. 492. Chapter 491 Otsutsuki Demon Hand. The old man and them are really wrong. Standing in a spaceship, Kuratsuka stared at the blue stars in the distance and couldn't help thinking of his stubborn grandfather. Back then, Grandpa Onoki and others insisted on the way of ninja and were unwilling to submit to the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire. Facts have proved that the insistence of Grandpa and others was wrong, totally wrong. The ninja world itself is a tragedy, and its ending was destined from its birth, and the Shimura family and the 10,000 Stars Empire are the real future of mankind. For 100 years, she has witnessed the development and growth of the 10,000 Stars Empire and the Shimura family. The terrible technologies that can destroy planets and even stars made her terrified. Even now he can lead the entire solar system across thousands of light years of starry sky, and all his actions seemed impossible in the past. The Shimura family has only developed the 10,000 Stars Empire for more than 100 years to reach this point, while the ninja world has developed for thousands of years and is still the same. Even if the Shimura family had not passed on some secret techniques that they despised, the ninja world would not have made any progress at all. Facts have proved that ninjas are the cancer of mankind and must be eliminated. He has that kind of temper, he will never repent, he is as hard as a stone in a toilet, he changed once before he died, but he was persuaded by others with illusions. Huang Tu also firmly believed that his father and others were wrong, but he was a little sad about the death of his father and others. That ending was really too shameful. The entire ninja world is the pawns of the six-path sage, and everyone lives in a huge scam, and the ending has long been determined. Ninjas are too dark, and they are indeed not suitable for our human race. By two side, the limitations of ninjas are too great, and they have narrowed their own path. In the development of human civilization, there is no place for such dark characters. Ninja monks and ninja warriors are already the limit, but it's a pity that those old people didn't listen to advice and took everyone to a dead end. Although it was mainly because of the influence of the six-path sage through chakra, but also because of those people's greed for power. They are all characters who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Let the past go, we need to look forward. Yu Guan, who was pregnant with a big belly, was more optimistic. Maybe he had experienced a lot of things and looked at many things lightly. Teacher Yu Guan, you have at least quadruplets this time. Bai Tu turned his eyes to Yu Guan's big belly, and was very curious about the number of babies inside. You know, Yu Guan was only 6 months pregnant this time, but her belly button was already as big as if she was pregnant for 10 months, at least triplets, or even quadruplets. It's quintuplets. Gently stroking the high bulge of her belly, Yu Guan's face showed the radiance of motherhood, but when she thought of that lustful traitor, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. It's so embarrassing. Not to mention that the Wangxing Empire was carrying out the Jotian Star Plan. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi took his old father Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, and his adopted son Black Zetsu to the original base of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. That base was built by Otsutsuki Momoshiki's father, and many treasures were sealed inside. In addition, there are many chakra sacred trees there. Those chakra sacred trees are not only the interstellar coordinates of the universe Otsutsuki clan, but the chakra contained in them is also a major hidden danger. In the future, they must maintain the independence of this star field to develop in this star field, and those chakra sacred trees are their targets to be eliminated. Be careful, there will be a fierce battle next. Shimura Gentoi, who was moving forward with space teleportation, suddenly spoke, and the power of time allowed him to foresee a little future scene. Clang! Drawing out the long sword, Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit rose. He had long been eager for a battle, a thrilling battle. Shimura Danzo and Black Zetsu were also ready for battle. The 5 of them made another space jump and finally arrived at the planet where Otsutsuki Momoshiki's palace was located. It was a barren planet without any vitality, but from various traces, it should have been an ancient planet of life, but it became extinct later, and the culprit was the chakra sacred trees standing on the ancient planet. It was those chakra sacred trees that devoured all the vitality of the planet and turned it into a dead star. Kaguya? Did you kill Momoshiki? At the moment when Shimura Jondun and others descended, 3 Universe Otsutsuki strongmen broke through the void and appeared in front of the 3 people. Judging from the momentum they exuded, the first person definitely had the strength of the 5th level, and the 2 behind him also reached the peak level of the 4th level. They are Momoshiki's relatives. The strongest one is called Otsutsuki Oni, who is Momoshiki's uncle. He reached the 5th level 10,000 years ago. Be careful. Recognizing the identity of the people, Kaguya reminded them to break through the void and go to the largest chakra sacred tree on this ancient planet of life. According to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's memory, the chakra god tree was planted by his father himself, and all the chakra god trees in this galaxy originated from that one tree. In other words, as long as you control the chakra god tree, you can control all the chakra god trees in this galaxy and communicate with them through the air. In addition, the chakra god tree is like a node. As long as the Otsutsuki release chakras to fight nearby, they can absorb and store them with the chakra god tree, waiting to be handed over to the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. This is the key to the next battle. Otherwise, once the chakras of the 3 Otsutsuki ghost hands return to the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, all their efforts will be in vain, and the Otsutsuki clan in the universe will know the information here. If a stronger person is sent, it will be difficult for them to escape. Black Zetsu followed his mother closely. His mission this time was to protect his mother and prevent anyone from disturbing the control of the chakra god tree. How dare you! A powerful Otsutsuki warrior following behind was furious, and wanted to use the space pupil technique to kill and intercept, but was intercepted first. Your opponent is me. Uchiha Madara was eager to fight for a long time. He fought happily during the Second Ninja World War, and he didn't fight much after that, mainly because there were no enemies he could look up to. This time, he finally met one. How could he miss it? The 2 of them fought fiercely in an instant, and the offensive they launched broke the space. Shimura Danzo targeted another 4th level peak Otsutsuki warrior, and the 2 of them also fought fiercely. Although the opponent was only at the peak of the 4th level, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara did not dare to underestimate him. The immortal energy cultivation system developed by Shimura Shending is very strong, but after all, it has been too short and there is not enough foundation. The Otsutsuki strongman has the support of a powerful clan, and he has countless secret powers. It is not easy to defeat and kill him. As for Shimura Gendo, he naturally faced the strongest Otsutsuki demon hand. The strengthened big silver sword slashed wildly one after another, not giving Otsutsuki demon hand the opportunity to use secret arts. His strongest swordsmanship is close combat, so he will naturally not sacrifice his own strengths to attack the enemy's strengths. At the same time, Kaguya was not idle either. With the help of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was refined into a puppet, she took over the defense system of this star system and sealed it in a super strong barrier to prevent the 3 Otsutsuki demon hands from escaping. At the same time, with the help of many chakra sacred trees, she assisted in suppressing the 3. 493. Chapter 492 Neutron Weapon. How could a low-level civilization give birth to a strong man like you? The Otsutsuki demon hand, who was suppressed, was shocked and realized the strength of the young man opposite. You know, he has practiced for tens of thousands of years, and he has reached the 5th level 10,000 years ago. But even so, they were still beaten by the opponent. It was a battle of hard power, without any cost. But how could such a strong person be born in this remote galaxy? Realizing the strength of his opponent, Otsutsuki Ghost Hand decisively chose to run away. Previously, he only sensed the death of his nephew Otsutsuki Momoshiki, so he came to see what was going on. Since the enemy was so powerful, there was no need to stay and fight. Bitch! Just when he was about to use the space pupil technique to run away, he suddenly found that the coordinates he had left outside were gone, and he was furious. He was not a fool, and naturally understood what Otsutsuki Kaguya who had left before had done. The other party wanted to kill all 3 of them here. Unfortunately, despite his fury, Shimura Gendo's offensive still did not stop at all, and even became more violent and faster. After holding on for less than a quarter of an hour, his body and soul were forcibly chopped apart, and his thinking consciousness was forcibly chopped off. Through studying the bodies of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, Shimura Gendo had already developed targeted means. It is useless to simply destroy the body to kill the Otsutsuki clan. The key lies in the thinking consciousness. As long as the person's thinking consciousness still exists, a wedge can be formed to revive, so thinking consciousness is the key point. It just so happens that the power of sword intent can effectively destroy thinking consciousness, which is also the main reason why Shimura Xianding has been specializing in swordsmanship. Humph! Not long after killing the Otsutsuki demon hand, Uchiha Madara came in the air with the body cut in half. Seeing that he was actually behind Shimura Xianding, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. He couldn't figure it out. He was obviously stronger back then, so why did he fall behind? Originally, he wanted to take that kid on the journey to the sea of a stars, but now he has become led by that kid. Not long after, Shimura Danzo also came dragging the body cut in two, and obviously completed the killing mission. The three did not stay for long, and came to the side of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the air, and Kagaya personally explored the memories in the souls of the three. First, to get the latest information from the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, and second, to see if the three guys have left any tricks. Otsutsuki Ghost Hand left a life lamp in the clan, and the clan should have known about his death. But fortunately, the clan is in a full-scale war with the mechanical civilization, and it should not be possible to spare people to come and investigate in a short time. After exploring the memories of the three Otsutsuki Ghost Hands, Kagaya felt relieved. Although the clan already knew that Otsutsuki Ghost Hand had fallen, the clan is now at war with the mechanical civilization, and it is impossible to dispatch strong people. Even Otsutsuki Ghost Hand came to check because his mission was to stay in the rear and the patrol area was close to here. How long is a short time? If a strong person comes, how strong will he be? Asking, Shimura Gendori also felt a sense of urgency. At most, he could deal with those Otsutsuki warriors who had just broken through the 5th level. Once a peak 5th level or even 6th level warrior appeared, he could only find a way to escape and then find a place to grow. According to the previous records of the clan, the all-out war between the three super civilizations usually lasted for 10,000 years. If there were no accidents, there would be no spare energy to deal with other affairs for at least 10,000 years. If we really want to send people here, it should be a few teams led by 5th level warriors. 6th level warriors are unlikely to come to the edge of the universe. After thinking for a while, Kagaya expressed her own judgment. Let them speed up the progress. I want to break through to the 6th level as soon as possible and create neutron weapons. Looking at the big silver sword full of cracks in his hand, Shimura Xianding felt even more urgent. Although there is at least 10,000 years to grow, the difficulty of cultivation will increase as time goes by. We must speed up. In addition, he needs a stronger weapon. Although the big silver sword has been upgraded, it is still difficult to bear the power of a 5th level strongman. The previous battle with the Otsutsuki demon hand almost broke the big silver sword. Once the big silver sword is not in hand, it is almost impossible to kill such a strongman. And the Otsutsuki demon hand has only broken through the 5th level for a short time. His strength is at the bottom of the 5th level. If he really faces a strong man at the peak of the 5th level, the big silver sword will definitely be blown up in one blow. He needs a neutron level weapon. The celestial body of the neutron star is too dangerous. He has no ability to go up. He can only find a way to use the black technology system of the 10,000 star empire to make a neutron weapon. It's time to change my sword. Uchiha Madara is also not satisfied with the long sword in his hand. He also needs a stronger weapon. At least the atomic level weapons can no longer keep up with his strength. He needs a neutron level weapon. I want it too. Black Zetsu spoke weakly, saying that he also needs a powerful weapon. Although he was the tallest among the 5, he was not able to fight a 5th level warrior with his bare hands. It would be much better if he had a weapon. If you want neutron weapons, cooperate with the various research of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Don't always reject them mercilessly. He couldn't help but complain. Shimura Gendo was very optimistic about the black technology system of the 10,000 Stars Empire. His big silver sword was built and upgraded by the 10,000 Stars Empire before, otherwise it would be difficult to kill the Otsutsuki demon hand. The black technology of the 10,000 Stars Empire is combined with the immortal energy system. If you want to make a breakthrough, you must have a strong person in the immortal energy system to cooperate with the research department, especially a top-level 5th level strong person like them. With a dark face and no words, Uchiha Madara was very unhappy with the group of crazy scientists in the Imperial Research Institute. One by one, they wanted to slice him up for research. But for the sake of stronger neutron weapons, he endured it. At the same time, Kaguya on the other side confirmed that the three Otsutsuki demon hands did not leave anything in this galaxy. After making a backup plan, he used the puppet made from the body and soul of Otsutsuki Momoshiki to control the chakra god tree left by his father, and brought the entire galaxy's god tree to him, forcibly devoured it, and finally turned it into a super giant chakra fruit with a diameter of 100 meters. What a shocking energy! After sensing the energy contained in the giant chakra fruit, Shimura Gento couldn't help but exclaimed. Although the chakra fruit in front of him was only 100 meters in diameter, it gave him the feeling that it was no worse than the sun. In other words, the energy contained in this fruit is equivalent to that of a star, which is really terrible. Without hesitation, he put the 100-meter fruit into the black tripod space and sealed it for subsequent research. Stronger blood attributes have to start from chakra, at least it will be much faster than using immortal energy to explore. After getting the chakra fruit, everyone began to search for the treasures sealed in this palace planet. After all, it was a palace built by a 5th-level strongman, and the treasures sealed must be extraordinary. There are even many sealed places that even Otsutsuki Momoshiki is not qualified and capable of opening, so now they are just in a good deal. 494. Chapter 493 Sixth Order System. The number of stars and planets harvested during the previous journey is insufficient. We need to start the second phase of the plan to attract the surrounding star systems to transfer over. On the side of the 10,000 Stars Empire, when the Jotien star plan was halfway through, Cho, who was in charge of this plan, contacted Shimura Gento. Although they had collected a lot of stars and planets on the way here, they were far from the needs of the Jotien star array plan. Fortunately, in response to this, they designed a second plan, using powerful gravity to forcibly attract the surrounding star systems as materials for shaping the Jotien star array. Then start the plan, I will come out of seclusion to take care of it. Shimura Gento, who was in seclusion, agreed decisively, then smiled, tore the space with his palm, and pulled a charming figure in. Teacher Cho, I haven't had a good exchange with you for a long time. Biting the delicate ear of the lowly in his arms, Ziken Xianding said with a smile. He is not a hard-working monk. If he can enjoy himself, he will not bury his head in hard practice. The combination of work and rest is the kingly way. Traitor! Staring at him, Cho ignored it, but soon had to bite his pink lips tightly. After a fierce battle that omitted 100 million words, Ziken Xianding hugged the teacher's sister helplessly. Can you not have a child every time? He was a little unhappy, a little dissatisfied, and a little bitter. This teacher's sister was too cruel. Every time she communicated with him, she would get pregnant with a baby. Humph! I do this to prevent you. With a weak snort, Cho didn't want to be bullied by this traitor all the time. At the beginning, he would be bullied by this traitor whenever he had the chance. All kinds of new knowledge emerged in an endless stream, which was embarrassing. In the end, there was no choice but to take the initiative to get pregnant every time, so that she could have at least 10 months of peace. Teacher, you have made your disciple too sad, and you must make it up to me. With a resentful look in his eyes, Ziken Xianding decided to make up for it, and immediately stood up to fight again, and a tragic battle broke out. Traitor! Cho exclaimed with resentment, and regretted it again. Why did I get into trouble with this traitor in the first place? After the unspeakable war, the Jotien star array plan of the 10,000 Stars Empire entered the second stage. With the help of the existing star force field, the nearby star systems are pulled together. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to gather the star force field into a vertical line, and connect it to the gravitational field of the distant star in a targeted manner. The interaction between the two can forcibly pull it over. This project is very large and time-consuming, but it has to be done. The Jotien star array is the most important national defense force of the 10,000 Stars Empire in the next stage. According to the results of the deduction, once the Jotien star array is established, it will be enough to resist the offensive of the 6th-level strongmen. At the same time, the perfected force field can also be applied to various black technologies. For example, the neutron weapon required by Shimura Xianding requires a perfect force field to provide pressure shaping. After all, if you want to break the nucleus, obtain the neutrons inside, and shape it into the desired weapon, the power required is incalculable. Only the power of the scale of the Jotien star array can do it, so the Jotian star array plan is crucial. This time, Shimura Xianding and Uchiha Madara and other 5th level strongmen who were in retreat all came out of retreat to assist the 10,000 Stars Empire in controlling the semi-finished Jotian star array and pulling the nearby star system to join in. The core of the star system itself is the star. As long as the star is pulled over, the attached planets can be brought together, which is much easier and simpler. In addition, Shimura Xianding also used the force field of the array to converge the light emitted by all the stars, achieving optical invisibility and further development. The Great Jotian Star Array was continuously improved in an orderly manner. After 1,000 years, 360 star systems were finally gathered together to form the Great Jotian Star Array. The perfect force field wrapped the entire star group. Until the last star system was integrated into the array, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe is beyond doubt. If there is a 6th level strongman attacking, it will not be able to resist without the perfect Great Jotian Star Array. Fortunately, the Otsutsuki clan in the universe is in a full-scale war with other forces, and manpower is tight. In addition, this place is in the outer periphery of the universe with scarce resources, otherwise there is no way to develop in a wretched manner. Now that the Great Jotian Star Array has been perfected, at least they have the confidence to face the 6th level strongmen. On the second day after the Great Jotian Star Array was perfected, Shimura Xianding decided to borrow assist the power of the formation to complete the breakthrough. He has not relaxed his cultivation for thousands of years, and all the bloodline attributes he needs have been deduced and integrated into the Reisnan Jindan system. He has already reached the peak of the 5th level and can start to break through. He could even try to break through with the help of the bloodline attributes, but he was not sure, so he waited for decades. Everyone stared at the blue star nervously, and Shimura Xianding started to break through inside the star. The force fields of 360 star systems were gathered and all blessed on Shimura Xianding. After the force field stabilized, he decisively destroyed all the Reisnan Jindan in his body. The vast immortal energy burst out, but was squeezed into a small space by the tyrannical body and force field, constantly brewing and bursting, and finally collapsed inward and shrank, transforming into higher quality energy. It's done. Feeling the sublimated breath inside the blue giant star, Kaguya clenched her fists, knowing that her little man had succeeded, and it also proved that the 2 major systems of Xianyuan Li cultivation could break through to the 6th level. There was no way. After all, the Xianyuan Li system was a brand new power system. Its future depended on the founder, Shimura Gentoi. The extent to which he could go represented the limit of the Xianyuan Li system. Just like Chakra, because of the 10th level strongman, the ancestor of Otsutsuki, the limit of Chakra was the 10th level. Although no one had reached the 10th level except the ancestor, it was undeniable that it was indeed a 10th level power system, at the peak of the known universe. And now the brand new cultivation system of Xianyuan Li was pushed to the 6th level by Shimura Gentoi, which has reached the limit of the extreme civilization in the universe. The civilization of the known universe is divided into 4 levels. Those with 1st level to 3rd level strongmen are low-level civilizations. The previous ninja world was a low-level civilization. A civilization with strongmen from level 4 to level 6 is an intermediate civilization. The current 10,000 Stars Empire is an intermediate civilization, and it is already the top intermediate civilization. If it goes one step further, it will be an advanced civilization. A civilization with strong men from level 7 to level 9 is an advanced civilization, and a civilization with strong men from level 10 is a super civilization. The Otsutsuki clan of the universe is one of the few super civilizations. Although their 10,000 Stars Empire is still a long way from the super civilization of the Otsutsuki of the universe, she has confidence in her little man and will definitely lead the 10,000 Stars Empire to reach or even surpass the super civilization in the future and become the master of the universe. It's coming. At this moment, Shimura Gendo sensed dozens of powerful chakras approaching, all of which were level 5, and 7 of them reached the peak of level 5. Obviously, the Otsutsuki clan also noticed the death of the Otsutsuki ghost hand, and finally freed up their hands to investigate. For a super civilization like the Otsutsuki clan, the death of a level 5 member is nothing, but they have to determine what happened here and whether there are hostile forces that have infiltrated from the back. 495. Chapter 494, The Great Array of the Jotian Star Cluster. What on earth is this? Otsutsuki man stared at the star cluster in front of him, and he really couldn't understand this thing. Its size was too large, and it didn't look like it was formed naturally, it must have been artificially created. But who would have such a big hand? It stands to reason that such a powerful civilization could not have been born in this area outside the universe, so what was going on? Before Otsutsuki Mance and other Otsutsuki strongmen could figure out what it was, the surrounding space was suddenly forcibly distorted, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived inside the great array of the Jotien star cluster. The powerful force field suppressed them, and everyone's combat power immediately dropped by 30%. The strongest one is mine. Uchiha Madara, who had been sharpening his sword for a long time, immediately targeted the leader Otsutsuki Mance, and the others were also ready to fight. All the enemies this time were at the 5th level, and there were no 6th level strongmen. Shimura Gendo naturally would not take action, just letting them have fun. Otsutsuki, use your blood to sacrifice the sword. Holding the giant sword on her shoulder, Princess Tsunade was also full of fighting spirit. Although these 8 swords were not made of neutrons, they were coated with a layer of neutron material on the surface, which improved their strength. At least it would be difficult for a 5th level warrior to destroy them, which was enough to deal with this battle. Break out! Feeling the crazy warning of his innate pupil technique, Otsutsuki Wanshi roared and forcibly activated the space pupil technique to escape from here. His innate pupil technique was time-based, which could predict danger, and at this moment his innate pupil technique was madly warning him. The last time he gave such a warning was against a 6th level warrior, which saved his life. Obviously, there was a 6th level warrior sitting here, which was not something they could contend with. The further the strength goes, the greater the difference between each level will be. There is no concept of fighting across levels at all. Even a warrior who has just entered the 6th level is enough to slaughter them all. Unfortunately, the power of the Jotien star array is enough to compete with the 6th level strongman, and the 5th level existence of Otsutsuki Mance naturally has no way to break it. In the end, they had to fight fiercely with Uchiha Madara and others under the suppression of the large array force field. Their strength was suppressed and they were not in a number advantage. The end can be imagined. This battle lasted for a whole day and night before it ended. All the Otsutsuki strongmen were killed. Although doing so would attract the attention of the Otsutsuki clan, they could not care so much at the moment. The Otsutsuki are still fighting with the enemy in an all-round way. It is impossible to draw more forces here. At most, one more 6th level strongman can be sent. Moreover, this star field is very large. It will take some time to find this place, at least 100 years. After exploring the soul memory of Otsutsuki Mance, Kaguya breathed a sigh of relief. They had all they were ready to run away. After all, they were far from the super civilization of the Otsutsuki clan at this stage. Once they got serious, they would surely die. Fortunately, the Otsutsuki clan was still fighting the enemy in full force, and the battle was getting more intense. This time, there was only a temporary gap in the battle, so they could mobilize people to come and investigate. According to her understanding of the Otsutsuki clan, they would inevitably shrink the occupied area and concentrate their forces on the battlefield. And this place was located on the periphery of the universe, so it would inevitably be abandoned by the Otsutsuki clan, and it would be safe for a while. Everyone looked at Shimura Gendo who had come out of the blue giant star. If a 6th level strongman came, only Shimura Gendo would be able to resist, and that was their hope. 100 years, that's enough. Nodding, Shimura Gendo was very confident about this. Although the collapse-type cultivation method will destroy the Raise Nan Jinden in the body after each practice, the subsequent practice can make the Raise Nan Jinden more powerful, and at the same time correct the previous mistakes and omissions to make it more perfect. This time he is confident that he can cultivate his cultivation back within 100 years and stabilize it to the 6th level. Reduce the strength of the defense field of the Jotien star array, enhance the concealment ability, and wait for the enemy to fall into the trap. Speaking out a simple strategy, Shimura Gendo is ready to show weakness to the enemy and lure him into the trap. When facing the strong men of the Otsutsuki clan, the most important thing is to kill them and never let them escape. Otherwise, once the information is leaked, they can only choose to run away, and even running away will be difficult. It's just that the 6th level strong men are difficult to kill. Only by leading them into the Jotien star array can they have a chance to kill them. At that time, with the help of the power of the array, they can not only weaken and suppress the opponent, but also enhance their own strength. It's only a matter of time to win. What Shimura Gendo thought was right. The Otsutsuki who came again was indeed deceived, especially after using the power of the Jotien star array to disrupt the internal time and make it impossible for him to predict any information. He forced his way into the array. This is the arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan. As one of the few super civilizations in the known universe, they have the capital to be proud, not to mention that this is still a resource-scarce outer area of the universe. But after entering the Jotien star array, everything is up to Shimura Jondun. After solving this 6th level Otsutsuki strongman, Shimura Jondun obtained a piece of precious information from his soul memory. Is there another tripod body that has also come to this universe? Staring at the tripod-shaped mark on the palm of his hand, Shimura Jondun understood that this thing still has a tripod body. According to the memory of the 6th level Otsutsuki strongman, more than 1,000 years ago, a black giant tripod suddenly appeared in the core of the universe, and the energy fluctuations that burst out made the entire universe tremble. The 3 super civilizations in the inner circle of the universe are all surrounding the black tripod, all wanting to obtain the treasure, and they are all balancing and stalemate each other. Even the sudden all-out war of the Otsutsuki clan this time is also because of the black giant tripod. Coincidentally, the black giant tripod has the same mark as his own black tripod. The two must be related, and they may even be one and the same. It's time to find something for the Otsutsuki clan and other super civilizations to do. The smile on his face became more and more intense, and Shimura Gento gradually had a plan in his mind. You can't just passively let the Otsutsuki clan send people to find trouble. You have to find something for the Otsutsuki clan to do so that they have no time to be distracted. Then they can hide in the periphery and develop in a sleazy way. After swallowing all the star fields in the outer circle of the universe, they will push the inner circle of the universe again. After making up his mind and being intimate with many wives, Shimura Gento sneaked into the inner circle of the universe alone, and the closer he got to the core of the universe, the hotter the mark of the black tripod in his palm became. Obviously, he guessed right. His black tripod mark was related to the mysterious giant tripod. He could take this opportunity to perfect his plan. Of course, Ziken Xianding had a plan, and the development of the Wangxing Empire did not stop. After the Jotien star array stabilized, he repeated the old trick and started the star system wandering plan, flying towards the nearest neutron star. The blue giant star is already the most powerful star. Only neutron stars and black holes are stronger. With the current power of the Jotien star array, it cannot compete with black holes, so it can only find a neutron star as a second choice. Next, a Jotien star cluster array will be created with the neutron star as the core point. With the neutron star as the core point and 360 blue giant stars as nodes, the super array is much larger than the current Jotien star array, and the power it can gather will naturally be more amazing. New book starting from the Laughing Proud Wanderer to push the martial arts. Those who are interested can go and have a look. My name is Tian Hao, my courtesy name is Mangfu. Tian is the Tian of the two neighbors, and Hao is the Hao that is disrespectful to God. I have now joined the Huashan sect, but since Master Yu Buchan has practiced the sword manual of exorcism, he always looks at me strangely every day, which makes me a little nervous. Divine Art Biming, Tao Heart Planting Demon, Fairy from the Sky, Magic Knife Full Moon, Dragon Spring 7 Stars, Heavenly Knife Bright Moon, Against the Current Cold Heart, Swordsman Love, Youth Song, Tomb King Kylan. In this complex martial arts world, Tian Hao wants to create a template for a big boss, train the strongest muscles, practice the strongest martial arts, stack the thickest armor, use the biggest sword, chop everything and create a new world. I update more than 10,000 words a day, and the update is awesome. There are more than 4 million words, please feel free to read. Q Group 8260378891, those who are interested can join the discussion. 496. Chapter 495 Order Black Cauldron Text Ming Ming Yan. The core area of the universe has turned into a vacuum, all galaxies and even black holes have been forcibly wiped out, leaving only one. The pitch-black cauldron was suspended in the void. There were 3 figures around the cauldron, one of which was in the form of a planet with a metallic luster, obviously a planetary life form. The other one had no shape, was extremely strange, and revealed an evil aura, as if it could pollute everything in the world, even time and space. The last one was in the form of a human body, with 2 horns on its head and a colorful vertical pupil between its eyebrows. Although its figure was the smallest among the 3, its power was the most powerful. The 3 surrounded the mysterious black cauldron in a triangle, confronting each other, and at the same time comprehending the mystery of the mysterious black cauldron together. The existence of the black cauldron exceeded the limit of this universe, and there must be a shocking secret hidden in it. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, he would definitely become the overlord of the universe, or even transcend this universe. What the three did not know was that a thought consciousness entered the black cauldron through mysterious means, spying on the existence of the three. It works. Shimura Gento, whose conscious spirit entered the mysterious black cauldron, was so happy that he wanted to dance. After getting close to a certain range, he gained a new function from his own black cauldron space, which could temporarily merge the black cauldron space with the black cauldron body and gain control of the black cauldron. In this way, many things will be much easier to operate. After thinking for a while, Shimura Gento's greed rose in his heart, knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the control of the black cauldron, 3 pieces of information were transmitted to the minds of the 3 Otsutsuki ancestors. Order Black Cauldron. Wenbai Mingyan. Muttering these 2 words, the eyes of the Otsutsuki ancestors became brighter and brighter. It turned out that this mysterious giant cauldron was called Order Black Cauldron, which was the supreme treasure of another universe, and fell into this universe after that universe was shattered. When the universe was shattered, the Order Black Cauldron suffered heavy damage, and the Wenbai Mingyan in the cauldron was extinguished. If you want to obtain the power of the Order Black Cauldron, you must ignite the Wenbai Mingyan. The way to ignite the Wenbai Yan is to write the history of civilization. When the history of civilization converges to a certain extent, the Wenbai Yan can be ignited and the control authority of the Order Black Cauldron can be obtained. Similarly, the planetary life form and the void life form also learned this secret, and they all revealed infinite greed. Although they have not figured out the secret of the mysterious black cauldron for so many years, they can also determine that the level of this thing is far beyond the local universe and it is an unimaginable treasure. If you can control this treasure, it will be easy to become the only overlord of the universe, and even transcend this universe. After thinking about it, the 3 decided to do it at the same time, and slowly write the history of their own civilization from low to high into the Order Black Cauldron. However, as they were writing, the Cosmic Emperor of the planetary life form and the Lord of Nothingness of the void life form gradually found something wrong. It seemed that the Otsutsuki ancestor wrote faster than them. In this way, would Euro trademark T the other party ignite the Wenbai Yan faster than them and refine and control the Order Black Cauldron? How can this be possible? The planetary life forms and the void life forms looked at each other, and attacked the ancestor Otsutsuki in tacit understanding, ready to eliminate him first. The ancestor of Otsutsuki naturally refused. His powerful strength allowed him to fight 1 against 2. Although he was suppressed by the 2, he would not lose in a short time. The 3 even had the spare energy to continue writing their own civilization history into the Order Black Cauldron, including the subordinate civilizations under their command, all wanting to condense Wenbai Mingyan first and control the Order Black Cauldron. The boss here has started fighting, and the younger brothers behind can only fight, also 1 against 2. The most powerful Otsutsuki clan fought against the mechanical civilization and the void civilization, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot state. Fight, the more people die, the better. Shimura Gento, who was hidden in the space of the Black Cauldron, sneered, and everything before was his strategy. Of course, the Order Black Cauldron and Wenbai Mingyan did not lie, it was indeed the essence of this thing. However, he has the highest control authority over the Order Black Cauldron as he owns the Black Cauldron space. In the end, the condensation of Wen Mingyan is all in his mind. He disagrees. Even if he writes more civilization history, it will be useless. At the same time, it is a good opportunity to spy on the wisdom crystallization of the 3 super civilizations, deduce the subsequent blood inheritance attributes, and improve his own immortal force cultivation system. This kind of good thing that can both strengthen oneself and weaken the enemy is rare, and must be grasped. Ziken Xianding secretly instigated the 3 super civilizations to fight and kill, while the Wangxing Empire on the other side is also developing rapidly. Especially after Ziken Xianding separated a consciousness to control the main body to return and took out the wisdom crystallization of the 3 super civilizations, the black technology system of the Wangxing Empire once again showed a blowout development. Various terrifying black technologies continue to emerge like mushrooms after rain, helping to speed up the progress of the Jotien Star Cluster Array plan. With the support of various black technologies, the force field power increased dramatically, and even the space was forcibly distorted on a large scale. Countless star systems were pulled in, and even super-celestial bodies such as blue giants were not spared. In just 1,000 years, the 10,000 Stars Empire completed the Jotien Star Cluster Array plan. With a neutron star as the core base point, 360 blue giants as nodes, 129,600 stars as secondary nodes, 46,656,000 planets as third-level nodes, and 16,796,160,000 satellites as fourth-level nodes. The super-array formed is powerful. And this is not the end. After shaping the Zhoutian star cluster array, the 10,000 stars empire, under the guidance of Zhikan Xianding, set its sights on more neutron stars and prepared to shape a stronger Zhoutian neutron star array. This is a huge project, and the manpower and material resources consumed are even more terrifying, but no one in the 10,000 stars empire has any complaints. Zhikan Xianding is very transparent about the system and will make the universe. The situation in the inner circle of the universe was briefly described, and everyone felt a sense of urgency. It was clear that now was the best time for them to grow up. They must seize the opportunity to improve themselves as much as possible, and then push the inner circle of the universe to become the overlord of the universe. There was no second choice. Stopping would only lead to death. They already had too many beautiful things, and they didn't want to give up this beauty, so they could only move forward. At the same time, after the Zhoutian star group formation was formed, Shimura Xianding took the time to teleport his original spirit back, and with the help of the Zhoutian star group formation, he completed the breakthrough and became a 7th level strongman in the universe, and also pushed the immortal force system to the 7th level. Before, he used the 3 super civilizations to deduce the required blood inheritance attributes and perfected the 6th level Rei's Nan Jindan system. He only needed the final breakthrough, so he could succeed smoothly. This is not over yet. With the help of the wisdom of the 3 super civilizations, he thoroughly improved the immortal force system to make it more potential. After all, the immortal energy system was developed by him alone. Even with the Black Cauldron space, there are still many shortcomings. It didn't matter before, but as the cultivation level increased, the previously harmless defects and hidden dangers gradually became fatal. This is also the main reason why he developed the collapse-type breakthrough method before and then recultivated it, just to improve the cultivation method again and again to make it more perfect. And this time, with the help of the wisdom of the 3 super civilizations, it was improved a lot. 497. Chapter 496 Zhoutian Neutron Star Array. That guy must be sick in the head. He even guards against his own clone. On the mother planet of the 10,000 Stars Empire, Princess Tsunade complained depressedly. That traitor is too narrow-minded. Although he used a clone's consciousness to control the main body to return to the 10,000 Stars Empire, he never communicated with them again. Obviously, he was also guarding against the clone. This narrow-minded person is really possible. You used to be so lazy, but now you can't bear to let go. Uzumaki Miidol looked at her granddaughter with a smile. This girl can be said to have tasted the marrow and tasted the sweetness. That traitor is a pervert. Thinking back to the past experience, Tsunade's pretty face couldn't help but have a pinker look, and she subconsciously protected her chest. That traitor was too lustful. He would always snatch the children's food, and the endless new knowledge was really embarrassing. All the girls couldn't help but miss that pervert. Although that guy was indeed perverted, it was also a different feeling to use it between husband and wife. Now she has been alone in the empty room for thousands of years, and the taste inside is really not good. But there is no way, after all, her man is busy with business, and it is not appropriate to be distracted, so she can only bear it like this. With the wisdom of the 3 super civilizations stolen by Shimura Xianding through the Order Black Cauldron, the 10,000 Star Empire is developing more and more rapidly. Moreover, they also integrated the wisdom of the 3 super civilizations, learned from each other's strengths and made their own civilization system more perfect. You should know that the 3 super civilizations not only have their own civilization history, but also plundered countless civilization wisdom in the process of development. Even the subordinate civilizations under their command now hand in their own achievements, which become the resources for the 3 super civilizations to continue to improve. So the 3 super civilizations are equivalent to the wisdom of the entire universe. The Wangxing Empire now uses the wisdom of the entire universe to develop itself, which will naturally be perfect and fast, and there will never be an unstable foundation or a crooked situation. With the research and development of countless black technologies, the Wangxing Empire has become more and more powerful, driving the Zhoutian neutron star array plan to progress more and more rapidly. In just 1,000 years, the Wangxing Empire completed the Zhoutian neutron star array plan with the blessing of various black technologies. With a large neutron star as the core, 360 small neutron stars as nodes, 129,600 blue giants as secondary nodes, and then supplemented by countless stars, planets, and satellites, it forms a super-array covering 100 light-years. The force field formed is enough to kill any 7th-level strongman in the universe, and even compete with the 8th-level strongman in the universe. This is the power of civilization. The power gathered by countless wisdom is enough to destroy any world. A single planet world is like an ant in front of it. Euro trademark SA pity that compared with the development progress of black technology on the side of the 10,000 Stars Empire, the cultivation on the side of Ziken Xianding is much slower. The blood inheritance attributes that need to be added to the 7th level cultivation are too strong and too many. Even with the wisdom accumulated by the 3 super civilizations in the entire universe for countless years, it is extremely difficult to complete this stage of cultivation. Euro trademark S also mainly because Ziken Xianding Euro trademark S heart is too big, and the Immortal Force system and the Rei's Nan Jindan system are too huge. Although it can provide nearly invincible strength at the same level, the difficulty of cultivation and breakthrough is far beyond the normal cultivation system. If it weren't for the wisdom crystals provided by the 3 super civilizations, it would take at least 100 million years to cultivate. Even with the assistance of the 3 super civilizations, it took him tens of thousands of years to complete the 7th level of cultivation. At the same time, after tens of thousands of years of continuous fine-tuning, the Jotian neutron star array has completely stabilized. Ziken Xianding's spirit body has returned again, merged with the main body, and completed another breakthrough with the help of the force field of the formation, becoming an 8th level strongman in the universe. There is still a lot to go. I am afraid that only by becoming a 10th level strongman can I initially activate the Order Black Cauldron. The spirit body once again descended into the Order Black Cauldron through the Black Cauldron space, and Ziken Xianding was quite depressed. Although he has the highest control authority over the Order Black Cauldron with the help of the Black Cauldron space, he is helpless because his own strength is too poor and he can't bring out the true power of this thing. It's like he has a car and a car key, but he has no gasoline, so it's naturally difficult to start the car. The only way now is to practice silently, and continue to provoke the 3 super civilizations to make the exchange of fire more brutal, so that they have no time to take care of the changes in the outer universe. With Shimura Gendo provoking here, the 10,000 Stars Empire has created a perfect environment for the development of the Wangxing Empire. With the current strength of the 10,000 Stars Empire, the civilization forces in the outer universe cannot resist at all, and even if they report to the inner universe civilization forces, it is useless. Now because of the fight for the Black Cauldron of Order, the civilization forces in the inner universe have become a mess, and the dog brains are about to be beaten out. All civilizations joined the battle under the leadership of the 3 super civilizations, or under coercion, and suffered heavy casualties. However, in the face of the casualties of the civilizations under their command, the top leaders of the 3 super civilizations were unmoved. Anyway, they were just cannon fodder. As for the casualties of the 3 civilizations themselves, the 3 supreme powers of the universe Otsutsuki Ancestor, the Lord of Nothingness and the Emperor of the Universe were also unmoved. At their level, everything is illusory, only their own existence is real. As long as they exist, civilization exists. As long as they obtain the Order Black Cauldron, a treasure from another universe, they can not only become the overlord of this universe, but also have the opportunity to transcend and see a more wonderful world. No one can resist this temptation, not even the 3 supreme beings. As long as they can become the absolute overlord of the universe, or even transcend, it doesn't matter if their own civilization is destroyed, it's all worth it. But it is precisely because of this way of thinking that the 3 will be used by Ziken Xianding to kill each other with the Order Black Cauldron as bait, and they are ready to destroy the entire universe. At the same time, after the Jotian neutron star array is completely stabilized, the Wangxing Empire will start the more crazy Jotian neutron star cluster array plan. The plan is to use a small black hole as the core point, 360 large neutron stars as nodes, 129,600 small neutron stars as secondary nodes, and countless stars, planets, and satellites to form a more terrifying super array. According to calculations, this plan will exhaust the celestial bodies in the entire galaxy, whether they are stars, planets, neutron stars, etc., they will all be consumed. Although there are many celestial bodies in the galaxy, among which there are more than 300 billion stars alone, there are not many stars that meet the requirements of the array. Among them, those small stars and asteroids will be forcibly merged to create celestial bodies that meet the requirements of the array. After more than 10,000 years of development, the Wangxing Empire already has the black technology to transform celestial bodies, and even small neutron stars can be artificially created. Now it is also overcoming the difficulties of artificially creating large neutron stars. Once successful, the Jotien star array plan will usher in a blowout development. Everyone in the empire is holding their breath and contributing their own efforts to the Jotien star array plan. Moreover, under the influence of the virtual world of infinite moon reading, everyone's mental outlook is very bright and positive, without any negative thoughts, and the efficiency is improved to the extreme. 498. Chapter 497 Jotien Black Hole Array. The Jotien neutron star cluster array went smoothly, and it was successful in just 10,000 years. The entire galaxy was turned into food, and a super array covering tens of thousands of light years was created. Although the diameter is only 1/10 of the original galaxy, the power it possesses is extremely terrifying. The force fields of all the planets are gathered together, enough to suppress and kill the 8th level strongmen of the universe. Even if the 9th level strongmen come, they can't break this level of force field. This is not over yet. Under the guidance of Shimura Xianding, the 10,000 star empire set out on a journey again, twisting space to other galaxies in the outer area of the universe to prepare for the next Jotien black hole array plan. The Jotien black hole array is an upgraded version of the Jotien neutron star cluster array. It will be composed of a large black hole as the foundation, 360 small black holes as nodes, 129,600 large neutron stars as secondary nodes, and countless small neutron stars, planets, satellites, etc., forming a super array. The Jotien star array plan developed by Shimura Xianding is like a snowball. The principle is simple, but it can continue to roll and replicate infinitely until all the celestial bodies in the universe are gathered together. However, large black holes are not easy to find. That thing cannot be bred in the outer area of the universe. Fortunately, all the civilization forces in the inner circle of the universe are fighting, and the 10,000 star empire rushed into the inner circle and robbed a large black hole. This time, many civilization forces in the inner circle of the universe also knew the powerful strength of the 10,000 star empire, and sent countless troops to hunt them down. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Uchiha Madara and others, and even the accurate information of the 10,000 star empire was not brought back. There is no way. One of the characteristics of the Jotien star array is that it can hide itself. Through the effect of the array force field, the light ripples and so on are bound up and not spread to the outside world. At first glance, it was pitch black, and no useful information could be obtained. Even the structure of the 10,000 star empire was unclear. We only knew that it was very strong. Coupled with the increasingly tragic cosmic war, many civilizations in the inner circle of the universe could only give up for the time being and continue to fight with all their strength, killing stars and exterminating civilizations. There is one good thing. Although the cosmic war is more cruel, it is not bloody, because the powerful offensive will destroy the planets, and there is no concept of blood at all. But the hidden picture inside is more cruel and terrifying. This is a cosmic war. At the same time, taking this opportunity, the entire 10,000 star empire also witnessed the horror of the cosmic war, and the sense of urgency in their hearts became stronger, and they were more attentive to the implementation of the Jotien star plan. Almost everyone participated in it, and after the child was born they were trained in this direction, and joined the Jotien Xingdu plan directly after adulthood. However, the Jotien Xingdu plan was not simple. After obtaining the large black hole, the Jotien black hole array plan was successfully completed, but in the subsequent Jotien black hole group array plan, the Wangxing Empire encountered difficulties. Large black holes are already the limit of black holes, and it is impossible to be the core of the array. The force field they have is far from enough. They need a stronger cosmic body as the core of the array. At present, the only cosmic body stronger than the black hole is the singularity. But the singularity is only owned by the three major super civilizations, and it is the cornerstone of their civilization system and the most powerful weapon. If you want to get it, you have to defeat the entire super civilization. Be prepared first. After creating 360 Jotien black hole arrays, we will go to grab the singularity and arrange the Jotien black hole group array on the spot. After viewing the star map of the entire universe, Ziken Xianding made an order and decided to march into the inner circle of the universe. To build the Jotien black hole group array, 360 large black holes are needed as nodes. These large black holes can only be snatched from the civilizations in the inner part of the universe, and war is inevitable. But as long as 360 Jotien black hole group arrays are built, they can start to snatch the singularity from the super civilization and immediately set up a stronger Jotien black hole group array. By then, the supreme power of the Jotien black hole group array will be enough to kill a 10th level strongman, and even the current Jotien black hole array is enough to kill a 10th level strongman. But that is only in theory, and it has not been tried in actual operation. You can't be reckless in this regard. After all, there is only one chance. Once a 10th level strongman can break through the Jotien black hole array and enter the 10,000 stars empire, it will be a pit. Whose singularity are you going to steal? Her eyes also fell on the vast universe star map. Tsunadeji's eyes circled back and forth on the 3 marked super civilization areas, thinking about which one to start with. Mechanical civilization. After revealing the selected target, Zhikan Xianding had long been eyeing mechanical civilization. I got some information that the singularity of mechanical civilization is probably not formed naturally in the universe, but created by them. We need this kind of black technology. As a four-way traveler, the civilization process in his previous life made him understand that only resources that humans can mass-produce can serve as the permanent cornerstone of civilization. Those resources given by nature are limited and will be exhausted sooner or later. For example, oil and coal in the previous life, that thing is not infinite. Once it is exhausted, the entire human civilization will fall into crisis. Why did so many countries invest in nuclear energy research at all costs in the previous life? It is because that thing is a truly infinite energy source to a certain extent, enough to serve as a major cornerstone of human civilization. And his Jotien black hole group array is not the limit of the Jotien star array. In his conception, there are also Jotien singularity array and Jotien singularity group array. Both of them require a large number of singularities as the foundation. But in the known universe, there are only 3 singularities, and they are occupied by 3 super civilizations, which is far from enough to shape the Jotien singularity array and the Jotien singularity group array. So they need the black technology of mechanical civilization to create singularities and mass-produce singularities. Finally, we can have a real fight. Uchiha Madara has been holding back for a long time with a bloodthirsty and perverted smile on his handsome face. Over the years, he has been adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. Even if he goes to war, he is just playing with the vanguards of those civilizations, which is really not satisfying. He needs a real battle and war, and now he has finally waited for it. Others are also rubbing their hands, looking forward to the next war. Don't be careless. Attack in units of neutron battle stars. No one is allowed to leave the force field of the neutron battle star. The plundering and shaping of the Jotien black hole array is only secondary. The key lies in the confidentiality of intelligence. All combatants will separate the core secrets of the Empire from their memories and temporarily store them in the Infinite Moon Reading Network, and return them after the war. Shimura Gendo was very clear about the cruelty of the Cosmic War. Their biggest advantage at this stage is the Jotien Star Array plan, which must be kept secret. Otherwise, once the advanced civilization forces in the inner circle of the universe, or even the super civilization, know about it, they may turn their guns and attack them with all their strength. Although the Jotien black hole array is enough to compete with the super civilization, the loss of war is as small as possible, and there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. 499. Chapter 498 Cosmic Barrier. The war machine of the 10,000 star empire is fully operational, with the neutron battle star transformed by the Jotien star cluster array as the foundation, and it continues to plunder the inner circle of the universe. Whether it is a black hole or a galaxy, they are their plundering targets. They create a Jotien black hole formation one by one to prepare for the future Jotien black hole group formation. After plundering for 100,000 years, they finally created 360 Jotien black hole formations. They only need a singularity as the core to arrange a stronger Jotien black hole group formation. The final plundering plan was launched. The 10,000 Stars Empire brought 360 Jotien black hole formations into the core of the mechanical civilization, forcibly seized the singularity, and arranged the Jotien black hole group formation there. In the previous plundering war, they had already been exposed to the 3 super civilizations, and it was meaningless to hide any more. In addition, the 3 Otsutsuki ancestors have almost written their own civilization history, and are about to ignite the white flame of civilization. Shimura Gendo is ready to truly take charge of the Black Cauldron of Order, and ignite his own white flame of civilization with the civilization history of the 10,000 Stars Empire. The 3 Otsutsuki ancestors naturally discovered the emergence of the 10,000 Stars Empire. Although they were extremely shocked and confused, they did not take action. Stop it. There is no way. The three of them have reached the most critical moment. Compared with the sudden appearance of the 10,000 Stars Empire, it is more important to ignite the white flame of civilization and refine the black cauldron of order. At the same time, Shimura Gendo is also using the last wisdom of the three super civilizations to complete another breakthrough. This breakthrough is not to become a 10th level universe powerhouse, but an unprecedented 11th level. Shimura Gendo is breaking through here, and the Otsutsuki ancestor on the other side is not idle. When he finished writing the civilization process and was about to condense the white flame of civilization, he suddenly detonated the civilization process he wrote, shattering the civilization process of the Universe Emperor and the Lord of Nothingness, indirectly severely damaging both. Swallow the star. His palms were spread out, and two 10 Magadama Samsara eyes appeared, bursting out unimaginable devouring power, swallowing the severely injured Lord of Nothingness and Universe Emperor into his body. This is not over yet. With the thought, all the members of the Otsutsuki clan turned into dust, and their bodies, souls, and chakras were all sacrificed to the Otsutsuki ancestor. Even the chakra sacred trees throughout the civilization were forcibly sacrificed to assist the Otsutsuki ancestor in refining the two supreme powers. Otsutsuki. The devoured Lord of Nothingness was furious, knowing that he had been calculated. The Otsutsuki ancestor had never thought of using that method to condense the Wenbyan to refine the Order Black Cauldron. He did that just to create an opportunity to severely injure them and then devour them. Not slow to react, but it's a pity it's too late. With a sinister sneer, the Otsutsuki ancestor sacrificed the power of the entire tribe to assist himself in forcibly refining the two supreme powers. He never thought of competing fairly with the two. As long as he killed the Lord of the Universe and the Lord of Nothingness, without competitors, the Order Black Cauldron would still be his. Afterwards, he only needed to slowly write the civilization process into it again. He even planned to kill the Lord of Nothingness and the Lord of the Universe a long time ago, but he had never found a suitable opportunity. Although he was stronger than the two, his strength was limited. It was not easy to kill them or even devour them. Once he attacked one of them, the other would surely attack and kill him. Because of this, although he was the strongest, the universe was still in a three-way confrontation. But the appearance of the Order Black Cauldron gave him an opportunity. This was not over yet. With the help of the arrangement he had secretly left in the entire universe, he devoured all the creatures in the universe and turned them into his own food. While assisting in refining the two Supreme Masters, he also supplied himself with breakthroughs. He had already reached the peak of the 10th level. If he wanted to make further breakthroughs, it was far from enough to rely on himself, so he thought of using the creatures of the entire universe to force a breakthrough. Although it was cruel, as long as he could break through the shackles, everything would be worth it. At most, after the breakthrough, he would create some more lives to restore the vitality of the universe, just like he had created the Otsuki clan back then. The ancestor of the Otsuki broke through here, and the Shimura Xianding also completed the breakthrough with the help of the Jotien Black Hole Group Array, becoming an 11th level supreme powerhouse. Just practice again and cultivate the Raise Nan Jinden that collapsed due to the breakthrough, and you can become a true 11th level strongman. What's going on? After an unknown amount of time, the Otsutsuki ancestor who had just completed the breakthrough became alert. At the moment of the breakthrough, a fatal sense of threat came over him, as if he had broken through some kind of restriction. Obviously, someone had blinded his perception before, and it was not until he broke through and became an 11th level strongman that he broke through that layer of blindness and gained the proper perception ability. In other words, there are strong people in this world who can kill him. The next moment, the fatal sense of threat was even stronger, and the fatal crisis came from his side. He instinctively used space means to retreat violently, and the original Order Black Cauldron that had not moved for a long time fell upside down. If he had not retreated in time, he would have been turned upside down, and the consequences would have been disastrous. 11th level strongmen are indeed extraordinary. Shimura Gendo was suspended above the Order Black Cauldron, watching the escaped Otsutsuki ancestor with regret. I thought that I could kill him with a sneak attack, but the opponent broke through the perception barrier I set up, predicted the danger in advance, and then avoided it. It's you. Thinking quickly, the Otsutsuki ancestor finally understood. The Order Black Cauldron and Wen Minjian were all fake. They were all the result of this person's deliberate guidance, leading the three supreme powers to fight fiercely, and then leading the three super civilizations and the entire universe civilization to fight. They were all fooled. The reaction is not slow, but it's a pity that it's too late. He laughed. At this point, Shimura Xianding naturally no longer concealed it, and there was no need to conceal it. At the same time, he was looking for the flaws of the Otsutsuki ancestor to see if there was a way to kill him. He didn't want to leave a strong enemy outside. The six-path sage back then was annoying enough, and he didn't want to go through it again. It's just that it's not easy to kill such a strong man. Just now was the only chance he could think of, and the chance was not high. Sure enough, he failed to kill him in one fell swoop. The face of the Otsutsuki ancestor was as gloomy as water. He recalled that Shimura Gendei's words were what he had said to the Lord of Nothingness and the Emperor of the Universe before. He didn't expect that it would be said by others at this moment. It was really ironic. The killing intent in his heart surged wildly, and he wanted to kill that guy immediately, but he looked at the black cauldron of order controlled by him, and his expression was uncertain. Especially the strange starry sky behind him, the great power he possessed made him tremble. That was enough to kill him. How did the other party develop such supreme power in the universe? His face was uncertain, and finally the Otsutsuki ancestor did not fight hard, but turned around and rushed forward go to a forbidden area. Ziken Xianding would naturally not let such a big enemy go, and drove the Order Black Cauldron to chase and kill, and finally stopped in front of a breach. How could there be a hole in the cosmic barrier? He looked at the huge breach in the cosmic barrier in shock, and really couldn't understand why the indestructible cosmic barrier had a breach. And it was so big. 500. Chapter 499 Jotian Singularity Group Array. Chapter 499 Macro and Micro. Ziken Xianding learned a lot of secrets from the information of the three super civilizations, such as the existence of the cosmic barrier. That thing is like an eggshell, the egg white is the outer area of a euro the universe, and the egg yolk is the inner area of a euro the universe. The cosmic barrier is indestructible, even a 10th level strongman can hardly leave a mark on it, but now there is such a big breach. Wait, this scale, could it be caused by the Order Black Cauldron? After looking at the breach for a long time, Shimura Gendo suddenly found that the size of the breach was about the same as the Order Black Cauldron, and the Order Black Cauldron was something outside the local universe. Obviously, this breach was caused by the Order Black Cauldron when it entered the local universe. Just as he realized this, the cosmic barrier around the breach was suddenly shattered by some supreme power, causing the breach to expand tens of thousands of times. Damn, they want to die together. Sensing the power of chakra, Shimura Gendo didn't know that it was the Otsutsuki ancestor who rushed into the breach and made a move. There were countless cracks around the breach, and it was on the verge of collapse. Now that it was hit by the Otsutsuki ancestor with all his strength, it was naturally impossible to maintain it. The breach was expanded tens of thousands of times, and the vast chaotic airflow outside the universe rushed in. In desperation, he could only use the power of the Order Black Cauldron to barely suppress it. But even so, the vast chaotic airflow is still pouring in rapidly. If this trend continues, sooner or later the entire universe will be annihilated and assimilated by the chaotic airflow. This supreme power is simply not something that the current Jotian Black Hole Group Array can contend with, unless a theoretical Jotian Singularity Group Array is created. See how long you can hold on. The Otsutsuki ancestor, who was outside the breach, laughed sinisterly and then flashed away. His 11th order strength allowed him to barely resist the assimilation of the chaotic airflow outside the universe, and coupled with the characteristics of swallowing the Lord of Nothingness, he could barely survive outside after turning into nothingness. Now he just needs to wait quietly until the chaotic airflow swallows and assimilates the entire universe, and then he can go in and take back the Order Black Cauldron. With the power of the Order Black Cauldron, it is enough for him to survive in the chaos and find other universes. Ziken Xianding naturally guessed the sinister intentions of the Otsutsuki ancestor, but he was not impatient. He urged the Order Black Cauldron to suppress and slow down the influx of chaotic airflow with all his strength to buy time. At the same time, he sent the information back and ordered the 10,000 Stars Empire to develop itself at full speed again. The hole in the cosmic barrier was too big to be repaired at all. The only way now was to create a large array of Jotian singular points as soon as possible to resist the chaotic airflow. After receiving the information and orders from Ziken Xianding, the 10,000 Stars Empire once again developed itself at full speed and plundered galaxies everywhere. Fortunately, the Otsutsuki ancestor had devoured all the creatures in the entire universe and turned them into further resources for himself. Now all civilizations in the universe have no resistance at all and let the 10,000 Stars Empire plunder. Soon, with the help of the singularities of the Otsutsuki civilization and the Void civilization, 2 large arrays of Jotian black holes were created again. The 3 Jotian black hole group arrays were arranged in a triangle, gathering the force field power of the 3 arrays, and forcibly shaping new singularities with the small singularity manufacturing technology obtained from the mechanical civilization. Then, with these singularities as the foundation, a new Jotian black hole group array was shaped. In just a million years, 360 Jotian black hole group arrays were shaped, and then Hiken Xianding temporarily sent the Order Black Cauldron to temporarily carry the supreme power of 360 Jotian black hole group arrays as the core to shape the Jotian singularity array. Then, with the help of the Jotian singularity array, a large singularity was shaped to replace the Order Black Cauldron, and the Order Black Cauldron continued to return to the breach of the universe barrier to suppress and slow down the influx of chaotic airflow. The successful appearance of the Jotian Singularity Array gave the Wangxing Empire the power to mass-produce large singularities. With large singularities as the foundation, it gathered countless galaxy matter in the universe and finally shaped 360 Jotian Singularity Arrays. Fortunately, the resources in the inner universe far exceed those in the outer universe, otherwise it would be impossible to create 360 a euro Jotian Singular Point Arrays. Even so, almost all the material energy of the entire universe is exhausted, but the results are quite gratifying. After testing, once the Jotian Singular Point Group Array is formed, the strength of the defensive force field it possesses will be equal to that of the cosmic barrier. If the defensive power of the cosmic barrier is added, it will be truly invincible, enough for the 10,000 star empire to survive in the chaos. Without hesitation, Hiken Xianding returned with the Order Black Cauldron, and used it as the core to gather 360 Jotian Singular Point Arrays, create the Jotian Singular Point Group Array, and establish a connection with the cosmic barrier, and slowly merge. Once the fusion is successful, it will have a defensive power beyond the cosmic barrier, and even if another treasure like the Order Black Cauldron falls, it can withstand it. How is it possible? The Otsutsuki ancestor, who was temporarily living on the cosmic barrier, suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed and he was moved by an irresistible force. When he looked up, he saw the guy who had used the Order Black Cauldron to plot against him. However, when he sensed the other party's aura that was far superior to his own, his mind almost collapsed. It was not that his mind was not stable enough, but that Jimur Gentoi was too strong now. The Ray's Nanjindan body he created the system complements the Jotian Xingda Great Array system. The difference is that the Ray's Nanjindan system is constantly cultivating and developing at the microscopic level, while the Jotian Xingda Great Array system is constantly developing and growing at the macroscopic level. The two can complement each other, and the Order Black Cauldron and Wenbian can maximize the blessing of understanding and promote the progress of civilization. Today's 10,000 Stars Empire is already a 13th level civilization, and Jimur Xianding also broke through to the 13th level with the help of the power of the Jotian Singularity Group Great Array. And the Otsutsuki ancestor is only at the 11th level, which is 2 major levels short. How can he not be shocked? Without giving the Otsutsuki ancestor a chance to talk nonsense, Jimur Xianding slapped him to death with a slap, and even used the power of time to completely cut off his own time veins. From now on, there will be no more Otsutsuki ancestor in the universe. Even if the other party still has a backhand, he will never be able to revive again. As for the past timeline, Jimur Gentoi didn't touch it, but just locked it to prevent someone from going back to the past to change the future. After all, he was very satisfied with the current result, and there was no need for people to destroy it and create an unknown future. Finally done. After shaping a sofa to lie on, Jimur Gentoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he saw the Black Cauldron of Order, he has been on edge. Now that he has completed the Jotian Singularity Group Array and killed the powerful enemy of the Otsutsuki ancestor, he can finally relax. Hey? What? Looking at the women who came around, Jimur Gentoi had a bad premonition. Nothing, I just want to play with you. With a great chest, Princess Tsunade licked her lips. The surrounding women were also full of desire. They have been alone in their empty rooms for a long time and are very lonely. No, can you let me rest for a while? I'm really tired now. His face changed. Jimur Gentoi really didn't want to start a battle now. His condition was too bad and he had to recuperate. Besides, he had previously forcibly broken through to the 13th level with the help of the Jotian Singularity Group Array, and the Ray's Nanjindan in his body had not yet been rebuilt. Unfortunately, Princess Tsunade and the other girls ignored his request and excitedly surrounded him to start a round-robin battle. Don't, hiss. Shimura Gento was in a tragedy, a very tragic one.